Good afternoon. Before we begin, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the Saskatchewan Poet Laureate, D. Hobsbawm Smith is here with us today. I apologize. Dee's award-winning poetry, essays, fiction, and journalism have at times been influenced by her career in the food industry as a Red Seal chef, educator, slow food member, and locavore advocate. Her work has appeared in literary journals, newspapers, magazines, websites, on the airwaves, and in numerous anthologies in Canada, the USA, and Scotland. Her literary books include 2 poetry collections, Wildness Rushing In and Among the Untamed, a short story collection, What Can't Be Undone, a novel, Danceland Diary, a chapbook, Jeannie Dark, Comes of Age on the Prairie, and Bread and Water essays, winner of the Sask Book Awards Nonfiction Award and Taste Canada's Gold Medal for Culinary Narrative. Dee has also written 5 best-selling Canadian food books, 3 of which are cookbooks, plus a culinary resource book and multi-award-winning Food Shed, an edible Alberta alphabet. Slow Food Canada has named her a Slow Food Hero, and she has served on literary and culinary juries in Alberta and Saskatchewan. I'm now pleased to invite Dee Hobsbawm Smith to share some of her work with us.
Thank you. I'm going to begin with a self-introduction, despite the fact that you've already heard Her Worship tell you a little bit about me. I have a couple other things I'd like to tell you about, and a land acknowledgement. But before that, I'd Mubarak. And good fortune in your discussions this afternoon about creating affordable and reasonably accessible housing in the city. So, you know my name already. My name is Dee, or Denise Françoise Margocious Hobsbawm Smith. In the Spanish style, I keep every name. My pronouns are she, her, and it's my honor and my privilege to serve as the 10th Saskatchewan Poet Laureate, and I'm grateful to the Saskatchewan Writers Guild for entrusting me with this honor and responsibility. I live rurally in the Aspen Parklands west of the city of Saskatoon in the RM of Corman Park in Treaty 6 territory, home of the Cree, Saulteaux, Nakota, Lakota, Dakota, Dene people, and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. I express my gratitude and my respect to them, and I acknowledge our abiding relationship with the living human and non-human beings, the skies, the lands, and the waters that are so important to all of us for our very survival. I am committed personally to kind and peaceful cooperation and coexistence with all entities sharing this world. I am a white settler. My people on my father's side are the Desrosiers, the Cleavers, and the Smiths of Clan Cook of Woodstock, Ontario in Treaty 29 territory. On my mother's side, we are Hutterites right down the line. I can tell you I'm the 5th generation of my family on my mother's side to live where I now live, rurally on the remnants of my family's farm. Off-colony Hutterites, that is, the Prairie Light, who did not form colonies when they arrived here in the early 1900s, by way of the Dakotas, by way of 6 steamers that brought them from ports all over Europe to escape the tyranny of what was then the Russian Empire, which included Ukraine, where my family lived at the time, to escape from tyranny and religious persecution. The poem I'm here to read today is one of my own writing. It's part of an unpublished manuscript that I'm working on in collaboration with my husband, Dave Margocious, also a poet. And I wrote this poem, I can tell you, without recourse to AI, artificial intelligence. I do, however, acknowledge the muse for her role in inspiration and guiding to artists and writers and poets. I wear my late father's fedora today in honor of his memory and the gift of the life that he gave to me, so my daddy. I read this poem today to shine a light on those persons who live in injustice or who face threats or risks to their safety and well-being, who live in tyranny, in war zones, under unjust laws, in subjugation, in hunger or in fear or in situations that put their lives and human dignity at risk. I express my gratitude to all of you, Her Worship, and all of you, the members of the Regina City Council, for inviting me to read today, and hats off to the City Clerk's Office for their wonderful help in facilitating things. I am here partly in recognition of National Poetry Month. However, I'm also here to tell you that poetry is as relevant today as it was in Shakespeare's time or in Rumi's time, the 16th century of England or the 13th century of Persia. Poetry illuminates our lives and our beliefs, what we hold sacred, what we value, how we see ourselves, how we see our precious world, and those with whom we share it. Before I read my poem, I wish to share a quote from the poet and thinker J. Perini from his book, Why Poetry Matters, which was published by Yale University Press. And Jay wrote this: "The politics of poetry is a delicate matter. It remains true that a lot of poetry has no overt connection to anything that we might call political, but poets who willfully ignore the world around them risk marginality. Poets have to read the world, to respond to it viscerally, and to summon images of that world for readers. Poetry is not sloganeering, and when poets directly confront a particular political crisis, they need to do so carefully, even warily. They rarely put forward direct solutions to problems. Instead, they offer a kind of understanding that is distinct, as well as useful, by creating a language adequate to the experience of their readers. In this sense, poetry matters because it can waken us to realities that fall into the realm of the political." J. Perini. Having said that, I'm now going to read you my political poem, well, one of. So, this is titled Rumi's Flame, and as I told you, Rumi was a poet of the 13th century in Persia. And it opens with one line by Rumi from one of his poems, this one called An Egypt That Doesn't Exist. And Rumi wrote this: "I want to say words that flame as I say them." I wish I'd written that. Rumi's Flame. "If I was the poet of fire, of bread ever renewing, hunger would run from the fields and markets with joyful children in pursuit. If I was the poet of love, of appetite unceasing, wars would have no dominion over human bodies. If I was the poet of water, of rivers unending, desires would be appeased forever. If I was the poet of wind, of breezes swifter than Arabian mares, the sweat on women's brows would vanish, and teething babies would gnaw cheerfully on my cape. If I was the poet of cakes, of sugar cracking like true hearts, bitterness would flow from the rivers in shame and dissolve. If I was the poet of earth, of soil so healthy that the smallest seed would bloom, dust would be homeless and famine would return to the heavens. If I was the poet of hope, of butterflies and honeybees, men would lay down their semi-automatics and disarm their drones. If I was the poet of sunlight, of rainbows lying in wait to make school children smile, sadness would take its turn at arcing the invisible spectrum into sacred halos. If I was the poet of rain, of monsoons and torrents and Scotch mists, fir trees would resemble bamboo, oak trees would grow like rice in the fields of women, and truth would blossom from the air like orchids. If I was the poet of generosity, of the overflowing larder, warriors would bring their long tables to the desert's oasis and brew coffee together in harmony. If I was the poet of lies, of half-truths and dissembling, politicians would hide their faces and depart. If I was the poet of truth, of Rumi's flaming words, wars would still not end, nor hunger ease, nor lying cease. For do not poets already see and speak the world in their own truth? And are not the evils of the world of men still laying waste to our women and children? How then shall we relight the flame of truth and speak words of fire? Thank you for listening. And in a 5-second blurb of shameless self-promotion, I'm also here to tell you that at the Legislative Library next week on the 16th, 3:30 in the afternoon, I will be reading for half an hour. So please join me. I'm told there will be cake. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dee, for joining us today and for sharing. Just prior to getting started, I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the recent passing of Jim Hobson, a cherished community member whose contributions made a profound impact within our city. As is the case we reflect on individuals who have been present in our lives and in our communities. And the easiest one is to reflect on his career with the Saskatchewan Roughriders and his work as an educator and a community advocate. There's an enduring legacy here. He had a journey from the gridiron to the boardroom. He exemplified dedication and leadership. His time at the Roughriders, as Roughriders president and CEO, marked an era of unprecedented growth, and his vision propelled the team to new heights, both on and off the field. Under his stewardship, the Riders flourished, capturing the spirit of Rider pride and igniting the passion of fans across the province, and frankly, if you've ever traveled, it's almost around the world. Beyond football, Jim's impact extended to education and community engagement, reflecting his constant, deep-rooted love for this city and this province. His influence as a teacher and as an administrator resonated with generations, leaving an indelible mark on the lives that he touched. Jim's memory will live on, for he is woven into the fabric of our community. Our thoughts are with his family, his friends, his students, his colleagues, and all who were touched by his remarkable life. At this point in time, I will call the meeting to order. Good afternoon. Welcome to the April 10th, 2024 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and home of the Métis Nishik Nation. The City of Regina exists, and it owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands, the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Today, some members of council, no members of council, but some members of administration may be attending the meeting virtually. We just ask that you keep your camera and microphone off until you're asked to speak, and once then, turn microphone and camera on. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the list of registered delegations? Councillor Stevens, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Folks, this is going to be a long one, so can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the March 20th, 2024 meeting of City Council with the following adjustment to the wording of decision item related to CR 24-12 governance training on page 7 of the draft minutes. Councillor Bob Hawkins moved, seconded by Councillor Jason Mancinelli, that City Council direct administration to undertake a series of workshops at the June 4th, 2024 Audit and Finance Committee meeting pertaining to the following for members of the Audit and Finance Committee that includes, but is not limited to, a comprehensive overview of the following and other workshops throughout the year that support the work of the committee: financial statement preparation, reporting, forecasting internal processes, and administrative delegations of authority. And 2, direct administration to implement the following by Q1 of 2025, an Audit and Finance Committee onboarding process modeled after the cities of Edmonton and Winnipeg, and take into consideration any suggestions provided by the city's internal and external auditors, and be a governance training workshop. I need that moved. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Moll. Any errors or omissions beyond that one? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We will now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. Item CR 24-31, the 2024-25 Recreation Facility Accessibility Improvements, and CR 24-32 Vision Zero Road Safety Framework are automatically deemed to have been removed from the consent agenda as delegations registered to speak to these items. They will be considered in the regular agenda order as published. The consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items: CR 2428, Regina Downtown Business Improvement District 2024 budget; CR 2429, the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District 2024 budget; and CR 24-34, the Heritage Property Designations. I'll now ask if any member wishes to remove any of these 3 items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Just one moment, please. Is someone's phone on? Cell phones off, folks. Sorry, Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just having problems placing this in the table of contents with what you mentioned. Where does CR 24-30 appear?
It's 2434?
2430, 2430.
One moment. That's under the Regina Planning Commission reports,
Okay.
so not in the consent agenda.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Right, it is on the consent agenda. Do you wish to remove it?
I wish to pull that out.
All right. No, it's not on the consent agenda. 34 is from Executive Committee, but 2430 is not. Just give us a second here. No, you're right. 2430 has to do with the traffic bylaw amendment, correct? It's on the regular agenda, not in the consent agenda. Now we got it? Okay. Anyone else besides being confused at this point in time? All right. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the consent agenda? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor Stadnicek. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. All right. Any opposed? Carried. We will now consider bylaws that require public hearing and public notice. I will ask Deputy Mayor Hawkins to do the first reading of bylaw 2024-10, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2024, number 3. Deputy Mayor Hawkins.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnicek, the bylaw 2024-10 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. Clerk, could you start the vote?
Mayor Masters' first reading has passed in a vote of 11-0.
Thank you very much. I'll call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of this bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Bylaw 2024-10 is being proposed to amend the Regina Zoning Bylaw 2019 to accommodate medium-density development within the Greens on Gardner neighborhood. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on this proposed bylaw, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Mayor Masters.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, the bylaw 2024-10 be read a second time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hawkins. Any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters' second reading has passed in a vote of 11 to 0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can I have you do consent for third reading of the bylaw at this meeting?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2024-10 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, the unanimous consent required to proceed to third reading at this meeting has been achieved.
Excellent. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw 2024-10 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters' third reading has passed in a vote of 11 to 0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Council, we go to public notice reports. We'll now move on to item CR 24-24, the Housing Accelerator Fund expanding citywide housing options, Phase 2, Part 1. How this is going to work is members of administration will give a PowerPoint presentation for this item. Following this presentation, we'll hear from delegations. All questions to administration will be held until the report is properly on the floor after the related delegations and communications are received. Thanks very much. Who am I going to for this one? Thank you. Ms. Dawson, please go. Oh, sorry, one moment, Ms. Dawson. Please go ahead, Councilor Bresciani.
Very much. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to recuse myself because my son currently has an application for a housing project within the city of Regina. I do not know if the outcome of the discussion will affect him at all, but it is, I feel it's to be safe. I would like to recuse myself today. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bresciani. We'll come get you when we're done.
All right, I will start. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of council. We're here today with a report that outlines the second phase of amendments to support the implementation of the planning-related initiatives for the city's Housing Accelerator Fund, or HAF work as we've been referring to it. Following the discussion at the Regina Planning Commission on March 26th, and at the request of the RPC Chair, Councillor Stevens, we were asked to provide some additional information to council regarding specifically 2 height overlays that are currently in place. One for Wascana Centre, which is in relation to the PCC, and one for the airport. Administration has worked with both the PCC and the Airport Authority since the RPC meeting and is bringing forward some findings today throughout this presentation. So for this presentation, we will begin with a brief overview of the report recommendations for context, and then get into the additional information related to the PCC lands and the airport overlay. We also know that there has been a lot of public input to date on a project that's currently under review, proposed in the Douglas Park community. We wanted to take an opportunity here today to clarify that this report does not provide a decision on that application. The only impactful decision related to that application today is whether or not the application is referred to the PCC for comment or not. The project will still need a decision on rezoning for that application, as well as a discretionary use decision, which will be coming at a later date. So let's do a quick recap of where we are at with our initiatives. As you'll recall, the city included 11 initiatives in its HAF action plan. These initiatives are designed to support the development of multiple housing options to meet the city's growing needs and to align with city's priorities. The actions in the plan support the development of complete communities by providing diverse housing options, which help achieve our long-term growth targets in all areas of the city. The 5 initiatives that are highlighted on your screen focus on changes related to planning policies and regulations. These initiatives, these are the initiatives that my team is leading and are aimed at expanding housing options citywide and increasing certainty for housing development. You'll recall this image from our RPC presentation, those of you that were there. So we are advancing these half initiatives and the council direction that was provided to us last fall in phases over the next number of months. However, we do know that there'll be further analysis and review needed much longer than those couple of months. But the report today focuses on number 1, confirming the main transit routes, and number 2, permitting multi-unit development up to 6 stories as of right within 200 meters of those main transit routes. For the next phases of work that we'd be bringing forward to you in future reports, we would be bringing forward our findings on the neighborhood plan reviews, as well as the work that we need to do to allow 4 stories as of right within 800 meters of transit hubs. So to recap, we are talking about aligning the city's strategic documents as they relate to defining main transit routes. We've proposed 200-meter walking distance within these routes as primary intensification areas and allowing multi-unit development up to 6 stories as of right in those areas. Okay, so we've proposed what we're calling primary intensification areas, which are the areas shaded in teal or green or however your eyes see that color. These areas will permit multi-unit residential and mixed-use buildings up to 20 meters, 6 stories, as of right, which promotes distributed densities along major streets and near transit hubs. Please note that as we move through future phases of our work, this map will change to accommodate additional work related to development near transit hubs and nodes, such as where those locations of those 4 stories permitted as of right will locate. So as noted in our presentation to Regina Planning Commission, over 70% of the land within the proposed primary intensification area already permits multi-unit residential and mixed-use development with heights of at least 15 meters. Those are the areas shown on the map in red. For the other areas underlying in teal or green, these will be new areas where heights will be permitted. So essentially what this map is showing you is that transit corridors are already starting to develop into intensified areas under current regulations. The work that we are undertaking in this report will help accelerate and promote these areas as growth areas. So now moving on to the work that we've done with the PCC around the Wascana Centre. So we heard, and you heard from PCC during the report for Phase 1 amendments, Council requested that administration work with PCC to address concerns raised that were related to conforming with the Wascana Centre Master Plan. The primary concerns that we heard were building height in proximity to the park, and those primarily related to views of the legislature from outside the park and views from within the park. And the second concern was increased usage of the park. I want to provide an update that we have worked with the PCC, and more work has even been done since the report was finalized and submitted to Regina Planning Commission. We have done a thorough analysis of the impacts and looked at both the views from within and outside of the park. So just as background for members of council and you Mayor Masters, as well as members of the public, the City of Regina's zoning bylaw currently has regulations known as the Wascana Height Overlay Zone. The zone was established to align the objectives of the Wascana Centre Master Plan regarding building height limits near the Wascana Park boundary and the desire to preserve sightlines from within or outside the park. As a result, buildings within this overlay zone exceeding 13 meters in height are currently subject to a discretionary use process. That application undergoes public consultation and is referred to the PCC for comment and discussion. However, the decision of the development outside of the Wascana Centre is the authority of the city. Through the half work, we've committed to permitting, where we can, 20 meters of building height as of right within these primary intensification areas that I just showed you. This means that the discretionary use process would not be used because it's as of right permitted to review applications, including other types of consultation with the public or PCC. So currently, this slide shows that existing zones within the Wascana Center overlay. So as you can see, the majority of the lands within the overlay are within low-density zones. The zones themselves restrict the height of residential buildings to 11 meters. So the overlay isn't protecting those heights, the existing zone is. This report does not propose changes to those height restrictions in low-density zones. This map also shows the area where there's mid and high-rise density zones. Currently, anything over 13 meters is a discretionary due to the overlay. The overlay does impact development in these zones and has caused time delay and uncertainty for development. One of the objectives, as a reminder, of the HAF program is to reduce review timelines and to create certainty for housing options throughout cities in Canada. So as you can see, as we move to this view, the majority of the lands within the overlay are not within the primary intensification area. The lands along Albert, College, and Broad Street will look to be intensified, as the objectives of the amendment in this report is to permit 20 meters as of right within transit corridors. So the next couple of slides will show you the work that we did on the vantage points. Through the analysis, we did consider the 1987 Wascana Center Master Plan that was submitted as part of the delegation package, which more specifically references key vantage points of the legislature dome. Through our review, we have concluded that the dome as a feature within the park is extremely important. However, we've also concluded that the dome as a feature of the city outside the park from pedestrian and the traveling public is almost non-existent from these vantage points. Most vantage points outside the park on this map are not in prominent locations. They're in major such as major parks or public stations or institutions. They largely represent intersections, overpasses, and highway approaches. To us, this was not a good starting point for constraining development. Staff from my department drove to several of the suggested viewpoints and took pictures to see what these areas look like present day. We also mapped view sheds in Google Earth, which you'll see in the next several slides. The slides will essentially show you what the views look like if you were a pedestrian standing on the site indicated on this map, and how the existing buildings and or vegetation already block your views. For our analysis, we focused on these vantage points that were closer to the park, the red ones on the map here, to assess the visibility of the legislature from the edges of the park. So this is your view from Albert and College looking southeast. So again, as a reminder, if you were standing on the red dot and you were looking out, you would only be able to see what's highlighted in green. And this is some of the modeling that we were able to do using some of the tools available for us. This modeling was done to show impacts. This is the view from Hill Avenue and Albert Street looking southeast. And you can see that's without the leaves on the tree canopy. This is the view from 23rd and Hillsdale looking northwest. And this is the view from Broad and Batham looking southwest. So I want to reiterate that our recommendations do not impact permitted heights or of buildings or anything within Wascana Park. The views of the legislature from within the park are protected through the PCC authority, and they are the ones that approve buildings within the park. The city doesn't make those decisions. So as you can see on these images, there's many buildings outside of the park that are 20 meters. Some of the buildings downtown are well over 10 stories. These buildings do not, from our review, impact the experience from within the park, as they are not visible to the existing amazing tree canopy. And certainly 6-story buildings would not compromise the views from within the park. So this is just another location. Okay, so you will see from the PCC submission, and you'll hear from them in a bit, that they are supportive of the 20 meters as of right along the primary intensification area. They are requesting that the overlay remain on these mapped areas that I'm showing you. So that's Albert Street from College to 23rd, Broad from College to 23rd, and then 23rd between Albert and Broad. They're also requesting that anything above the 20 meters within the overlay area be circulated to PCC for comment and review. Therefore, anything over 20 meters would require discretionary use approval or a decision, or require a contract zone. They're still acknowledging that the authority for that decision is the city's. Okay, on to the Regina Airport Authority. At Planning Commission, the Regina Airport Authority also provided information regarding ongoing work between the Regina Airport Authority, or RAA, and the city as it relates to development in the vicinity of the airport. Key considerations of importance to the RAA are building heights as they relate to flight paths and residential development in proximity to the airport as they relate to issues of noise. It is important to note that administration recognizes that the airport is vital for current and future economic development in the city, and we acknowledge that the province has noted this in their statement of provincial interest. Likewise, our work is supported by the statement of provincial interest, acknowledging the importance of housing options and availability across the housing continuum, ensuring compatibility with other land uses. So we agree it is important we adhere to the provincial statements of provincial interest and ensure current and future runway are not compromised by development. The city currently has a height overlay related to the Regina International Airport. In these areas, there are additional requirements to review development applications, in particularly as they relate to height in the vicinity of the airport. We also have areas of the city where we require additional building requirements, potentially additional insulation, window thickness, those types of things to reduce noise. At this time, no changes to this height overlay are being proposed. Why is this? Well, we have work underway with the RAA. We're currently working with them to analyze and determine the regulations for land use in vicinity to the airport. The intent of this study is to ensure that land use planning efforts align with the long-term needs of the airport and to ensure land use compatibility. There is a desire to provide more certainty to both the airport and the development industry on what these regulations are. For example, in the past, we've had proposed development that were delayed while trying to resolve these issues with the airport. We want to be able to provide certainty on what's allowed so there's less discretion after application. This continues to be an opportunity to collaborate and balance priorities. As noted, both the airport and additional housing options are priority work, and we're aimed at finding the right balance. After discussion at RPC, both City and RAA were able to meet and are amenable to the City moving forward with establishing the primary intensification areas as noted in our report, and acknowledge that following additional work on the study that's currently underway, future boundaries and regulations may need to be established. City Council will see what that looks like in future reports and future work coming forward, and we are committed to working with the RAA on this. So in summary, if Council approves the recommendations in the report, it will not preclude administration from continuing to do work with PCC and RAA, and will not limit Council's ability to adopt additional changes down the road should we have new information available to us. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions after the remainder of the delegations.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. I would like to call upon Delegation Angela L. As you approach, I'll ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, organization you represent, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time they may have some questions for you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Angela L., and I am the president of the Al Ritchie Community Association. I am accompanied here today with our executive director, Denise Simard, as well as members of our community. The Al Ritchie Community Association is extremely opposed to the zoning bylaw changes directly relating to the Housing Accelerator Fund, as it negates the existing practice of consulting the local associations prior to adoption. May I remind you that it goes against the principles outlined in our Al Ritchie Neighborhood Land Use Plan, which we negotiated and came to an understanding with all of you on the unique qualities of our neighborhood. To illustrate this point, let me quote directly from the City of Regina Al Ritchie Land Use Plan. Quote, "Thank you to all the residents of the Al Ritchie neighborhood for providing valuable input into the preparation of this plan. The objectives and policies grew through community dialogue and evolved through the process as we checked back with residents at various stages. Although generally long-term in nature, this plan may be subject to reviews so that it remains in alignment with evolving resident aspirations, market conditions, and development concepts." Where did the spirit of collaboration go? How did we go from this relationship with our community less than a few years ago to forums like this one, which in all due respect is not a true collaborative meeting? The idea that you, the City of Regina, are willing to do anything to meet the needs of some federal funding, even if that means forgetting ourselves, our values, and most importantly, who our friends are, seems to not be in the spirit of collaboration I mentioned you expressed earlier in that city report. A huge part of the agreements we had reached in our collaboration was acknowledging that our neighborhoods are living, breathing, symbiotic organisms where all the elements of our neighborhood are vital to its overall health. From our green spaces to our density flow maps, allowing everyone to live where it feels right for them. The proposed plan alters dramatically this landscape, and many of our families have made decisions on where to buy homes based on realities you are changing. My roots have been in the Al Ritchies since the 40s. My husband and I are proud to call Al Ritchie home, and our entire circle of supports and friends live in our immediate radius. Your decisions today alter these spaces, these breathing, feel-good spaces, and radically change the makeup of my neighborhood, of my place of peace, of friendship, and my place of caring, without really knowing how it will impact me and the 9,000 plus residents of my home community. Who are you to tell me that how I have been living for these past many years is wrong, and instead of working with me and mine and those I call neighbors, you are making decisions from a pulpit that doesn't allow you to truly see the consequences of your actions. In this same neighborhood plan, page 12, you will find the number one objective of this plan, and I quote, "Preserve the main residential character of our neighborhood." This new plan you are putting forward is in direct contradiction of this plan. The neighborhood plan goes on to say, these objectives reflect the goals and vision of neighborhood residents and serve to direct the policy of this plan, how the policy is to be interpreted, and future amendments to this plan. Well, here we are standing in the future of this plan, and you have completely thrown it out the window. How far our democracy is falling if we are unable to make you understand how much this decision today will change who Regina is. You do not understand that we love our city the way it is, the size it is, and we love that people from across the world call us home. But we do not need to be a mega city or even a Saskatoon to be more than what we are. What makes Regina what it is not our density, our economic impact, it's our people, and many of you once knew that. In our official
Ms. L?
community plan,
Ms. L, your 5 minutes are up, so if you could wrap it up in the next 15 seconds, that would be good.
So, better yet, why not agree to hit pause? Regardless of the consequences, both financially or other, and have a real conversation as neighbors do over a cup of coffee in one of our community spaces, and we'll invite our closest neighbors to come speak with you to help us all define our collective futures as real neighbors should do. Thank you.
Folks, I'm going to give one warning.
Thank you.
I will clear the gallery, just so you're aware. There is no noise making in the gallery at City Hall. So if you'd like to, please proceed outside, but that's it. That's the warning. Make whatever noise you want, silently. I think I have a question from Councillor LeBlanc, from Ms. L. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Angela. In the
Yes.
consultation on the Al Ritchie Community Plan, there was a lot of what I'll call granular knowledge. My street is like this, the park is like that sort of thing. I wonder if you can talk about what community members being involved in the discussion added to the final document that came out of it.
What, community discussion?
Yeah, maybe can I do a bit more background to the question? There was an initial draft of the community plan, of the Al Ritchie neighborhood plan that went to community. Community was initially not very happy with the plan. There were subsequent meetings, I would call them better consultation.
Yes.
And that led, in my mind, to a better plan.
Yes.
My question is, how did that work? What about community consultation led to a better plan? Talking to a lawyer.
I'm going to let Denise speak because unfortunately when this happens, I just kind of draw kind of a blank.
Ms. L,
You know,
you're the delegate right now, so if Mr. Simard would like to speak, he would have to be a registered delegate. It's your turn to speak.
oh,
I'm next, sorry.
okay. Can I get you to ask Denise these questions
Sure,
after?
absolutely.
Sorry, Daniel. I just get a little,
Absolutely.
This is very nerve-wracking for me, and if I don't have it written down for me, then sorry. Okay?
Absolutely, no problem.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc.
okay.
I see no further questions from council. Thank you
Okay,
very much,
thank
and
you.
ask you to return to the gallery. Well, speaking of which, I'll call upon delegation Denise Simard. Denny, you'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time they may have questions for you. Clearly, Councillor LeBlanc will. But you state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you reside. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors. My name is Denis Small Dennis, for those of you who don't like the French turn. I am the Executive Director for the Al Ritchie Community Association as well as the Queen City Eastview Community Association. So I manage two important organizations. One of the sort of key points in regards to the Queen City is actually we are one of only 4 community organizations that actually manage a city space. And so we have the distinction of actually being running one of your community spaces, one of your buildings, but being a nonprofit and staff that's not actually staffed by the city itself. And so it allows us a pretty unique perspective. We've been running that space for the course of the last 10 years, and what I'll say that it's provided us is an opportunity to have connections to the community that are quite unique, because people are walking into a City of Regina space, but they also know they're not talking to the City of Regina staff. And so maybe I'll say it this way, it gives us an unfiltered way of talking to the community and getting a lot of perspective and feedback. I think what you're seeing today, and definitely from our organizations that are speaking, and both of which I'm speaking for today, there is a large sense of opposition to what's going on. But what I would mention is this, is we're 6 months into a process where you guys are actually proposing these amendments, but from the community's perspective, would you be surprised to know that for many it feels like they're just hearing about it now? And that's really, I think, what you're going to hear a lot of what most of the public is trying to tell you today, is that there's a sense of surprise. There's a sense of not knowing that this is where we were. You guys are talking about phase 2 of a decision that you guys are already this much further down the road, but most of the public is unaware of where we're at. And so this sense of wanting to be of community, to speak to our neighbors, to want to talk about change, which is so significant for our neighborhoods, which honestly is going to change the makeup of how we feel about our neighborhoods and who it composes, what it looks like. You're getting a sort of strong, visceral reaction right now because for many, it seems like the news just trickled out, that all of a sudden we were this far down the road in regards to where we're at. The pause and the question that we're trying to have today is we're hoping that council will allow itself to have this consideration. I understand there was a lot of things that brought you to make the decisions that where you're at today, but I think the thing that we kind of forgot is the strength of what makes Regina is its neighborhoods, and it's the people that compose those neighborhoods. We're here today to let you know that basically we're unsure that the path we're on right now is the right one for us. We'd like to, as neighbors with you, sit down and have real conversations about how we think Regina can move forward, how we can do that collaboratively, how we can make sure that meets the needs of our communities. And I'll be just quite frank in saying that 6 months down the road on the path that you are on right now, I'm not sure we want to be on that same path. And I know this, I want to be friends with my neighbors. I want to have a collaboration with all of you, with all of us, with everybody that's sitting in this gallery to build this province, to build this city, to build our neighborhoods so they can be the best they can. And I'm just not sure we're on the right path. I'd be glad to answer any questions right now.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jenny. Councillor LeBlanc, I'm turning your mic on.
Thank you. I'll maybe ask you the same question, Denis. I guess two parts. One is, were you involved with the Al Ritchie Community Association at the time of that? And if you are, can you comment on how the final product was improved by community involvement?
So I wasn't, however, I had the privilege of talking to people that were prior to this meeting and others, and I can say that what was great about the process at that time is it allowed people to have more of an intimate conversation in regards to what it meant for these changes, for these, not basically what's the makeup of my street. My street will be affected by these decisions in this way, and this is what it's going to do for me gardening. It's going to do for me walking my dog. It personalized it when we were allowed to have consultations that brought it back down to the street level. And sometimes these types of settings are just so intimidating or so difficult for people to feel comfortable to step forward that unless we actually do it in a more personal way, you're never actually going to get the truth of how people feel.
Thank you. I'll maybe ask you a follow-up through the chair, or make a statement and ask you to respond, which is that community consultation for that one plan took a long time. It's very labor intensive. I'll put it to you, that's the gold standard, and we can't do that across the city in a feasible way. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, but I think there's ways to do it differently. Like right now, like, you know, what I was doing in preparing our board and preparing our delegation for this conversation today is I was basically trying to absorb a ton of documentation. You've got wonderful staff here that are providing you guys graphics and pictures and all kinds of things. I, as an employee, I'm trying to basically convert that into a language that's reachable by my volunteers, who are literally volunteering their time to do the best they can and don't have the time to go read a 400-page document. And so we need to find processes that allow the public to absorb the actual essence of what is proposed to being changed without them having to be engineers. And right now, our processes don't allow that, and this forum doesn't allow that. And so we need to do better in that way.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stanichuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Masters. Denis, I guess a question I wanted to ask is, I can understand that the concerns that you've raised, but specifically to this transit, all of these amendments that we're looking at today that deal with where the main transit routes are, how do you think it's going to affect your neighborhood?
Well, the truth is honestly, even we had the luxury of sitting down with a few of your awesome administrative staff last week from the zoning department to try to have a better understanding of that. And even them telling us what they think the impact is still, we're not sure, because we don't know how far down the road we're going. We don't know what bylaws are going to be changed. And so the hard part for us is to respond to say what the total impact will be. What I can say is, from what we understand right now, it is an immense change to what our neighborhood looks like. From what we understand right now, city has told us that it's not going to change the the foot basically size of the building, but it may definitely change the levels up that it goes. Well, what does that mean for that one 80-year-old woman who's had a garden, who she's the pride of her neighborhood, who's been growing that for 40 years, and now all of a sudden has a 6-level monstrosity that's going next door, and she's lost all her sunlight? Like, there's so many little things that we don't know. It's going to have such an impact on the individuals who've chosen to live in these places, who've made hard-fought decisions in a time where housing is so difficult, and people have invested 10 years, 20 years, 40 years in these homes, to all of a sudden have a neighbor they don't recognize, a neighborhood they don't see, having the makeup of what that means in regards to infill. What will that bring? We don't know. I can speak to Eastview, where we had a school that got torn down, and we had Habitat for Humanity come in with a 62 housing complex on that land. Well, what it did is it completely changed the environment of our neighborhood. We have 62 families who, to this day, have still failed to really integrate into the community. The community hasn't still found the best way to integrate all the kids that it composes. The irony is there's more kids now, which would mean we need a school, but we have no room to place a school. There's just so many things that we have to discuss and change. We have to be better. That the way we're doing it now is just wrong.
I'm going to focus specifically on the transit routes, and again, my question through the chair. My reading of the map, and again, I'll have to ask administration this question when it's time to ask them those questions, but it looks like it would be mostly Victoria that would be affected by the proposals before us, but I'm not completely sure. But there already is one, at least one, like along Victoria. I don't think that's part of Alrichie still, is it?
It is, yeah.
It is, okay. But there's already some tall buildings. There's some seniors complexes along there. Is that problematic, those senior complexes?
So in our current land use plan that we have for the Alrichie, there's actually about a space of about 400 meters, which is considered high density, which can be for what is being proposed now, but the vast majority of the neighborhood is actually medium density. What's actually being proposed is to change that to high, which is about 80% of that street along Victoria would then be considered high. It's a huge change for us.
Would you, and again through the chair, would you, those seniors complexes that I'm aware of that are like on Winnipeg, Victoria, and there's a lot of empty lots and some burnt out places on Victoria, would you see more of those kinds of senior complexes?
Well, what I would say,
an advantage for your neighborhood?
What I would say is it's not up to me to decide what should be built. What is my role is to make sure that my community gets a voice in saying what it wants built, and that's my voice today.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Statichuk. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Appreciate your presentation as well as your answering the questions. Through the chair, you made a statement concerning people's needs and abilities right now, and you said housing is difficult. I was wondering if I can get you to expand on that.
Yeah, well, the reality, and I think it's not new, I think all of you know this, that we have entire generations of kids and younger adults who are unsure whether they can even afford housing. We have seniors who, if it wasn't for the fact that they bought 30, 40 years ago, probably wouldn't be able to afford where they live now. We have entire new Canadians that are showing up that are trying to make the best decisions they can. The irony of Alrichie is that we have, our entire neighborhood is about 50% made up of people who immigrated into our neighborhood over the course of the last 50 years. And so our neighborhood is considered one of the most affordable, and what that has done is created an environment in which there's a term that I use that makes my board laugh all the time. We're a bastion of inclusivity. We're a space where everyone feels comfortable, where everyone is welcome, but these changes may change that, or at least they may start changing the format of what that looks like. Our neighborhoods are precious things that they're symbiotic. They basically, you change one component and something else may change or falter, and I work for an association who every day we feed and clothe people who they're not making it every day. I literally have people lined up, 50 people every single day lined up at our association wanting to be fed and clothed because they're just not making it. And housing is one of the main reasons for it. This initiative today is so important. We have to find the right solutions, and I'm just not sure that, at least right now, we're not having a neighbor-to-neighbor conversation that would allow us to best meet the needs of our community.
Appreciate that. Appreciate your answers as well. You mentioned a lot of the pressures of people' ability to afford housing right now. Some of the elderly immigrants, never mind elderly immigrants, look at the interest rate. Who can really afford it?
Absolutely.
It's hard all over, especially for a young person.
Absolutely.
Along with that, this is a housing accelerator fund to try to meet that need. Knowing that the area you're representing right now is built on single-family homes of a different time, and the change upon us is imposed on us, not chosen. Do you really think we can slow down our feet with all the people in need, stop to look for perfection, or do you think we have to move the ball a little bit to answer some of the needs that you just stated yourself?
Yeah, I think the problem right now is we're trying to treat all the neighborhoods the same in this proposal. Like I'll speak to a unique statistic about the Al Ritchie that most people don't know. The Al Ritchie, in regards to our density, actually right now the Al Ritchie has about 3,400 citizens per square kilometer, whereas the rest of the city doesn't. And so it's about 1,100, 1,200 citizens per square kilometer. The Al Ritchie, actually, our density is 168% higher than the rest of the city. So by then adding on top of that these new buildings, these new complexes that are going to add to that weight, our density, I get worried at which point, what's the tipping point? What's the tipping point that means that we lose the characters, the things that make our neighborhoods unique, the things that make us attractive to low-income families? Like, I don't want to compare us to any other neighborhood, but I want us to still come back to the idea that neighbors take care of neighbors, right? And our housing has to feed that aspect. It has to be a place where everybody can make it, but at the same time be surrounded by individuals who want to take care of each other. And the truth is we've lost a large sense of that in our society over the course of the last years. And I get we need money, and I get we need housing issues, but the truth is there's a ton of land in Regina that's underutilized or not utilized, and I'm not sure it's my neighborhood that should be making the difference.
Appreciate the answer. One last follow-up. You cited that the change to your neighborhood, this plan is actually for the city. It concerns major transportation nodes with major bus routes on it. Once again, the purpose of this isn't to disrupt quiet bays within a city's inner neighborhoods. It's to access to the major transportation nodes for large densities, so we're upsetting the least amount of people possible. Would that be kind of a decent synopsis of what's put before us today?
Again, I don't feel I'm versed enough to know all the right answers.
I'm a mechanic. I'm not either. I get you. I'm trying to follow my way through too.
And all I can say is, like, the conversations, the luxury I have of being of service in our communities over the course of the last 10 years is I get to have one-on-ones with people in our community who are showing up in tears every day, who are just saying, I don't know how I'm going to do it tomorrow. My job as someone who leads our local community associations is to provide them hope for one more day, for one more week, for one more month. I'm scared that these projects, as good intentioned as they are, they're forgetting that, we're having a hard time right now meeting the needs of the people that are in our community right now. That's 9,000 people. You add 1,000 people, I don't know what I'm going to do. If my lineup outside the door goes from 50 to 150, I can't feed them. I can't clothe them. I don't have the solutions for those things. And either we start having a collective conversation about how we're going to change everything together, or we stop trying to piecemeal everything piece by piece, which is what we're doing now.
Appreciate that. Do you think it's possible to stop the car, have a conversation and go, or do you think it's more imminent to provide housing options and other options that weren't available in the past for the future for some of the problems you just expressed?
Well, my colleague, President Angela, she said at the end of her speech there that, what we would propose is that all we ask is that we hit pause right now, and that we invite everybody out to have a real conversation around coffee in our neighborhood, neighbor to neighbor, and have real conversations about how we think we can move this needle forward, but that meets everyone's needs.
One more follow-up. Looking at the houselessness situation that's been through our city last year, and the problem's either growing or shrinking, do you think without action the problem will currently be growing or shrinking?
I think realistically the problem is growing. The question is, what are the types of solutions that would allow us to have the maximum amount of change in regards to changing the problem we're having without increasing the problems that are being felt by everyone else?
I promise this is my last. Market conditions. Yeah. That was one of the things that the neighborhood plan cited for why changes might be made.
Yeah.
Do you think we've hit the criteria of having active market conditions affecting things currently?
Well, again, I would invite people from the city to come down to our neighborhood to take a look at what we currently have as market conditions. We have homes currently that are burnt out. We have lots that have nothing. We have a ton of other opportunities, I think, that are being underutilized instead of just trying to add people on top of each other.
One more question. Do those fit the criteria of transportation nodes, density and the other planning that the city's engineers been put into how this plan is formulated, just for burnt out lots and what might be looking available? Do they fit the criteria?
I can't speak to that. Unfortunately, I'm not an engineer. The staff will be able to better respond to that.
Thank you very much for your time and your answers.
Thanks very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Denis, I have a question for you. You made a comment specifically to these amendments in terms of affecting the neighborhood. Is that because your understanding is that a 6-story potential building on Victoria Avenue would be rental?
No, this is what I would speak to. The fact that we have the Al Ritchie Community Land Use Plan, which was a document that the city and the residents of our neighborhood agreed to. It was basically our way of saying the roadmap forward in regards to using the land in our neighborhood is going to happen this way, and if things are going to change, here are the processes that would allow us to move forward. Our opposition is in the fact that we have a sentiment right now, maybe it's the wrong sentiment, but the sentiment is that for the past 6 months we've not been part of a process, and we're kind of discovering all of a sudden that all of this has been moving forward, and at no point do we feel that we were engaged in that process. And one of the primary ways the city engages in consultation is they usually consult with the local community association. Well, I happen to work for 2 of them, and I can say that in neither case were we approached to say, how can we talk to your neighborhood and find out what they need? And so I feel that the process has led us to where we are today, not the intention.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. No further questions from council. I call upon Delegation Brian Wannick. I apologize, Brian, if I got that wrong. Mr. Wannick, as you approach, you'll state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have some questions for you, sir.
Thank you. If I may stay standing, I'd prefer that. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Wannick. I am a longtime resident and volunteer with the Hillsdale Community Association. Thanks to our mayor and the city council for the opportunity to share this message with you. I am here today to ask council to ensure that the Housing Accelerator Fund initiative will not be allowed to reduce the quality and livability of healthy residential areas, but will instead be focused on areas of the city that actually need development to flourish. I need to express my concern that in the rush to gain access to $35 million in federal funding, our city council and our mayor may have inadvertently neglected their relationship with Regina residents. That relationship, the sacred trust that begins when councillors are elected to represent and to serve residents in our community in a way that reflects all of us, in a way that allows local needs to be considered when creating programs and guidelines at the city level. For Hillsdale, the neighborhood land use plan, which became part of Regina's official community plan in early 23, consultation was the bedrock on which trust was built with the current council. It took time and broad and energetic conversation to come up with a plan for Hillsdale's development over the next quarter century. The plan included gentle intensification with an eye to safety, respect for community identity, and a modicum of appreciation for the value of an established and currently livable neighborhood. Our sincere thanks to the city for such a respectful experience. Consultation for the Housing Accelerator Fund initiative was markedly different than from the neighborhood land use plan, with little to no notice to the community associations, no invitations to help shape a major policy change. In November 23, the Hillsdale Community Association took the initiative and contacted the city planning department and our city councillor with some questions about its potential effects on the Hillsdale neighborhood land use plan. The answer to these questions were slow in coming, and by the time we managed to arrange meetings to gain understanding of the issues, city had already approved stage 1 of the changes needed to access the Housing Accelerator Fund program, including the changing of R1 zoning citywide to allow up to 4 principal dwelling units per lot. My neighbors and I have some hard questions for the city, for the council, because the Housing Accelerator Fund initiative seems to be ignoring existing residents in favor of allowing developers ease of access anywhere in Regina. What is the city's plan to move development into areas that have available space and areas that need and would welcome development? Can the city assure us that it will be genuinely involved in serious early consultation before new developments are rolled out in our community? Why did the City of Windsor turn down its share of the Housing Accelerator Fund? And how can what they learned be applied to Regina? The federal government's guidelines originated from housing challenges in much larger metropolitan areas. Therefore, why are we adopting these guidelines thinking that they will work here in a much different environment? What actions is City Council planning in order to develop our own guidelines and policies that suit Regina's situation, that respond to the wishes of Regina residents, and that return us to Regina's community land use planning, which we have previously endorsed, and I might add would love to see continue. Instead of focusing on developed and stable areas of the city, what is the city doing to draw developers to areas that are open and need development, such as the yards and the old Taylor Field spaces, to name a few? And what is the city doing to work with another senior government to repurpose underused housing, such as Sask housing space? We as a community are asking for made in Regina solutions to help grow our city, retain the unique character of Regina, with Wascana Center as the central jewel in its crown by keeping the 13-meter height limit, retain our healthy and livable established areas, with some balance to allow for gentle densification as areas change. City Council needs to ensure that the Housing Accelerator Fund initiative will not be allowed to reduce the quality and livability of healthy residential areas, but instead will be focused on areas of the city that are in need of renewal.
Thank you, sir. Are you almost done? We're up at 5 minutes right now.
Okay, I'm one line to go. Thank you. I'm asking council to pause and reflect on public trust before making the massive changes to Regina's official community plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I do have Councillor Statichuk who has a question for you, or more.
And through the mayor, thanks for coming, Brian. I know that you're passionate about your community. I do have a question about, I know that the Hillsdale Community Association is particularly concerned about the process, but I do have some questions about whether or not you think your community right now, because it sounds to me that you're arguing for the status quo. You want the status quo to remain as is. Is that a correct assumption through the mayor?
No, that's an incorrect assumption. Okay. I've stated in my brief today that we are asking for, as very much the previous speakers have said, for a process that's going to be longer drawn out, but is much more needed to engage the community and the residents in a discussion about what the community could look like.
Okay.
We haven't. We have basically a top-down approach. I'll use an overstated quote. It's power over approach rather than lifting up people to engage, rather than to empower. And that bothers me whenever I see that. But no, it isn't. And I've said to previous councils that the land use process that we are on, and that Cor Ritchie also went through, we did it in the period of COVID, which was rather interesting. But it needs to continue, and I know it takes a lot of resources. I understand that. But there's no easy way to do this. When you're talking with people, it gets messy and it gets drawn out. And that's just what it is, but the product at the end of it is much, much better. And I'll just stop there. I'm not sure.
So, yeah, and I guess what I'd like to ask you is just about recently the City of Regina published some neighborhood profiles on its website, and there's information about the demographics in every neighborhood. So for the Hillsdale community, its population since the last census has declined 1.6%. Do you believe that that decline could continue? Maybe you have some thoughts on why the population has declined, and does it allow you to have a complete community, which is what is envisioned in the official community plan? Like, how do you revitalize your neighborhood?
You're asking questions that need a lot more work on it than I am here able to give off the top of my head. If I were able to answer that question, it would be very, very unusual. However, let me just say is that I don't know, because I've not looked at where, I don't have the stats, what makes up the numbers, where was the decrease, why did the increase happen? Those are questions for you and the administration, not for me.
Okay.
Okay?
That's fair.
And I'll just stop there.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing too is that as, like in terms of the single family homes that is prominent in your neighborhood, as people age, maybe they're not going to be able to maintain their home, and they're going to want to find alternate, smaller kinds of housing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that that's like in some densification would offer some of those opportunities for people to remain in their community, but maybe not have to stay in a single-family home, that they could be moving into a condo or an apartment building and still stay in their community?
Well, that would be the ideal. So that's the what, your question. What we're really struggling with here is the how. What does the picture look like? And how does that take place? Well, I'm going to say that it's going to be different for every person, and therefore there is a real difficulty when you move to a generalization when a specific issue is needed to be done. You're trying to simplify something, and it isn't simple. It's going to continue to be messy and complicated, and so I think that's the ideal. But the big question is, how do we get there? What does the big picture look like? And that's not you or me talking about it. That's a specific situation with the people that are involved, having direct input into the things that shape their lives and make it worthwhile.
Okay. And my last question through the chair is just regarding, in your presentation, you said that you would like to see the Wascana height overlay remain at 13 meters. And we've heard from administration, we'll be hearing from the Provincial Capital Commission, that I think that they're proposing that be changed to 20, and I just want to ask you what you think about that.
Well, it's already moving in that direction with some existing buildings. So my recommendation is based on two stories. One from an architect from Ontario who years ago walked in Wascana Park with his relative, and complimented the city for keeping the buildings around it, even not just inside of it, but those adjacent to it, keeping them low. He said there are clear indications that people's health, mental health in particular, is improved through the greenery, and that's been mentioned in previously. So I think some of the changes that we see happening are little at a time. On their own, they may not be that significant, but accumulated over a period of time, 10 years later, you say, what have we done here? So I think one of the challenges for all of us in whatever part of our lives, and particularly council here, is what are the unintended consequences? Those things are going to catch us, not you or me, us. And that's where the discussion needs to come from in a longer term with individuals, those kinds of things. And we had some good experiences in the Hillsdale planning process, where over 400 people replied to an online survey, over 400. Others, we had a good meeting in June of 22 at the church where 70 or so people came out. And that was on short notice. So I know it's challenging, but I'll just leave that, work with us. Let's find ways. Anything we can do to get input from, from the residents is something we don't have now. So let's try and do that.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stanchuk. Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? We had a good conversation at the Hillsdale Community Plan, Neighborhood Plan.
Yes.
So my question to you is, at that time, the question was, you were in favor of major corridors, because remember we talked about the meeting with the Northridge building on 23rd Avenue, and your comments, or the comments of, I'm not trying to put some comments into you, but the comments of the meeting was that you were okay with the major corridor, Albert Street, high density or high roads. So what I'm hearing from you is saying that leave the high density away from, let's say, like Aldrich, Hillsdale, leave it at low, concentrate on your 23rd Avenue, Albert Street, Broad Streets. Am I clear with that?
Generally speaking, yes. If you leave it that general, if you get to the specific, in terms of building, building heights, that's going to vary from street to street, area to area in terms of what the residents there would appreciate. But generally speaking, I've seen some positive things happen that way in terms of keeping them to those corridors. And it's nothing new. That's what has happened. And that seems to work well, but I still think when you're looking at the number of wholesale changes that we're looking at here, you need to, again, spend more time making sure that people understand. The gentleman before me put his finger on exactly the same thing that I ran into, was that people didn't understand the information that was coming to them from the city areas. We actually had to work it down and make it specific, an example, and then they say, now I get the idea. But sadly, in one sense, it takes a time to do that. There's no easy way to do that.
Okay. To your Mayor, just one more. And just to lead to the same question I had before, as the accelerator is here, the funds from the federal government is here, we need housing. And my question previous was, you were okay in your area, or as, let's say, College Avenue, Albert Street, Broad Street, so that some of the higher densities, higher corridors, you're saying that's what cities should be using those funds and growing that area instead of trying to force something into the neighborhood. Because we did discussion at your Hillsdale neighborhood plan, and you were okay with that at that time. So now you're saying that we need to pause that, but we could go with the other and hold that back, or just take the high density away from, and leave it in medium or low density, and not go into high density into neighborhoods like that. Is that what you're saying?
You have to be careful here what we're defining. It's more along the line of being sensitive to the building height. So we were talking at that point about Roberts Plaza, which is 20 stories. We were talking about that time that there was a proposal of 9-story buildings going up sort of across the street from them, the corner of 23rd and Hillsdale, in the shopping mall area, the Lakeshore. And it was that group that was speaking to that. So we need to talk specifics, because that's more pertinent. If you just want to stay in generalities, yes, those busier areas that you described tend to be some of the things that seem to work out fairly well, but you still need to look at the specifics and build it accordingly. And that's the challenge.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. One more councillor. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, suppose we didn't have the luxury as a council of the kind of time that is needed to give the proper consultation that you're asking for. Suppose the choice to us was $35 million by such and such a date. If you don't say yes to the changes, then you're not getting it. What would your recommendation be to us?
Well, it's a conundrum, and that's what you're facing, right? And I would say that at this point, I'm not well enough informed to really move in a direction of a suggestion in terms of where you might want to go. Because it's, if you go with it and you go with the recommendations that are in that HAF, you're going to have eventually some parts of the communities that are the R1s in particular. I'm not sure if you caught notice of the Ontario government, particularly Premier Ford speaking up on this very, very issue. And they are not in favor of these kinds of 4 units to one lot. It's interesting that government has got 3 units per lot as their stipulation, but the scene 4 tips it over. I have no answer for you. I can't help you because I just don't know enough. I just don't have the experience, and I need to know a lot more about the fund, how you are held accountable, what are the hoops that you need to go through. Do you have flexibility? Have you gone back and tried to negotiate flexibility into the understanding of those terms? I don't know any of these things. I'm going to stop there because it's a loaded question, and I'm sorry I can't give you much help on that one.
Thank you. It's a question for the administration. I appreciate your coming forward.
Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wannick. No further questions. You can return to the gallery. Council, we're at a legislative break time. We'll be back in 15 minutes at 2:47. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. I'd call upon Delegation Brian Black. Mr. Black, as you approach, you'll state your name for the record, organization you're representing, if any, where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. There you go. Welcome.
I'm going to stand too. Been sitting long enough. I'm Brian Black, a residential property owner in South Central Regina. I serve on a local board as Director of Community Issues for the Whitmore Park Community Association, and I also serve as a liaison with the Hillsdale Community Association since we're neighboring subdivisions. I'm here today as a delegate for these organizations, as well as representing friends, family, and neighbors, to ask the City Council to ensure that the initiative to achieve the building of an additional 1,000 residential units in the next 2 years will not be allowed to reduce the quality and livability of healthy residential areas, but will instead be focused on areas of the city that actually need development. I want to compliment the City of Regina for their positive efforts over the years related to establishing an official community plan, updated zoning bylaw, and the completion of the recent El Ritchie and Hillsdale land use plans to ensure our city grows with a solid, strategic, and well thought out design for future Regina. We took the official community plan, the OCP, and its included neighborhood land use plans, NLUP, as a promise to our communities, to your electorate, that the city would evolve according to the joint planning that was completed barely a year ago. You, our mayor, and our city council broke this promise with your recent decisions in order to accept $35 million from the federal government's Housing Accelerator Fund. With these decisions by our city council to gut key elements of the OCP and the NLUPs, council will now allow the development of any residential lot with much fewer restrictions that will yield very questionable and uncontrolled results for many years to come. We are shocked that after the many years of work and much community input on these planning documents, that the council decided without further community consultation to eliminate many of the important aspects that would have managed changes and allowed neighborhoods to densify gently while placing development where it needs to be. Was this the right choice? The city has decided that they will now allow up to 4 dwelling units on any residential lot on an as-of-right basis, meaning property developers wouldn't have to apply or go through public hearings. As a concerned citizen, I ask you why it is necessary to drastically change the planning to allow up to 4 dwelling units on one residential lot anywhere in the already established areas of Regina without allowing nearby property owners to have a say whether they wanted larger developments on their doorsteps, plus eliminate parking requirements for these multi-tenant buildings. There are areas of our city that are in need of renewal and areas which need and desire added housing. How does the city plan to ensure that building development companies will actually invest in those areas where there's the greatest need of rejuvenation? If developers are allowed to build in any part of Regina, what City of Regina measures will be in place to ensure they meet the needs of the majority of the citizens instead of permitting developers to construct the buildings that yield the greatest profit now and into the future without regard to the negative effects on established neighborhoods? The City of Regina has stated on their website that they will be doing away with discretionary use applications, which will deny nearby homeowners any opportunity to stop or modify the height, size, or appearance of a multi-tenant building. This is a wholesale change to the way our system is set up now in terms of having public consultation and having a process where you can look at better ways of doing things that are acceptable to the neighborhood. We think residents want certainty to know when they're buying a home or building a home in an area or renting in an area, what will the neighborhood look like now and in the future? What's possible? What could happen? Might my home lose value due to unwanted nearby development? Can I put solar panels on my roof, or will a neighboring apartment block the light? Is a new building going to fit into the neighborhood in appearance? Allowing up to 4 units on each lot without any public consultation, without the ability to deal with the issues that crop up like parking concerns, stormwater drainage, changes in residential character, or unwanted development in areas of Regina are serious concerns and are absolutely unacceptable. Have you made the right choice? We say no, you have not. Eliminating the discretionary approval process by your council is wrong, and we'll fight to retain a consultative model. We demand that city councillors and our mayors take positions that actively advocate on behalf of their citizens, not just to create ease for the developers. We're here today to ask the City Council to ensure that this initiative will not be allowed to reduce the quality and livability of healthy residential areas, but will instead be focused on areas of the city that actually need development. I'm asking Council to pause and reflect on public engagement and transparency before making massive changes to Regina's City Official Community Plan. Thank you for your attention to this issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black.
You're welcome.
Timing was spot on. Any member of council have any questions for the delegation? I don't, oh, we do. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. We live in a world in which change is a given factor. In the last 10 years, we've moved from 30 million to 40 million people in Canada. How do we possibly get the kind of certainty that you're requesting in your delegation today?
How do we get the certainty for what?
What do we do with the extra 10 million people in Canada that have come in the last decade? What do we do with young people who can't afford homes anymore? How is it possible to say, if I buy a home 30 years ago, I'm going to know at the end of the 30 years that there'll be no change? How is that possible?
Well, I believe, sir, that the zoning bylaw spells out some of the measures for that organized process to develop areas that are in need of certain limitations for heights of buildings, setbacks, and so on. Our expectation was that with the extra community involvement that the city undertook over the many years that I've been part of this, the official community plan was initiated, and I was part of that process. So was the zoning bylaw changes that were done for 2019. I thought there was some really good public input as to how we could develop our city and make it a livable, friendly, and desirable place to live. Understandably, populations are going to grow, and that's what I understood the official community plan was all about, was to plan for the next 25 years. That should have taken into consideration our population growth, which I understood was to go to 300,000. We're not there yet, but my understanding, this planning process that we went through was taking that into consideration, the strategic manner in which we do that.
Thank you. I have one other question, Mayor, through you. It's really the question I asked the last delegation. What do you recommend if we don't have time to do the kind of consultation, the gold standard consultation I think someone mentioned? Should we say no to the federal government's $35 million, or should we say yes?
Well, I guess there's different opinions on that. $35 million is a lot of money. I'm not sure how that's being used. That would have been probably desirable for the city to outline that on their website. There isn't much detail dealing with this Housing Accelerator Fund. I think it would be a big improvement to sort of spell out how that money is going to be spent by the city. It isn't clear, and it's also not clear what our local industries and companies in the city here are capable of doing. Are they capable of building 1,000 extra units with the resources available to them? I haven't seen anybody here today talk about that, and I think that's another element that we need to get reassurance that that objective can be met.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stanachuk has some questions for you as well. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, Brian. I appreciate your input, and I also appreciate the comments about how we're going to ensure that we get development where we want it to go. But I'm going to ask a similar question to what I asked a previous delegate, and it's regarding the decline. Our official community plan does want the core of the city to increase in population, and Whitmer Park has also lost population since the last census. So it went down 1.42%, so it's a population of 6,600. And when you think about, compared to Harbor Landing is over 14,000, it went up 73%. So it's like, we see all the growth happening on the outskirts, but we want to have growth in the inside.
Right.
So I guess that's my question to you is, for Whitmore Park to remain a viable community and have population growth, how do we achieve that?
Well, I've been here before talking to City Council about the residential roads, and what we have is really, really poor roads in Whitmore Park and Hillsdale, so it's not really desirable from that perspective. But the city is doing something about it, so I'm pleased to see that. I think we do have kind of a diverse neighborhood already. I live actually on the edge of Hillsdale and Whitmore Park, so I kind of share the knowledge about that. I've lived in that area for a good number of decades now. We do have quite diverse housing there. I can see there's a need for additional housing, seeing as we live close to the university and the other Polytech Institute. There's a need for looking after the folks that go through schooling over there. And our neighborhood has provided some housing for those institutions over the years. And, you know, we would like to see additional housing closer to the university. I think that's probably the place to start. I noticed the city has a transit hub idea close to the university there that I think that's the area that the city maybe needs to focus on, rather than putting fourplexes next door to small bungalows. I can't really see that being a good strategy for looking after our housing crisis right now. I think we need to look at key areas in the city that need to provide that kind of housing for people. And certain areas of the city that the land is less expensive to build on as well too. And the city has land that they can build on right now that's open. It's just a matter of stamping the right paper, I guess, and getting the right people lined up for it.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks for coming.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichuk? That's all the questions I see today, sir. I'll ask that you please return to the gallery.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd call upon Delegation Daryl Mihail. Mr. Mihail, you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council. I'll ask that you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, where you happen to reside, and Council may have some questions for you once you're finished. Please go ahead, sir.
Mayor, members of City Council, fellow citizens, I come before you today with a sense of responsibility and urgency to address the proposed changes to the Wascana overlay, specifically the allowing the taller buildings, the height restriction for purposes of higher density residential development near Wascana Park. As we deliberate this matter, it's imperative that we consider the multifaceted implications of our decision and the present, both for the present and future of our city. Wascana Park is not merely just a parcel of land, it's the heart of Regina, sanctuary of nature and history, and community that holds profound significance for everybody. Its sprawling greenery, shimmering waters, and iconic landmarks stand as testaments to our city's rich heritage and enduring spirit. The proposed changes to the Wascana overlay threaten to compromise the integrity and vitality of this asset, casting a shadow over its future. One of the primary concerns surrounding the proposed overlay changes is the potential environmental impact on the park and its surrounding areas. Introducing high-density residential developments in close proximity to the park poses a significant risk of exacerbating environmental stressors, including air and noise pollution, habitat destruction, and loss of biodiversity. As stewards of our natural heritage, we must prioritize the protection and preservation of Wascana Park for current and future generations. The strain on infrastructure resulting from increased residential densification near the park cannot be understated. Our city's roads, utilities, public services are already under pressure to accommodate the needs of a growing population. Introducing taller residential buildings in the vicinity of the park would only exacerbate these challenges, leading to increased congestion, higher maintenance costs in the park, and decreased quality of life for park users and residents surrounding the park. The visual intrusion caused by tall buildings near Wascana Park threatens to diminish the park's aesthetic appeal and cultural significance. The views that have long defined the park's identity would be irreversibly altered, detracting from its beauty and historical charm. As custodians of our city's heritage, we must resist the temptation to prioritize short-term gains over long-term preservation of the park's unique character and allure. In addition to the environmental and cultural concerns, the proposed overlay changes raise serious concerns about public access, safety, and social cohesion within and around the park. Introducing high-density residential developments in close proximity to the park could restrict public access, pose safety risks during events and emergencies, and fragment social bonds among residents. Wascana Park serves as common ground where people from all walks of life come together to connect, socialize, and build community. Preserving open spaces around the park is essential to maintaining its role as a vibrant hub of recreation, culture, and togetherness for the city. The impact of increased residential development near Wascana Park on traffic congestion cannot be overlooked. The influx of additional vehicles into the area would not only disrupt the flow of traffic within the park, but also detract from the overall visitor experience. As we strive to ensure the accessibility and enjoyment of Wascana Park for all, we must carefully consider the implications of residential densification on traffic management and public safety. Particularly concerning to me is that there's been a lack of robust public consultation regarding the proposed changes to the Wascana height overlay. The residents of Regina deserve to have their voices heard and their concerns addressed in matters that directly impact the future of our city. Meaningful public engagement is essential for fostering transparency, community accountability, and trust in the decision-making process. As representatives of the community, the Regina City Council has a responsibility to ensure that the interests and perspectives of all stakeholders are taken into account before moving forward with any significant developments. I would urge the city to prioritize comprehensive public consultation to gather input, feedback, and alternative perspectives on this critical issue. I'm just going to pause here for 1 second. I'm interested to know how many people here are opposed to the height restriction.
Sir, there's no interaction between the gallery and yourself. You've hit 5 minutes, so if you could wrap it up, that'd be great.
Okay. In light of these concerns, I would urge City Council to explore alternatives within our city that are more suitable for high-density residential development. By directing our densification efforts to these areas, we can achieve urban development goals without compromising the integrity and vitality of Wascana Park. Let us prioritize sustainable growth, environmental stewardship, and community preservation as we chart the course for Regina's future.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Stadenchuk has a question for you.
The Mayor, I'm just curious what your particular interest in the Wascana Park is. Do you have a particular connection to it or something?
Well, I live near it, but I'm not here because of that. I'm here on behalf of all city residents.
Okay.
My biggest concern is there's been no public consultation or very little on this issue. What I was going to say is there's a lot of people here from my community, and a few of my neighbors and I undertook this past weekend, Friday and Saturday, when we heard about this. We were at the at the Planning Commission. We had heard about it just before that. We delivered public notices to our community. We put out 1,000 notices on Saturday, and we've got a lot of people in the gallery here that are here because of that notice. So if there's that many people in one small section of the city that are concerned about this and haven't heard about it, then there's probably a lot more in the whole city.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question. I have heard some people say that there's parks in other cities that have tall buildings around them. Central Park in New York, other cities have tall buildings. So I just would like to hear your response to that.
Well, I don't want Central Park in Regina. I don't want Wascana Park to be Central Park. And I bet you there's thousands of other residents in the city that would agree with me.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stanachuk. I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much for presenting this afternoon and ask you to return. I would call upon delegation Jim Elliott. Mr. Elliott, as you know, you state your name for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have questions for you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. As was stated, my name is Jim Elliott and I live in the city here and have been somewhat more involved in the last 4 to 6 months of the discussions around the Housing Accelerator Fund. I would also like to refer you to comments previously made by the Provincial Capital Commission Executive Director, as well as in their more recent presentation at the last Planning Commission, and I'll refer you to the 2 quotes that I have at the bottom of my presentation as to what the statutes and restrictions are on Wascana Park. I believe that the removal of any restrictions like this is going to, in fact, both hinder the quality and prestige of that park, but it will also allow for essentially unfettered development in the vicinity of that park, and even in some cases along the transit corridors. And that, I think, is both an affront to the public consultation and public democratic systems that we should be upholding in this chamber. I guess to some of my previous delegates, I may try to capture some of what they have said, but I think we clearly had a lot more time than the public has been given in this respect, in the sense that it's my understanding that the funding proposal came to this administration back in January of 2023, which is 16 months ago, and yet what level of consultation has been happening is maybe at the very least in the last 4 to 6 months. So we could have had at least an additional 6 months of discussion around what was being both proposed as well as applied to in respect to this fund. I think in some respects, following on the comments of the previous delegation, I think we have a jewel, and I would say probably a much better jewel or valued park than in fact even in Central Park, because of the nature of where we are in the sense of the prairie landscape. Is that there's very few places now that you could actually call jewels in this province, and Wascana Park is clearly one of the best. I guess the other thing which you'll get a chance to discuss perhaps a little bit later with one of the delegations is that I think the suggestion to modify the restrictions on heights to simply those around the legislative buildings, I think is, again, an affront to some of those residents in the other vicinities of Wascana Park. And in fact, I think what some might say is a sacrifice zones, that we're willing to get rid of the value of those areas just to allow us to have the ability to build 6-story buildings in other parts of the city. And again, those areas I don't believe even can or has been known to be built. I know in case of Gladmore Park, one pair of duplexes that burnt down a number of years ago was not replaced. So in the sense of, we've talked about Central Plaza not being built, so my guess is where's the push to get those developments. And I guess I'll I'll conclude in some respects to this with another question that I have in respect to the plan, and that's the intention to place tall buildings along transit routes. You're assuming that people will move and want to live along transit routes. To my mind, that's not the priority of most residents. They want to live close to where they work rather than necessarily want to commute for 10 to 15 minutes. And so in that sense, another assumption that you've got in today's presentation is that people will want to live along transit routes, and I don't believe that's the priority of the people, and I'll leave it at that and be willing to answer questions if you.
Thank you, sir. Call him that. Any members of council have any questions for Mr. Elliott? I don't see any, sir, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ask you to return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation Leona Reid. Leona Reid, as you approach, you'll state your name for the record, any organization you happen to represent, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, and there may be some questions for you afterwards. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I recognize that many of you have come to this meeting with a predetermined decision, but I ask that you hear and be open-minded to all of our comments and concerns. My name is Leona Reid. I would like to speak to the proposed amendment of the current building height restriction the Provincial Capital Commission has around Wascana Centre. I am opposed to the blanket removal of the 13-meter height restriction around Wascana Centre. Regina is the capital and crown city. Wascana Park is the jewel of this beautiful city we call home. We, the residents, have built Wascana Park to what it is today. Many men and women have literally gotten their hands muddy, so we as a community have an alluring park to enjoy. It's a place to find peace, tranquility, and a place to be with nature. Decades ago, Wascana Authority had the foresight to implement this height restriction in order to protect and preserve this precious park. The PCC is the caretaker of Wascana Centre. We must have their continued involvement with any discussions, decisions, or future developments that may happen within these boundaries. Their focus is on the protection and preservation of Wascana Centre. We must allow the PCC to continue to collect in-depth data so we can have more knowledge and a better understanding of the impact this repeal of the height overlay will have on Wascana Centre, their neighboring communities, and the wildlife within the park. I understand the recent priority of the housing development, but do we build within the perimeter of Wascana Centre at the cost of Regina's jewel? The changes that have been made lately have all seemed to be set in place to pave the way for the developer. Is the city willing to drop the height restriction in order to allow developers to make money at the expense of our park and its bordering neighborhoods? Blanketing Wascana Centre and the entire city with the removal of the height restriction will be detrimental to Regina's jewel. Every area and neighborhood is different. Therefore, we must give each unique area proper consideration, allowing the PCC, our caregivers of Wascana, the ability to continue to protect vulnerable areas of Wascana Centre and identify the areas that can accept higher development. I'm proposing to maintain the height restriction and review each area with the PCC boundary on an individual basis to determine if removing the height restriction is reasonable for that area. I am one of many fortunate residents that share the border with Wascana Park. I am able to look down the street to see the lake, the legislative building, and Wascana's canopy of trees. There are many times that makes me feel like I'm not even in the city. That is the magic Wascana offers for its residents. Removing the height restriction would be detrimental to Wascana Park and neighborhoods bordering the park. We are the land of living skies. Don't obstruct this majestic view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, a moment. Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Have a seat.
You can't get away that quick. To you, Mayor, quick question, as I asked the other delegations as well. We understand about the park and the height overlay, but at the same time, we need to grow, correct? So are you opposed to, for instance, like I said, the high, like the main corridors, let's say like Albert Street, Broad Street? It's something like this you would be in favor of, other than, but you're talking about separating the neighborhoods into staying in low density and around close to the park, because I think right now the Wascana has a 300-meter, I think, radius, I think, if I'm correct. I'll ask the administration, but are you in favor? Just scrapping the whole thing, not asking for the money, or you have some other plan? Do you think you would like to give it to us?
I think that we need to maintain the height restriction, and as I had mentioned, we need to look at each individual area and recognize and see if it's appropriate to build higher in each area. In terms of the $35 million, I'm not opposed to scrapping it.
Okay, so the next question, Mayor, to you is, as the plan's going forward, the next phase, it'll be discussed on the neighborhood plan, and that's where, again, the community will have a chance to have a conversation. I'm not sure if you read that anywhere within this report.
I have.
Yeah, but, okay,
Yeah.
so I thought so my question is that, do you feel that there'll be still a chance to have a discussion? Because right now we're going fast, but do you feel that we have a chance to discuss further what we're doing with a neighborhood like yours, for instance, or any neighborhood?
I'm hoping and counting on that we'll have that time and make that time to have that discussion.
Okay. Okay, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Apologies, Councillor Stanichuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the mayor, I totally understand your passion for the park, because it's quite common across the city. My question is regarding the height overlay. If that height, I think there's a proposal that would change, that it wouldn't be 13 meters, it would be higher. Would you still be okay with that, or you think that it needs to be maintained at the 13 meters?
The PCC originally had it at 13 meters, so it wouldn't tower over the canopy of Wascana's trees. Leave it there, because now you're starting to go over.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Now I see no further questions, so thanks very much for presenting. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. I would call upon Delegation Ora Lee McPherson. Ora Lee McPherson, nice to see you again. You know the drill. State your name for the record, the organization you represent, where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to present. There may be questions for you afterwards. Welcome.
Thank you. As mentioned, my name is Ora Lee McPherson, and I'm a citizen of Regina. And I'm here today to talk about this issue, but I also want to share that I am the chair of the Calling Lakes Eco Museum, which is a grassroots organization of the United Nations. This fall, I'm really happy to share that we are giving the City of Regina a water award for their incredible work that they have done on their wastewater treatment plant. What you have done is absolutely brilliant. And we looked at the 17 goals, and you checked off all the boxes. So I'm here today because you have had past experiences of doing things really well. And I would strongly support a similar effort by our city planners and our councils to draft a livability, Regina-centric plan to address the challenges we are facing to create an affordable and equitable housing for our city. I am here because I want to create a conversation about the federal government's $35 million Housing Accelerator grant to create affordable housing. The 5 minutes I have will center around this question. How will the City of Regina ensure that developers build in areas where Regina needs affordable housing, and what lens will the City of Regina be taking that approach? It is my understanding that this initiative will remove the current bylaws to allow all R1 lots in the City of Regina to be available for more intense development than permitted prior to this grant. The R1 lots were formerly allowed for one principal resident are now slated to up to 4 principal residents. The idea is that lowering the cost of housing development by reducing or eliminating barriers will create affordable housing. My impression is that the shift to remove the bylaws to unleash development is happening across Canada. This is a Canadian conversation we're having. In the articles, I noticed conversations of concern. What steps is the City of Regina planning to take to protect areas that are ill-equipped for rapid development from the consequences of adding more people to neighborhoods in older, undersized sewer and water line mains? The removal of the bylaw to protect R1s will allow developers to develop from corner to corner. This begs the question to City Council, how will we protect our urban forest? As we move into our new climate change, shading of trees is used to mitigate the urban heat island effect. Affordable homes that you are creating will have to rely on HVAC treatments at great electrical expense to provide well-being for those living in affordable housing. Is the city looking at affordable through a myopic lens, or are you making sure that these bylaws align with your mandate for the energy and sustainable framework? Affordable housing needs a holistic lens, and I'm very concerned that this $35 million grant for rapid housing will not create the social change that we are looking for the City of Regina. Affordable housing is an issue that needs mindful conversation that includes impact to equity, our well-being, poor indoor air quality during our fire seasons, raising discomfort with heat domes, losing our insurances due to increased flash flooding, and drinking water issues due to algae blooms at Buffalo Pound. I am really concerned that the lifting of all rules and bylaws to address affordability will not address poverty. It will not address livability, and it will not address our climate change. The results will be the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Please set our city up for success. This conversation will require compassionate professionalism and social sustainability to genuinely address affordable housing. Please bring your best, your brightest, and your most engaged to the biggest round table you have and create a real conversation that we need to have about affordable housing for the City of Regina. I am asking Council to pause and reflect on equity and on affordability before making massive changes to our Regina official community plan. Thank you for letting me share my words.
Thank you very much. I have some questions for you. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Through the chair. Orally, I think we share the same commitment to many of those objectives. Can you walk me through how the R1 zoning, which was really premised on automobile traffic as the primary mode of transportation, advances your environmental justice perspective on how we plan cities?
I don't know if I can answer that, Andrew. All I can say is that what I'm seeing, goal number 17 of the United Nations goals is partnership. And the communities have been left out of that conversation. And I know that there's communities, like I talked to North Central, and there's communities that want affordable housing. But I'm concerned that when the driver of this are developers, I'm really concerned that the conversation is more about making money than addressing affordability and equity.
You've been part of conversations through the chair on sustainability initiatives. What's your thought about the fact that there already has been intense conversation about planning and its connection with environmental sustainability and densification like we're proposing has already been generated as part of that framework with consultation. Can you comment on that?
So you're asking me, so like the energy and sustainable framework, and how does that align with the $35 million?
No, how it aligns with the community consultation that actually supports what we're proposing here.
I think all I can say, Andrew, is that in the 17 goals of the United Nations, goal number 11 is sustainable cities. There's a lot of data in there how we can do this right. One of the best things we have in Regina is we know each other. That's an asset. And so I know that Councillor Bob Hawkins is very concerned about the rapidness and how you have, but I can share with you, since COVID, one community, 3 or 4 people went around with 1,000 letters, and people are engaged and willing to be part of the discussion. So I'm not convinced the adage that nobody comes anymore. I don't think that's happening. I think we have a real opportunity in Regina to light the country on fire and show a way forward that's not happening anywhere else. But it takes taking in climate change. It takes in equity. It takes in reducing poverty. It looks at sustainable cities. It looks life below land, taking care of our water. It's all in there that we have to talk about.
Thank you. Same thread, through the chair, the David Suzuki Foundation, among many other environmental sustainability groups, have actually come out in support of these initiatives because of equity, environmental sustainability, complete communities, you name it. So this accomplishes over 2 decades of public consultation and planning around how we should build cities. What would you say in response to the fact that environmental sustainability initiatives have supported these kind of approaches and this particular approach?
I think all we want to do, it has to be part of the conversation because we're getting flash flooding. So all these things, we're losing our insurance. So the environment is impacting the economy. I think it's a brand new world, and we have this real opportunity to do better. And the conversations are happening across the country. I mean, there's been 2 or 3 articles written today about how unhappy Doug Ford is. But we have something special here, Andrew. We're a small community. We know each other. I've got Cheryl on my speed dial. I can phone her. And I think relationship building is really important. And I think what we're saying here today is the community is willing to lean in and to help and be part of the solution so that we set our city up for success.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. I was very privileged to attend a workshop on the 17 goals, and I believe you presented, and I really appreciated how that fits together into a happier world. Having said that, you mentioned the 17 goals. You mentioned partnerships and sustainability, goal 17 and goal 11, I believe. Understood the point on 17 on partnership. This is a rapid housing, so there has been a speed to this in the answer to the amount of people needing housing and the houselessness situations and everything else we're encountering. Where else does this come out of alignment with the 17 goals? With the sustainability, I noted that you talked about shared walls of high-density homes and fourplexes and stuff. From everything I've been exposed to, most people don't believe in that because they want the individual homes, but from a sustainable lens, that's actually more equitable for energy conservation. So I'm having problems rounding out where these come in and out of sequence. So I was just wondering if you could maybe elaborate on that.
Well, I've had the absolute pleasure. We were selected to go to Greece and present on building decarbonization. So at McPherson Engineering, we are well vested into, heat pumps, solar panels, all those things. And some of the best solutions are what nature provides us, which aligns with what First Indigenous knowledge is sharing. And so, just like I said in my comment, that if we allow development for the fourplexes, they're going to take out the trees. And so those people living in that house will have to rely on an air conditioner to keep them cool. And I'm probably pretty sure that there's some data the city would have that the hotter the day is in the city, the more crime you have. So there's a lot of things moving around. And so we want to have those hard, messy conversations, and we don't want to leave it up to council. We want to be there for you so that you can make those decisions and set our city up for success.
Understood, and very again, hot town summer in the city, I get the whole correlation of crime and heat. I know it's a real thing, they've talked about that for decades. But
They have talked about that for...
shared walls on dense living home or domicile, isn't that one of the first ways to answer energy needs?
Sorry, what was that?
Shared walls between houses? That was one of the first things mentioned for sustainability for energy consumption and needs. And just because it was one of the pegs that you kind of made your approach on,
Right.
I'm just trying to unwind that and what that actually means. I understand shade in the summer for cooling, but there again, some of this is based on sustainability that you presented your conversation on, and it's not coming through. When I actually was exposed to this, that was one of the things
I would
moved
have
towards to
Yeah,
make
I would
more
have
equity.
to argue that a shared wall is not going to reduce a lot of energy. I wouldn't, but I haven't read any research on
Okay.
that, but it hasn't come up. When we were in Washington DC at the conference, there was no discussion about how shared walls reduces the energy consumption of a home. So, but I could look into it.
Yeah, no, here again, I've tried to be alert in my duties and pay attention to a lot of things I was never exposed to. It's something I came across, and it's something you spoke to, so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I see no further questions. Thank you so much,
Thank
Orly, for
you.
being present today. Sorry. I'll get to this. I would call upon delegation Jenna Schroeder. Jenna, is that Schrader or Schroeder? Anyways, you're going to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, where you live, and you're going to get 5 minutes. Thanks, Jenna. Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Jenna Schrader. I'm the Executive Director of the Provincial Capital Commission based in Regina. With me by phone is Brent Raymond, partner with DTAH, based in Toronto. We're here today on behalf of the Provincial Capital Commission Administration. Due to time constraints, the recommendations in this presentation have not been approved by the PCC Board of Directors. As I shared with Regina Planning Commission on March 26th, the Wascana Centre Authority, predecessor of the PCC, and the City of Regina have been collaborating on development in proximity to Wascana Centre for 51 years. In 1972, the Wascana Centre Authority and City of Regina formed a special joint committee to study potential development around Wascana Centre. This committee published a report in 1973 outlining assumptions and mechanisms developed to protect views of the Legislative Building and Wascana Centre and manage development in proximity to Wascana Centre. Provisions of this committee's report are relevant to consider when determining how changing the approach to building heights and development could impact Wascana Centre. Specifically, page 4.1, visually protect the amenities of the centre, and particularly the Legislative Dome, so that all can enjoy in perpetuity the open natural quality of the centre and be oriented by one of the strongest architecturally significant and symbolic structures in the centre, the Legislative Dome. Page 5.10, the City has a responsibility to Wascana Centre to have controls which will not be a detriment to Wascana Centre. The centre is not restricted to the enjoyment of the adjacent property owners, nor does it exist for speculative gain, but rather Wascana Centre is for all people of Saskatchewan. Conversely, Wascana Centre should not develop to the detriment of the city centre. Page 7.1. Ensured that intensities of development in building bulk, height, and human density do not disproportionately develop beyond the centres and the city's ability to accommodate them. On March 15th, the PCC Board of Directors passed a motion directing me to work collaboratively with the City Administration to undertake a study to model building heights and determine significant viewpoints. Over the last few weeks, DTAH has been preparing a model and conducting initial sensitivity testing. Viewpoints selected for testing align with the best available information, the 1987 version of the Wascana Centre Master Plan, and the addition of a viewpoint from Wascana Hill. The model was prepared using existing base information in the master plan on a flat terrain with no topography except for Wascana Hill. Massing of a 20-meter high building with a 7-meter high mechanical penthouse was created for entire blocks. 2 scenarios were tested against the existing condition: the primary intensification area around main transit routes and specific areas identified for medium and high density development. The legislative buildings and grounds are symbol of Saskatchewan and Regina and are a key marketing and promotional tool. The study demonstrated 17 of the 24 viewpoints are currently obstructed, 3 of the 24 viewpoints could be obstructed by future development, and 2 of the 24 viewpoints are obstructed, Two of the 24 viewpoints are unobstructed currently or in the future, and 2 distant viewpoints could be obstructed by future development. The height of mechanical penthouses, not the main residential building, is most likely to obstruct views in the future by blending with the main legislative building. Growth and development within the city impacts Wascana Centre. The height overlay provision, if the height overlay provisions are removed from the city zoning bylaw, the PCC loses the ability to formally participate in development decisions which may impact Wascana Centre, both in terms of viewpoints and volume of users. PCC proposes the following modifications to the existing zoning bylaw provisions: reducing the height overlay zone in the zoning bylaw to only the portions of Albert Street, Broad Street, Hillsdale Street, and 23rd Avenue adjacent to Wascana Centre, substituting 13 meters for 20 meters, and including a new provision requiring the city to consult PCC when the height of a proposed building and the mechanical penthouse exceed 20 meters. These proposals accommodate the city's commitment to building 6 stories of residential development. More work needs to be done to create development standards that manage potential impacts of mechanical penthouses, and I ask that city administration continue to work with the PCC on this item. I urge City Council to consider continue the 51-year-old practice of collaborating on development in proximity to Wascana Centre. Continued collaboration is needed to balance the city's housing intensification goals with PCC's goals of maintaining views of the Legislative Dome from viewpoints within and outside of Wascana Centre, improving recreational facilities, and conserving the environment. By working together, we can ensure residents adjacent to Wascana Centre, all residents of and visitors to Regina, and all people of Saskatchewan have access to the crown jewel of our province now and into the future. And thank you, and Brent and I would now be happy to answer any questions. Well timed. Thank you. Councillor Stevens has some questions.
Thank you very much. This comes from someone who is a daily user of the park, right? So I love the place. I get the history, but I need you to help me understand the actual effects. So I'm going to ask you some questions about that.
Sure.
It has to be more than just, I can or cannot see the dome. Adjacent to the park, there's the Public Service Commission building in a residential neighborhood in Cathedral. I think it's about 14 or 15 stories. There's other commercial buildings along College that would be in excess of what we're asking for. In the boundaries, there are, I think, at least 4 10-story buildings on the U of R campus. They're apartment buildings. There are a handful of 3 to 4-story office towers inside the park. So I need you to tell me, I build some similar buildings adjacent where we're proposing. Walk me through as a daily user how I am harmed or how the experience is negatively affected if there is a beautiful apartment building along College or Broad when it comes to me accessing the park and enjoying it.
Thank you for that question, and through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to start answering, and then I'll see if Brent Raymond wants to add to it. Fair question about existing buildings that are already in proximity to the centre that are already higher than that 13 meters of what's existing in the master plan and even of what's proposed of 20 meters. Going back to how the height overlay was developed, the intent of it was how do we maintain the very special and unique quality of Wascana Centre of being in the middle of a city and looking up around you and being surrounded by trees, being surrounded by skyline. So in terms of actual physical harms to people, I can't think of anything that is physically going to harm them. The perception of how do you see and how do you interact in the space, if there are buildings around it, I think that's going to be a very personal answer to different people.
On the side of how do higher buildings in proximity to the center, how do they potentially impact users within the center? What we have been seeing over the last number of years, particularly since the pandemic, as I've shared with council before, the number of users and the volume of people in Wascana Centre on a daily basis has exponentially increased. Many people throughout the city, not just those immediately adjacent, are coming to use the centre. So the more people in the city in general, and if we have more people in direct proximity to the centre, it just means more people. More people are going to be accessing the space, and there's more competition for using the existing space we have. The space is finite, and what we are trying to do with the PCC is how do we balance all of the goals of our master plan of having recreational use? How do we balance that with environmental conservation and all of the other uses? I'm going to stop there and just see if Brent has anything he wants to add from a landscape architect perspective.
Thank you, Jenna.
Mr. Raven?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Yeah.
I think Mr.
Hello?
Raven. There you
Can
go.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. In the presentation and the material that was submitted as part of the PCC deputation, you will see that through the analysis that we carried out, which is similar to that carried out by planning staff presented earlier, that there are certainly parts of the areas that fit within the Wascana master plan verge that no longer have visual impacts towards the legislative building. And that's really what we are concerned with. That is the point of the viewpoint policy that was established initially by the city back in the 70s and through the 80s. What we have defined are specific areas where there possibly is an impact through redevelopment of a particular scale, and that's what is informing the recommendation. So it's considerably reduced number of areas that would fall into the category of asking for PCC review based on our analysis. And all of them at this point, for the most part, are defined on the eastern side of the legislative building within Wascana Centre.
Thank you. If I could, through the chair, it does sound like a question of aesthetics versus housing. So what I'm hearing is a big claim to this is the aesthetic value, love the park, but it is aesthetics. And so would it be fair to say what you're posing to us is you have to make a decision between that aesthetic value or housing people and building more walkable neighborhoods and densification along the corridors around the park? Would that be our dilemma by your account here?
Masters, I think that we can achieve both. I think there's a way to balance intensifying housing, especially around intensification corridors, those main transit routes, and that goes to what was included in this modeling study of what would it look like simply from an aesthetic perspective if there were 20-meter buildings along Albert Street and Broad Street. So I don't think we have to necessarily make that choice between additional housing and aesthetic viewpoints. I think we can balance it, and I think between city administration and PCC administration we can work together to find a way to make sure that we do have housing that's meeting the city's goals, and how can we balance the priorities of PCC, one of those being visual aesthetics.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. You know, the statement, it's for all people of Saskatchewan, I love that. But it sounds like just not all of them at the same time, and not too many of them within walking distance. So there's a genuine worry that we might actually make it so popular that people would want to live and flock to and build along Wascana Park, and you're worried that too many people will go in there. correct?
Thank you for that question, and through you, Mayor Masters. It's definitely something that is on our mind as the PCC is responsible for stewarding the land, and then also what kind of spaces do we have, what kind of infrastructure improvements are we going to be doing. So it is definitely a concern for us. We don't do a whole lot of advertising about Wascana Centre. We rely on a lot of the organizations, some of them are represented here today, to promote Wascana Centre. And we're already having a ton of people who are coming to use the space just passively for their own daily uses. And the number of events as well is also increasing substantially. So, and it's a good challenge to have, do not get me wrong. Having people use the space, having people have access to recreation, to culture, to arts, education, and the environment all within our city is a fantastic thing. It's just how do we manage that responsibly, and how do we keep up with the infrastructure that we have, some of which is decades old. And I know the city has the exact same problem of how do you manage your existing infrastructure, and then how do you also plan for additional growth. So I think there's a lot more work that we can do, and it's an exciting opportunity, and it's something that between PCC and the city and our other partners on the board, we're going to have some interesting conversations in the next couple of years about how we manage that.
Okay, thank you. And final question to the chair. Residents, rightfully so, express concern that to that point, more people equals more traffic. It's ludicrous that there's as much roadway through that park as it is. Couldn't we just address it as someone who's daily dodging cars on my bike? Could you just perhaps shut down the roads and prevent that element of traffic through? Like if the worry is congestion, do you have it within your power to change the roadway and the trajectory through which people travel through the park to alleviate those concerns?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to start on this answer, and then I'm going to turn it over to Brent for his feedback. The roads within Wascana, yes, it is something that's within PCC's jurisdiction. We have been hearing through engagement with the master plan, and just even before we were engaging on the master plan, that those roads serve multiple purposes. So because it is a center, because there are office buildings, there are museums, art galleries, the university, there are people who use the roads to get to those destinations. There are also people who use those roads just as thoroughfares. We do also have, with the nice weather, we're seeing a lot of folks out on their bikes, walking, scooters, that's all coming back, so the roads are definitely used. It is a question that we are grappling with both administration, and something that we'll have to take to our board, is if we choose to close any of those roads, what does that do to the existing facilities and structures within the center? Because we don't have a lot of direct access from those buildings onto the arterial streets. There's a few key points within the center where you get into those interior roads, but it is something that we will need to be exploring over the next couple of years of what do we do with our pathways. So if I can just expand on that answer, when we were consulting on the master plan, we heard that the number one thing people loved about Wascana was the pathways. The number one priority for investment was those pathways, but we know our space is limited, so what are we going to do about it? So I can't commit to anything now, but it is not off the table to look at existing roadways, and is there options there? So Brent, I'll ask you if you have anything to add here on the road network and traffic.
Thank you for the question through you, Mayor Masters. Just to reiterate, Jenna, that it is a major recommendation that's coming through the master plan of how to address the high volume of users and the intensity of users during certain times of the year. It's certainly not at all times of the year where the same stress is on the existing circulation system. We're also quite mindful of accessibility and how we make the scenic drives, as they're called within the Wascana Centre, accessible to all of the various facilities. So that, but certainly it is not intended for these roadways within Wascana Centre to serve as part of the broader transportation network for commuting. And that's certainly how they are being used by many people within Regina. So this is a bit of a design problem, but it is one that we have noted in the master plan as one of the key actions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stanachek.
Thank you to you, Mayor Masters. Just a couple of questions, Jenna. Your recommendations, and again, you said that this has not gone to the PCC board, but your recommendations are to increase the height overlay and remove areas of that overlay. So I think Councillor Stevens had mentioned College Avenue. That is one of the streets that's going to be removed in your proposal. Can you explain why sections of that, why you are making those proposals to remove certain areas from the overlay?
Thank you for that question, and through you, Mayor Masters, it is correct. These recommendations have not gone before the board. It is something that I am planning to do at our meeting here in April. Just because of the timing of all these reports coming forward, I wasn't able to share it with them, but I think it's an important conversation for PCC to be part of, and that's why we've got a presentation here. And I'm looking at what was included in my submission here. It's page 24 of the presentation. There's a side-by-side map of what's existing in the master plan right now, that red overlay that we have talked about in other meetings here on the left, and then on the right is what is recommended, and this is the administration's recommendation as of today. This recommendation was developed in collaboration with city administration, looking at the results of the height modeling that we did, and really focusing on what are those views of the legislative building and where, which areas of that existing overlay are most likely to impact those views. So what you see before you, the rationale for it is Albert Street and Broad Street being identified as primary intensification areas where it would be 20 meters as of right. So that's the rationale there. And then the little triangle of Hillsdale, 23rd Avenue, and Wascana Parkway, that's another area that's already identified for medium and high density development. And then 23rd Avenue, while it's not a primary intensification corridor, that's intended as a future-proofing mechanism of if there's a rezoning application or if something comes in the future that as of today we're not anticipating, but there may be something in the future that comes up. So for some of the areas that are proposed to be removed, College Avenue, the rationale there is there's a lot of tall buildings existing, maybe not right on College Avenue, but in the blocks behind it. The university itself, the way that Wascana Parkway curves, you don't have a clear view of the legislative building. And just to pick up on the previous question about taller buildings on the university, the height restriction of buildings on the university, that was removed from the master plan in either the 80s or the 90s. I don't know exactly the rationale. Brent may have some of that history since his firm was involved in it. And then the areas around Douglas Park, because we were focused on views of the legislative building and in the time that we had, the modeling didn't show that development there would impact the legislative building. But again, this is 3 weeks worth of work to do some modeling, so it's how we got the recommendations we did. Brent, is there anything that you wanted to add?
No, that was very good, Jenna. Thank you.
And the second question through the mayor is just regarding the Douglas Park area. We've heard from some delegations earlier, and you would have heard them as well, that are quite concerned about protecting that area and having the verge remain there. So it's primarily, the suggestion to remove it is mostly because there aren't views of the legislative dome, not because of concerns of any impact on the park?
Thank you for that question, and through you, Mayor Masters. There were multiple sections to the motion that my board had passed of how I was supposed to work with city administration. The first one was to develop a height model to understand the implications of views within and outside of Wascana Centre on the dome. The second piece was about natural elements, and in the time we've had, we haven't been able to do additional analysis on those natural elements. Right. So we were focusing specifically on the dome at this point.
Okay, thank you. And I guess a question through the mayor about environmental impacts. Is there anything that you consider particularly unique about Wascana Centre and the lake, the environment, in terms of how too much development near it might be a concern. And I'm also thinking the fact that it's on a migratory bird route. There's the can't remember what it's called, the place where they hang out. What is it called? It's not a reserve, it's
It's the Migratory Bird Preserve.
Preserve, yes. Okay. So are there any concerns about too much development and the impact on that environment, or that's something still to be assessed?
Thank you for that question, and through Mayor Masters, yes, the environmental conservation is a very important element of the Wascana Centre Master Plan. It's very important to the PCC as well. In terms of and thinking about the way that Wascana Centre is set up, we've got the West Lake, which is the legislative building, a lot of the main office buildings, and then you see galleries, university has their College Avenue campus, and various amenities. That area is more developed and more intensely used because the walk around the lake is a perfect 5 kilometers. And we've got a lot of picnic sites over there as well. The East Lake, that is where it is more natural. That's where we have that migratory bird preserve, the habitat conservation area, which is just south of Douglas Park, south of Wascana Hill. That is an important natural area for us where we're trying to reestablish prairie grasses, prairie flowers, and have that bringing back in what used to be there. In some cases it never really left, but in other cases we've had invasive weeds come in, so we need to reestablish it. And keeping environmental conservation top of mind, that's why on the East Lake it is far less developed. There aren't as many amenities or buildings, and what we do have in terms of pathways and picnic sites, they are set back from the lake to try to provide that buffer for the waterfowl that are in the area.
Okay, that's all I have for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Jenna, I want to figure out where your proposals and the city's proposals match and where they don't match. So my first question to you is, city mentioned that they have a study, and you mentioned that you have a study, DTH, I think. Are the two studies the same, or do we have two studies here?
Thank you for that question, and through Mayor Masters, they are two different studies, but with a similar outcome. So what DTIH was able to do, what Brent and his team were able to do, is they based their model in SketchUp. It's a graphic design program. It's the foundation of what they have used to develop the images that are in the Wascana Centre Master Plan. The viewpoints, though, are the same. Both the city, both PCC administration use those viewpoints from the 1987 master plan. And city administration would definitely be in a better position to speak to their methodology. But from what we heard today is they used Google Earth, they used ground truthing, they had people taking photos and being on site. For the study that we had done for PCC, it was a desktop study. We weren't able to go out and do that same ground truthing. So it's how we did it was different, but the proposal that we have of the reduction to the height overlay zone is the same. It is something that we had worked together. And then the other proposal in the text of Chapter 8 of the zoning bylaw of changing that 13-meter limit to 20 meters, that is the same. What is different, though, and one thing that we still have to continue to discuss here is what do we do about those mechanical penthouses? Because in the studying, the modeling that DTH was able to do, it was those 7-meter mechanical penthouses that they modeled where there could be obstructions to the view of the legislative dome, where the height of those penthouses could start to creep up over the roof line of where the main building of the legislature is and get into the tower and the dome. Brent, is there anything else you wanted to add on the methodology standpoint from the study you did?
Thank you, Jenna, and through you, Mayor Masters. We used a 7-meter mechanical penthouse, which is the part of the building that is above the 20 meters. Again, the bylaw suggested recommendations only states 20 meters, but says nothing about what is required for these mid-rise buildings above that. Often they can get up to 7. We're certainly seeing that in Toronto, where we have a lot of experience with this certain building type. And sometimes what happens as well is that they occupy a fair amount of the roof, and they almost start feeling like an additional 1 or 2 stories. So the recommendation starts to address that anything that's above the 20 meters, we need to better understand what its potential building impact is. What might look like a 6-story building at 20 meters may start to feel like an 8-story building. So appreciating that, a better, or having the opportunity to review any projects that are above 20 meters is informed by the work that we've done.
Through you, Mayor, I'm going to nail this down.
Okay.
So the administration does a study and says 20 meters is the number. Is that your understanding?
And through you, Mayor Masters, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but you have certain areas in which you want to retain 13 meters, and those are the areas around Albert Street, Broad, Hillsdale, and 23rd that form the perimeter of the park. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, apologies, Councillor Hawkins. The areas that are proposed, the changed reduced area, is the height would increase to 20 meters.
Correct.
So it would be 20 meters, anything over 20 meters gets a referral to PCC. So 13 meters would be deleted from the text of the city zoning bylaw. So we would substitute, it's in clause 8G 4.3, where currently it says, in the vicinity of Wascana Center, the maximum permitted height shall be 13 meters. We would change that 13 to 20. And then any development exceeding 20 meters in height shall be considered as discretionary, as a discretionary use, subject to and review by, including consultation with the Provincial Capital Commission.
If I understand your answer, then the only difference between your proposal and the city's proposal are mechanical penthouses. Is that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, correct. That's the one thing that we still need to come to some conclusion
So
on.
what is your proposal back to the city to do about mechanical penthouses?
Thank you for that question, and through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start, and then Brent, I definitely want to get your feedback here on this question. It's something that we need more discussion on. Right now, what we've been able to demonstrate in the modeling is 20 meters appears to be okay, but anything above 20, that's where there's potential implications, and I know we are going to have to work more with the city on what does that mean. Is it anything over 20 meters? That's what I would suggest is if the mechanical penthouse and the building are over 20 meters, there's just a review by PCC, but we'll probably have to come to some conclusion for the feasibility there of what is that hard and fast number. But Brent, what did you want to add here?
That's fine, Jenna. You did,
Okay.
did everything. Thank you.
Okay.
Those are my questions. Thank you. Helpful.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. I think we're good. I don't see any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much for appearing today, and I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Can we finish this? Okay. Can I call upon Delegation Robert Goldman? Mr. Goldman, as you approach, you're going to state the name for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which there may be some questions for you. Turn on the middle mic.
My name's Robert Goldman, and I'm representing a couple of development companies my family has interest in. And in regards to this motion, they're in the heritage in the downtown area. So good afternoon, Your Worship and honorable members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here today to speak in favor of the motion CR 24-24. My family and our partners have been developing in Regina over the past 60 plus years, and we've been involved in the development of buildings in all asset classes, including multifamily, residential, both rental apartments and condos. When it comes to significant residential multifamily development, there are 2 main avenues to pursue as a developer. Those being greenfield development of large suburban apartment rentals where you can purchase a serviced acre of land quite economically that is usually immediately ready for development by way of available services, service capacity, and zoning, 4 stories are typically allowable with land availability and economics that allow for surface parking and the ability to mass multiple buildings together, which allows for the creation of economies as it pertains to the potential for joint amenities to serve multiple buildings, as well as economies related to the management of these assets once development is completed. This type of multifamily development is much easier to navigate in a timely, cost-effective manner, as such tends to be more financially rewarding for a developer. Alternatively, infill brownfield development is the other option, and while there is at this time significant demand for this type of new multifamily product in many of the older areas, the barriers and costs for a developer to overcome are much more significant and time-consuming. In 2021, my group determined that there was a demand for new multifamily apartments in the downtown and heritage areas, and while infill brownfield projects are more challenging than suburban greenfield developments, we began searching the market for potential sites. We were able to acquire 1500 College Ave, which is at the corner of College Avenue and St. John Street shortly thereafter. In our initial development review of the site, the past zoning, land cost, and lack of availability of additional land, allowable height, parking requirements, lack of tax abatements, and lack of incentives to offset many additional costs associated with infill development, along with historically high building costs and flat rental rate growth, made the project not feasible at the time. Since then, there has been a national housing shortage, in addition to the City of Regina deciding to pursue tax abatements, incentives, and the elimination of barriers to encourage developers to take on these more difficult infill developments. The last remaining barrier for our proposed project to proceed is the allowable height. Our proposed development of 1500 College Ave consists of a 4-story, 27-suite, pet-friendly building. Our site is just down the street from Wascana Park and just down St. John Street from the hospital, as well in close proximity to the downtown business district with a bus stop directly in front of the proposed building. With the proposed amenities included in the building, along with the proximity to public transport, nearby licensed childcare facilities, nearby employment opportunities and shopping facilities, nearby green space and leisure, we believe our project is perfectly situated to attract young professionals who work downtown or at the hospital, seniors, as well as families who head of the household may work as support staff at the hospital or in the downtown core. The lack of new multifamily product being brought on in the downtown and heritage areas in the past 10+ years has created a demand that we intend to get to market quickly to satisfy with well thought out functional rental units. Our project will increase available stock of new rental apartments in the heritage area with a balanced mix of unit types and sizes, along with 25% of the building being under the affordable rent classification. We have options available for multiple demographics, including one of the suites on the main floor that is designed to be handicap accessible. We've been waiting for the city to consider an increase to the allowable height for infill development projects, such as ours, which will allow us to receive final approvals for a 4-story building. Once that has occurred, it is our intention to proceed to develop this project in 2024. The additional 4th floor, which allows for an additional 8 suites, along with a 5-year tax abatement, and some of the incentives we are applying for, will make this project financially viable. As mentioned earlier, without these types of incentives being provided, along with the achievement of a minimum base density, infill brownfield developments at this time do not pencil, and therefore we would not be able to proceed. My group currently manages the better part of 1,000 rental units in Regina, so we have a strong understanding of the market rates and the demand that exists. Additionally, we have other interests on the north side of College Ave between Albert Street and Broad Street that we also intend to develop as soon as possible into multifamily apartments, pending the approvals today to allow for necessary heights needed to make that project pencil.
Okay, since you're going to take a breath, 5 minutes is up, wrap it up.
Okay. It has been brought to my attention in consultation with the Planning and Development Departments at the City of Regina that notwithstanding the potential approvals of the 20-meter height allowances for multifamily residential development within 200 meters of main transit routes today, there exists old bylaws that do not match the intent of this motion and would still preclude us from being able to move forward with those developments due to additional setback and height restrictions in the area. We would ask respectfully that Council consider addressing those outstanding bylaws today as well to align with the intent of this motion if it in fact succeeds.
I'm going to cut you off. Okay, thank you, Mr. Goldman. Councillor Stanichuk, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, thank you for coming, and I have a couple of questions just because it's important to hear the developer's perspective. So you did hear the presentation that there is, if we pass it, that we would allow up to 20 meters on College Avenue. So does that meet your 4-story? That's more than 4-story. That would be 6 stories, I think. So does that meet your needs? Would you even increase your building to 6 stories?
Through the speaker, yeah, as it stands, with the 13-meter allowance, we're actually about a foot or two short of making the current allowable height. One of the concerns, and I've discussed this with the planning department here at the City of Regina, conceptually, the roof treatment, the type of roof that is put on the top of a building, be it 4 stories, shouldn't determine whether a project is allowable or not allowable. The way that the current calculation is worked is to mid-peak. So we're going to have a peaked roof, even though it's 4 stories, and typically 4 stories would be, you know, the 13-meter allowance. With the peaked roof, we exceed the current height allowance. And as far as your second part, while, you know, we'd like to get more density on site, if we were to go higher, 5 or 6 stories, because it's hard to get more land, assemble more land, we would have to look at underground parking, in which case it greatly increases the cost of the development. So I don't think we will pursue that at this time.
Okay, thank you. And through the mayor, you did, if you've been sitting here this long afternoon, you've probably heard a lot of delegations who were concerned about development going where there's a need, where there's empty lots and in the center. You don't do any single-family infill. I just wanted to get your perspective, unless you don't do the single-family or the single-lot development, about what kind of barriers, you talked about the barriers that developers have, to do infill on a single-family lot, to do a 4-unit building, what kind of barriers would you be facing? And how likely is that to proliferate across the city?
Through the speaker, my group does not actually do single-family dwellings, but I will point out that where we have interest is in the heritage area and the downtown area, area 1 and 2, both of which the City of Regina is currently encouraging new multifamily development, as opposed to Al Ritchie, Douglas Park, or Whitmer Park. I know some from that area have.
And my last question, just because you did mention the incentives and that at a certain point it wasn't feasible for you to do the building at College in St. John, and it is now. How much of it is because of the incentives for the heritage area, the housing incentive policy, and how much of it just changed conditions that there's a higher demand for rental?
Through the speaker. So there's a few component pieces there. One, currently we're only allowable to have 3 stories. The difference between 3 and 4 stories, an additional 8 units, makes this project viable in collaboration with the tax abatements, which is an important component piece. And there are some other incentives that we are applying for that would also help. The cost of land, for example, in the heritage area or downtown, as opposed to a suburban, a large 4-story apartment building, is 2 or 2.5 times the cost. So you really have significant additional cost than what you would see in the suburbs. So there is a challenge, and we appreciate that the city is creating incentives and removing barriers to allow for developments such as ours.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to double check. After Councilman Nelson asks questions, no one else wants to speak to this delegate, correct? Correct? Okay, Council. Okay, we're going to call the 15. We're legislative break. Sorry, Mr. Goldman. Going for 15. We'll see you back here. Because I know what Councillor Vendura's doing. 4:34, we'll be back. I'm going to ask one more time, councillors, please take your seats. Is Mr. Goldman here? Maybe we don't have an issue. All right, calling this back to order. Please have a seat. I'll turn your microphone on. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. We just heard from the PCC that the only issue they had was the mechanical penthouse on top of the apartment building. Now I've done some research with engineers. Those systems can actually be put in the basement or on the side of the apartments. Are you aware of that, through the chair? And I don't know, are you an engineer? I'm assuming you got some building or something. Can you talk a little bit about that, since that's their concern with the height, through the chair?
Through the chair, so depending on the complexity of the development, usually the larger buildings will have that penthouse on the top. For example, our proposed building, like you said, has the mechanical system on the main floor actually. Yeah. So we wouldn't have a penthouse, but it depends. I can't speak to, necessarily the engineering of a particular building. In our case, we don't have a penthouse on the top.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask administrations with the engineers, but I just got that right now, and I'm like, well, that can even, so that solves one of their big concerns. Thank you, that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other questions for the delegate? Oh, there you are. I knew you were coming. Councillor Vendura.
I sent you for early break here. To you, Mayor. Mr. Goldman, so in your presentation, you're asking about the College Avenue, and you're talking about with the zoning the way it is right now, only allowed for 3, and you're looking for 4. And you heard the conversation from the delegation previous about concerns around the Wascana, the concerns about how things built, and I think, I don't want to put you on the spot, through Mayor, ask you a direct question about things like that. The residents out there are uncomfortable with what might happen, what will come to their neighborhood. You don't have to answer. My question is, you said you're not building there, but you're building in a more, and your specific question was about the main transit hubs, arterial roads, a lot of traffic, moves a lot of people. Is that your main intent?
Through the speaker, yes, I can't speak to, the intent of other developers. My family and our interests are focused on, as you said, the main transit corridors such as College Ave. And along College Ave, we have, buildings that already exist. The Waverly Manor, which is 12 stories, a number of 6-story office buildings. As it pertains to our college and St. John's site, the block to the west is there's an apartment building that's 6 stories. So there is precedent in that area, and I guess I can't speak to the whole entirety of, the other adjacent areas to the Wascana Authority, but I believe, as it pertains to our intent, we fall in the category of Area 1 and Area 2, which is the areas that the City of Regina are looking to encourage new multifamily development.
Okay, through Mayor, one more question and I'm done. I caught in your presentation, you're talking about the potential build that you have on College after this goes, or doesn't go, however, but if it does go. You talked about the, so I'm going to ask a question about the barrier-free. You talked about handicapped, but I'm going to ask barrier-free. So when you build, is there in your intent to have, so there'll be one suite within what you're building, and your build would be, this is just a hypothetical question. Are you talking about barrier-free, or when you mention about disabled, how do you manage to build that?
Through the speaker, yes, in the design that we have for a college in St. John, one unit on the main floor is barrier-free. And that would be the entirety of that aspect within that development.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ventura. I have just a couple questions. I apologize, I missed it because you spoke about St. John's and College Avenue, the percentage affordable. What's the percentage of affordable units?
Through the speaker, 25%.
25%. Okay. You had an ask, and I didn't write that fast. Your ask, and I forget who the follow-up question came from, but your ask as it relates to St. John's in terms of that development. Something about a peaked roof. Can you give that to me one more time?
Sure. Through the speaker. So currently, how height is determined on a project is based on the mid-peak, central point of the roof. Now, if our development had gone with a flat roof, I'd be right at that 13 meters. But because we're using a peaked roof system, we exceed the 13 meters by 2 or 3 feet. And so that was the comment I was making based on the calculation of heights.
I understand, I think, I'll wait for administration, but we allow for 10 to 15% from the maximum heights to accommodate that, I think? Or are you running into an issue as it relates to, I know, I gotta wait for administration, they can't answer my question right now. And was there anything else on the St. John's on College Avenue that you had any issue with?
Through the speaker. So on that site, should this pass today, then the project would be completely allowable. I will make a comment though, between Albert Street and Broad Street on College, on the north side, just as we are on the corner of College and St. John, the north side of College, there's different rules that apply currently. There's old overhanging bylaws, which was brought up in a meeting with the administration, that even if the motion today was voted through, these old bylaws between Albert Street and Broad Street would still preclude a development that is identical to what we're doing on the College in St. John within those boundaries on the north side of College between Albert Street and Broad Street. So the ask was to consider to clean up those bylaws as well in conjunction with this motion should it pass.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time today. There's no further questions from council. I'll ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I'll call upon Delegation Dr. Vanessa Matthews. Dr. Matthews, I think you know the drill. You'll have 5 minutes to present. Please state your name, organization you represent, if any, where you live, and council may have some questions for you afterwards. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Vanessa Matthews. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies at the University of Regina and a resident of Ward 1. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of Regina City Council. I'm here to express my support for the recommendations outlined in Phase 2 of expanding citywide housing. In particular, I want to focus on the adoption of the primary intensification area, the amendment of the zoning bylaw to allow 6-story multi-unit residential developments within the primary intensification area, and the repeal of the Wascana Height overlay zone. First, the demarcation of the primary intensification area offers an important strategy for increasing housing diversity, while at the same time supporting the city's goals for becoming a renewable city. The primary intensification area works to concentrate density along main transit routes and neighborhood hubs, which directly supports targeted goals for spatial densification and a shift towards transit use as outlined in the Energy and Sustainability Framework. This is also in alignment with the Regina Transit Master Plan and the official community plan. Second, the amendment to allow 6-story multi-unit residential developments within this concentrated area will build capacity for future public transit use. The increase in as of right along these defined routes provides an important first step in concentrating people and activity in central areas. Third, the repeal of the overlay zone around Wascana offers an opportunity to increase the number of people that can live in walking distance to one of the most important amenities in our city. The park functions as a community hub that is filled with energy across all 4 seasons. It offers connectivity through the path system. While I respect the importance of continued consultation between the city and the Provincial Capital Commission, the lands surrounding Wascana are under the authority of the City of Regina. The repeal of the overlay zone will allow us to increase density in central areas while also growing the potential for more sustainable forms of movement. It's worth noting some recent stats that support these recommendations. The City of Regina recently updated its neighborhood profiles, as Councillor Stadnicek noted, from 2021. This data highlights a loss of population across the majority of central neighborhood zones between 2016 and 2021, including Lakeview, Hillsdale, Heritage, Center Square, and North Central. The downtown faced a 36% population loss and now houses only 430 people with an average age of 62. We are failing at intensification because we continue to build visionary documents rather than tools for implementation. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation produces rental market reports that are released annually. In the most recent report from January 2024, Regina had a vacancy rate of 1.4% with an average 2-bedroom rent up 7.9% to $1,301. To provide context, a healthy vacancy rate is considered around 3%. Anything lower than this rate makes it extremely difficult for low-income residents in particular to compete for units. We can boast about home ownership being more accessible compared to other urban markets, but this does little to address the affordability issues that confront our population. The increase in multi-unit dwellings along strategic areas of the city addresses this concern by concentrating and increasing supply in areas that are attractive and accessible. You have no doubt heard from other delegates today that have diverse opinions about the correct path forward in achieving the goals set out in our planning policies and our frameworks. You will hear opinions about the need to retain the status quo, the importance of retaining the character of neighborhoods, the need to protect property values, and the views that must be retained. I ask you to reflect on how these concerns address the affordability crisis that is unfolding in our city, a crisis that is the result of decades of doing and protecting these very things. I ask you to consider who is being represented in these voices of opposition and whether they reflect the needs of seniors wanting to downsize, young people, recent immigrants, small families, and low-income households who most need the housing flexibility that can grow with these recommendations. I ask you to reflect on whether historic documents were written to tackle contemporary environmental or affordability issues. Today's decisions must take us into the future. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matthews. Councillor Stadnicek has some questions.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So you heard earlier that there's a proposal to change the height, the maximum height in the Wascana Center overlay. Do you, in your submission, you're saying that you would like to see, support the recommendation of having it eliminated from our zoning bylaws. Do you support having that overlay now that the height is going to be increased to 20 meters? If this passes, of course.
Do I support the 20 meter?
Yes.
Yes, I would. I mean, I think that it's important to actually try to concentrate people in the central areas of our city. We have been failing to do that over the last 10 years. Our intensification rate in a cumulative way was 12.2%, I think, is how many people over the course of the last 10 years we have actually added to the central areas. So I would definitely support any kind of increase that is possible around that area.
Yeah. And as a professor who studies urban planning and issues, the fact that the greenfield areas, the suburbs have grown so much in population and they do have more density in terms of the kinds of options. So do you see that as we just don't have enough of that option in the core of the city, and that's why these kinds of recommendations are important, or is it just that people want to live in the greenfields?
Yeah, I think we've supported what I would call exclusionary zoning practices, the single-family zones, probably since the 1940s. So it's been a long time that we've worked to kind of push out any kind of housing diversity from the central areas in our city. You speak to the increased density that exists in our newer suburban locations, and that's a density that actually allows things like public transit to exist. But the problem that we're having is that we don't have that density in the core areas of our city. And so we continue to build outwards in a sprawling kind of capacity, which puts a lot of pressure on all of our services, all of our systems, and will eventually just make our taxes increase quite exponentially once we hit a point where it becomes unfeasible to actually be able to maintain and replace some of the existing infrastructure that's now built in that area. So it's absolutely essential that we work towards actually increasing the density levels within the core areas to get them to a point where we can actually have services and like such as public transit, and we can run more lines and we can have grocery stores because there's enough people that are living in these spaces. As I was mentioning, most of the central areas have lost population from the period between 2016 and 2021, and that's a concern. So we are going to just continue in that pattern if we don't actually make some significant changes.
And regarding services, this is my last question. Regarding services in the core area, there's some people who say they don't want to live near the downtown because there's no services. There's no grocery store. There's a lack of amenities. And then others say that, well, until we have density, we won't have those kinds of services. So how do we fix that?
Yeah, it's a bit of a chicken and egg kind of scenario. I think that having more people will mean that we can actually have the population to support some of the amenities that are important to populations, and we can try to create conditions for that to happen, but we actually need to create the conditions for the residential to happen as well. And there's lots of ways that we can do that, and I think that these are some really fantastic ways that we can do it that are before us today. And there's ways to think about trying to incentivize parking lots to not be parking lots anymore as well. So there's a broader set of conditions that we might be able to think about in order to grow and develop and to have that density in the core that we're looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to ask if, let's say this passes today, so to my mind, it loosens the rules, it expands what can be built, but there may be some lag before it is in fact built. Do you have any opinion on that of if this passes today, how long is it likely to be before we see substantial changes in the built environment based on what passes today?
Yeah, I think change is incremental. It's nice to think that we'd have the problems that have been addressed by some other delegates today of just having too many people and having a lot of density that kind of crowds out areas. I don't think it's going to be an overnight process, and these are things that are creating the conditions to allow for housing diversity to happen, but it's not going to happen overnight. Like, we'll see sporadic kind of changes that are taking place, hopefully across all areas and all neighborhoods that will bring us added people in central communities.
Thank you. In your submission, you'd referenced environmental sustainability. I wonder, do you have any reflections on the impact that passing what's proposed today might have on the city's environmental sustainability goals?
Yeah, I think our energy and sustainability framework certainly places spatial densification as well as active transportation as key elements that we're trying to hit in order to reach our goals. I know that there are a number of national and international organizations that are very supportive of some of these measures because of the recognized benefits on the environment that they will bring. Certainly we can see density as a climate action, and we need to kind of think about the sustainability crisis and the affordability crisis as two things that are very much interlinked, and we can't separate them out. So, you know, the David Suzuki Foundation is one example, is a group that's very supportive of these kinds of changes happening across Canada, because we recognize the issues that are happening with the continued sprawling kind of peripheral development that's being seen. And you know, we understand and recognize that shared walls are much lower in terms of are much better in terms of the emissions that they produce, and we need to start thinking about how to make sure that we're living in smaller units, more compact developments, and that will enable us then to be able to have choice to do other forms of transportation. I know people always say, like, we live in a car-centric city, but if we keep creating the urban form that supports it, then we can't ever shift. But if we can create a situation where people can choose to walk to work or to bike to work, then we have choice. And that's really what moving in a sustainable direction, I think, for me, is all about.
Thank you. I think implicitly a main concern we heard from delegates today is if this passes, two things. One, it's going to make all neighborhoods in Regina substantially identical. And two, each of those neighborhoods is going to feel like Toronto. Do you have thoughts on that? Of essentially, if this passes, to what extent can we still retain neighborhood character, distinct feel, independent zoning, things of that sort?
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. I think people feel very connected, and people love the areas that they live in, and I think we saw a lot of that today. And I think there's always a fear that change is going to somehow harm that in some way. I think we can look at the way that our city formed, and lots of different areas came into being around the same time, but each of them has their own flavor, their own kind of character, their own sense of place, their own community. And I think that that's really all that we are likely to see with these kinds of changes, is that we will have developments that go up in different neighborhoods, but the neighborhood is not going to become something drastically different than what it is currently. And the neighborhood will change, and that's a healthy kind of component of revitalizing places and kind of adapting to new circumstances, which is certainly the affordability crisis that we see and the sustainability crisis that's ahead of us as well.
Thank you. And then maybe just the last point of something I heard from delegates is, I heard them to say, some areas of the city could use development more than others, and some of those that don't urgently need development are caught in this Appendix C intensification area. Basically, the intensification area catches areas it ought not to. I wonder if you have any reflection on the appropriateness of the intensification area, or conversely, whether we should try to target this in a narrower range of the city than is currently being proposed.
I think it's smart the way that the planning department has kind of laid out and staff has laid out where this should happen, and targeting it around transit routes and main kind of corridors. I think, like, to me, it makes sense how it's come together, and I can see how that will create options for more sustainable forms of transportation into the future. And you know, it's not saying that there's not going to be any cars, but that there's choice for people to choose different forms of movement. From my perspective, a lot of the fear and protection that comes up over a neighborhood is also a bit of a, like, not in my backyard. So there was a lot of discussion around, you know, it's okay for this to happen, but just don't put it here. And I think we all have to be driven by an openness that our city needs to change, and we can do that together, and we need to think about opening up our spaces so that different groups can actually enter into them. We've had decades of protecting these single family areas that has meant that we are surrounded by the same types of people and the same types of income levels, and I think it's time to shift that and to have a much broader housing diversity that happens across the city.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Dr. Matthews, I don't see any other questions for you. Thanks so much for being here today. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Last but definitely not least, I will call Mr. James Bogus. James, you're going to state your name for the record, organization you're representing, where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to address City Council, and I look forward to how much you can pack into that 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, members of council, for having me today. I'm going to take up 10 seconds to say there is so much cuteness in this room, it's hard to pay attention, so I'll just stop there. I am representing the Regina Airport. I'm proudly the CEO of the 16th busiest airport in the entire country. I think most of you know I love this city, and I'm very proud to be here today, but I'm speaking on behalf of the airport specifically, not just as a resident. So the airport, as we know, is a major employer in Regina. In fact, it's a massive economic engine for all of southern Saskatchewan. Your administration knows this. Council knows this. You have been nothing but cooperative, collaborative, and help us grow the airport to greater heights. And I want to thank you all for that. But part of that growth is understanding that the airport is made up of many businesses. There are many families who generate income to feed their children who work at the airport. Major employers include government agencies like CATSA, our screening service. It may be the airport itself. I have over 50 men and women who proudly serve my company. We have fixed-based operators like Creos Aviation. We have a vibrant flying school. And as we all know, there's been a pilot shortage for a number of years. And one of the things the city has always done very well and continues to do well is to work with the airport on matters of land use adjacent to the airport itself. We want to minimize conflicts before they happen. We want to maximize development for the benefit of the city, the taxes, create more jobs, and certainly have more development on airport. But it's the types of development that we want to make sure are compatible uses. Most specifically, we want to avoid high density and medium density residential property adjacent to the main runway system. These are the noisy areas where right now it's primarily farmland. And right now we have some residential that has been built up on high noise areas, but they're low density generally. Now I'm going to change my hat here. As an employer, I have gone out and I've recruited people to our beautiful city, and they've fallen in love just like me. And the reason why they've been able to come is affordable housing. The ability to buy a variety of home types, whether it's an apartment, whether it's a single family home. They love the ability to start a family here. We truly are an amazing city. We are absolutely in support of more development. I would love it if you can promise me that the half is going to grow that population to match the City of Regina's strategy. We are part of that strategy. What we are asking, and actually not even asking, administration has been amazing to work with. I want to be clear about this. We actually just met personally again last week to reiterate our comments, which I'm making here very publicly today. We'd like to ensure that the work that is currently ongoing, which was referenced in the presentation given to you by administration prior to the delegations, this is work with the city itself, the Regina Airport, and the province of Saskatchewan. We're essentially developing, for lack of a better term, a vicinity plan, a neighborhood plan, to better outline these high noise areas, to make sure as we build and grow and look toward the future, we're doing that compatibly to avoid noise issues, pollution, and everything else about a long 24-hour operation that we do trade off for economic reasons for this community. And it's not just about the economy. This is social connections. I'm going to shill here for a moment for WestJet. As an example, after 8 years of not having a flight to the United States year-round, we now, on April 28th, will have a daily nonstop service to the U.S. And we have these flights from Air Canada, Sunwing, because they have unfettered access to this airport. I have cargo operators who operate at strange hours at night. But that's how the goods come into the city. And we want to minimize complaints and incompatible land use. And there is nothing about a housing accelerator fund that I don't like in terms of building more homes. That is not the issue. I just want to make sure that you're aware as council, we have, again, the work has already been put in with administration with more to come, but you will be receiving in the future a report. And it might run contrary to some of the thoughts you're having now in the proximity of the airport. I want to really narrow my comments of what we're talking about. And the benefit of protecting that envelope and reducing medium and high density residential is we'll avoid the complaints and we'll avoid the issues that many cities in Canada have seen when they overbuild residential near the airport footprint. And I've said the same thing about 4 times because I don't want to be misconstrued. We are very pro-growth, we are very pro-development, and I'm very pleased to see our city trying to move forward. We just want to make sure we don't put the wrong type of residential adjacent to the airport properly or under a high noise area that has already been established. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions, but I do appreciate this initiative, and I very much understand the urgency with government and funding. We also had half of our runway funded through the federal government, and we know how challenging it can be with the tight timelines that you're put under to make those things happen. We very much understand that. Thank you for your time.
You almost hit exactly 5 minutes, so well done. Okay, thank you. James, I'm going to, Councillor Stadenchuk.
Okay. Thank you for coming. My question is regarding NAV Canada, and what role do they play in terms of restricting any heights that might be on a flight path? Because I noticed in South Kinsman Park, SaskTel wanted to build a cell tower that was too high, and NAV Canada basically rejected that proposal. So if they do that for a cell phone tower, do they do that for buildings as well?
Thank you for your question, and through you, Madam Chair. There is multiple layers of jurisdiction with airports. They're not simple. In fact, I run a private company, but yet I oversee a leased piece of property from the federal government. And that lease, by the way, is till 2079. So we've got it for a long time, folks, not to worry. But to that end, we have many jurisdictions that we know how to navigate, and we work very closely with administration in navigating those jurisdictions. One of them is NAV Canada. Their principal concern is what we call a land use process, where you would submit an application. Sometimes it could be a crane based on height, but other times it can be around the massing of buildings near equipment that they maintain for navigation aids. It's not a height issue, just there's too much stuff basically that gets in the way, and it may interfere with signals. Some of you may have even heard about 5G. It's really fast internet. Oh, it's causing a lot of concern in the aviation industry because the signals might confuse, potentially, aircraft landing, for example. NAV Canada considers some of these issues in the application, and we as the airport authority have a well-established process with city administration, principally about building heights and noise footprints adjacent to the airport. The current proposal that we're talking about today isn't necessarily offending all of that, but the principal statement that I'm making is as we densify the city, just want to be sensitive to how much we're densifying near the airport to avoid conflicts like buildings that are too high, property owners who may believe their property has X, Y, Z to develop, but in reality, they haven't yet gone through the process with NAV Canada, perhaps the airport authority, to confirm what could be developed. But NAV Canada is a big stakeholder, as is the federal government, and they do hold, in some cases, zoning authority to prevent things should they violate particular rules or regulations.
So just to clarify, in that case, if it wasn't a cell phone tower that was at that spot, but a high-rise that was proposed and being built, I do know those planes go pretty low over that park, South Kinsman Park. Would that then, what would happen? Like someone would make an application to the city would contact the airport authority or NAV Canada?
Precisely.
Okay.
We have, again, very, very collaborative working relationship with the city, and honestly, Deborah and her team have been just nothing but fantastic. So they'll refer something to us. We'll help navigate that or help the developer navigate that landscape. Although we can't speak today, he's not a delegate. I brought John, who does this for me, of course, at my company, in case we need to huddle after. Yeah. But the intention is we want to be helpful. Remember, we want development to happen, just the right type. Height is a real problem for airports, but only in certain areas. Right. And some of it's well beyond what you would visually see, though. You wouldn't expect it to be a problem. It might be something to do with where the planes actually navigate, and to make sure that if there's like an engine out, for example, or some mechanical problem on the aircraft, there has to be a buffer of safety that's not just the bare minimum. Right. But that's all built into those regulations.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadenchuk. I don't see any further questions, but I do have one. So in terms of the presentation that you saw from administration, as far as what's before council today, you're good?
With the proviso that the conversations we've already had, so we've already had these chats, I'm absolutely confident in your administration. Okay. I just want to be clear that the current document that we're working on currently is not ready yet.
Got it.
And we just need an opportunity to present and hopefully have potentially some amendments depending on the outcome of that, but it's not ready yet. That's the problem.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's it. You
well,
can,
thank you.
10 after 5, go home for the day. Thank you, sir. Council, we have a communication on item CR 2424. Can I have a motion to receive and file communication CP 24-31 from Denise Stevens? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Sakidniak. Any opposed? Any opposed? All right, carried. We will now consider item CR 2424, the Housing Accelerator Fund, expanding citywide housing options phase 2, part 1. Councillor Stevens, can you please introduce the report?
You bet. Thank you very much. So the discussion at Commission was very similar to what we saw today. Many of the same delegates and arguments that came before Commission appeared before us this afternoon. I think Council and in many respects the Commission itself has had opportunities to review the benefits of the Housing Accelerator Fund in terms of how it facilitates development and intensification in our city by streamlining the approval process and minimizing obstacles to achieving these and other policy objectives, such as increasing available housing stock, increasing the availability of purpose-built rental units, and amplifying housing and population on existing transit routes. As one commissioner noted, the half accomplishes what some wanted to see during our review of the zoning bylaws some years ago. In fact, they were part of that process. The added benefit now is that the half comes with federal dollars to help advance these projects and policy objectives. So I would say that the Commission in conversations thought of this as a meaningful attempt at modernizing our zoning framework. There was a referral motion that would have sent part of the recommendations back to administration for further consultation with the PCC, but that failed on a split vote. Our agenda today contains some of the information that members of Commission wanted to see before passing the report. So for instance, additional information from the PCC and the implications of what this would mean around the park, as well as addressing concerns from the Regina Regina Airport Authority. I think James did a great job at addressing those concerns. Commission ultimately agreed to advance the report to Council with some members voting yes, but with some concerns, and I think that's been flagged and discussed so far. Commission didn't see anything worth stalling the report or the recommendations that were before them. I'd ask administration if they have anything to add.
Through you, Mayor Masters, at this point, I don't think I have anything further to add.
Councillor Stevens, you're wrapped up? All right.
If I could ask, I introduced the report, but
I'm just going to I'll get it moved and I'll come back to you. How about that?
So I can ask questions.
100%. Council, I need a mover on the report and I need a seconder. Councillor Nelson will move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk. As a mover, are you okay with Councillor Stevens going first? All right, Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Perfect. This is a high-level question because we do talk about the money and not just the planning implications. What can the money be spent on from the federal government? And can it actually go to advancing projects like the yards in Taylor Field?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there are 11 initiatives that were part of our half funding request, and they cover a number of different areas. Some of them that we're dealing with right now that deal with zoning bylaws and that sort of thing. But there are other areas that are specific to areas such as infrastructure, and we're also looking at some changes to how the city disposes of its own land. So as a result, we're going through that process now and taking the funds that were initially proposed and looking at the best utilization of those funds. As we start working through the programs, we're trying to be good stewards of the funds and make sure that when they get allocated and brought to council for approval for spending, that they will have the most significant effect.
Thank you. There have been claims through the chair that what we're doing here might violate the official community plan, which is, it's a big claim. Can administration comment on that? Is there anything within the half that violates our commitment in the official community plan, or do they actually work in tandem?
Ms. Dawson, is that you? All right. I'll try again.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. Thank you for the question. I think it's a good one. When the 11 initiatives were created for submitting the action plan, we had in mind the implementation of the OCP. And so when we created the action plan, the OCP implementation was top of mind, and the actions put forward support that implementation. I think where you may see some of those comments coming through is in relation to the neighborhood plans. And as part of this process and in subsequent phases, we will be reviewing and providing council with recommendations on what those future neighborhood plans may look like. And so I know we'll probably get into this and there will be questions about consultation, but we aren't at the point where we're recommending any changes to those neighborhood plans yet. It's a lot of work and our team needs time to go through those and determine what those might look like. And so I think the comments that you received in relation to the OCP is more towards the neighborhood plans rather than the commitments and the implementation to density and intensification that are in Part A of the OCP.
Thank you. Through the chair, in terms of consultation and discussion on these items, I've been here nearly 8 years, some of us longer. My first town hall, I think Bill was one of the panelists talking about densification. I can appreciate how residents feel kind of left out, but is this really a new piece? I'm kind of worn out by the conversations we've had about intensification, densification, infill. This is old hat, but there's suggestions that it's not. Can you talk about some of the work and policies we've developed around the infrastructure required to densify, policies, anticipated market condition, anything that we've already done and approved and discussed related to this?
Thank you for that question. So I'll start, and then I think probably more details can be added by Ms. Dawson. But I'm just going to start with saying right now, more engagement would not change our recommendations. Council provided some pretty specific direction to administration back in November to bring forward zoning bylaw amendments to help advance the HAF initiatives. And so that we could advance construction projects this year, and that's what the team has been working through. We have done some consultation through the development of Be Heard page, where residents can sign up and receive updates. We've done news releases, social media posts, upcoming council decisions. We've provided information to community associations, and updates on the work are regularly occurring. We've attended some community association meetings where we've been requested. And I would also just like to add that Regina looks really different today than it did 20 years ago, and the needs of our residents also look very different. And so enabling the diverse housing options citywide ensures that young families have opportunities to enter the housing market, live near schools and community centers, and provide options for seniors who want to stay in their communities. And enabling additional housing and more diverse housing options citywide will help ensure we're meeting the needs of our growing population, support the development of our attainable housing options in more areas of the city, provide opportunities for people to age in their communities, improve access to existing employment, community amenities and services, make our established neighborhoods more resilient to change over time, allowing younger families different demographic shifts, and increase the viabilities of our local schools and businesses, make efficient use of existing infrastructure, including transit, and increase the tax base to, of course, support all of those services and things that would need to change and evolve in those communities. So those are some of the advantages of densification and the benefits to community. And I would ask Ms. Dawson if she would like to speak to some specific other options that we've put forward or policy to support this.
I'm not sure if I have much more to say through you, Mayor Masters. The speed of work, I think, is a change for the community. And so I would say that that's different than normal process, but that I would reiterate is the point of the program is to accelerate housing options and to ensure that we are doing that in a way that fits for our community. And so I don't think any one of us would say that we don't have the interest of the community in mind when we're putting these options forward for council to consider. We have vigorous debates about placemaking and public space and how that's going to look in the communities, and we will continue to address those as we move along and make changes and hopefully see investment in our communities and more housing options for our residents.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, final question. Comments have been made about, sure, this stuff's great, but build it somewhere else. Empty lots, Taylor Field, Dewdney, Yards Land. Does this distract from building in the downtown, from building potentially in the future on Taylor Field, Yards, anywhere else? Or does this complement?
Through you, Mayor Masters, this complements it. We want to expand options for housing citywide, including existing built-up areas and on vacant lands.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Through you, Mayor Masters, if I could add, it definitely does complement supporting the intensification of the downtown and vacant lands. And administration we are doing other work that you will see coming forward that does help to support that type of growth and remove some barriers for that type of development.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnicek, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just have some questions regarding the map, and I have to print it off. The main transit routes, like it is kind of sometimes difficult to see because the colors sometimes change, and then maybe it's because I was looking at, this is existing, so Appendix D is the official community plan amendments, and there is the urban corridor in a pink line, but it's not around Albert Street, around the Wascana Lake. And I'm just wondering, does that mean that's not included as part of an urban corridor?
Which map number are you on?
I'm on Appendix D. It says proposed OCP map 1 growth plan, proposed changes shown in green. So it does show some green dotted lines, but the yellow urban corridor, so it's a solid line on Albert Street, just looks like it goes up to about the Legislative, or maybe that's Hill Avenue, I don't know. And then it's not, the urban corridor isn't there. So is that just a mistake, or I just want to make sure that these maps, I know what I'm voting on.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, we've taken a look at the maps within our official community plan and the transit master plan, and there was some discrepancies and some changes that we wanted to make. But I might send this over to Ms. Pfeiffer and team up there to walk you through what those maps are indicating and clarify your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So you're correct. So when the OCP was originally developed in 2013-14, there's kind of two different distinction areas for intensification. So there's a couple, I should say, but there's urban corridors and then there's express transit corridors. So while that section of Albert may have not been identified as an urban corridor for mixed-use intensification and things like that, it was identified as an express transit corridor. And the work that's being brought forward in this is to align the express transit corridors or main transit routes in the transit master plan.
Okay, so then when we look at the express routes or the main transit routes, all of Albert Street is included. So, and then on the map of the intensification area, that is also showing that it's completely included. I have to say that the maps was a lot of work. I had to print them off because it was a lot of work to go through them. Because I know that there's a number of changes, but like Appendix E has so many colors and so many dots that I'm just wondering if somebody can clearly explain the proposed main routes and local routes, what's the distinction, the intensification area map was pretty clear. It's along those corridors, but then all of these colors is a bit challenging.
Yes, so through you, Mayor Masters, as we went and did this work, we were reviewing the transit master plan as well as the official community plan, and as a result, there's some changes to existing maps. So that map that you're referring to is within the transit master plan, and we're proposing to make some changes to that map to ensure that there's alignment with the primary intensification areas that we're proposing here today. We have the Director of Transit here, and he can maybe go through what those colors on that map are, and those are from the transit master plan.
Through you, Madam Mayor, when we're looking at the maps there, the solid colors are the ones that would be the main transit routes. So just in summary, looking at that would be all of Albert Street, looking at Victoria Avenue, Arcola Avenue, Wascana Parkway, Dewdney Avenue, and we have some ones that go to the north that are using kind of that 5th and Louvain up to the northwest area. All the ones that you see that are dotted or segmented, those are kind of our kind of a community local routes, which wouldn't be included in this. It's the main express corridor routes which would have that intensification around.
Okay, because what we're dealing with, just to be clear, is the intensification along those main transit routes.
Yes, the
today.
express transit routes.
Okay, that's good, I'm glad. Okay, now a couple of series of quick questions here. What happens with heritage homes on Albert Street? If they're not maybe they're on the reservation list, but they're not designated, like Albert Street would be subject to intensification. So.
Yeah, so nothing would happen to those homes unless there was a proposal to rebuild there. And at that time, we would follow the heritage process that we have established. So whether they're on the inventory, we would do a review to see if there would be, an opportunity to remove them from the inventory. If they're designated, then they're designated and would have to follow that process as well.
Okay. And in terms of, and this might be more one kind of changes that were done, but a lot of the changes, the zoning changes, were subject to water and sewer infrastructure limitations. And is that the case as well with this phase 2 along the main transit routes? Is that qualifier there as well or not through the mayor?
So through the chair, the amendments that were made in January, you'll recall we did amendments to allow 4 units as of right on lots within the intensification area, and 2 units as of right lots that are in greenfield areas. And there was some rationale provided that the greenfield areas may have limitations on infrastructure. We did not extend that to this particular proposal today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. There's a lot of delegations that asked us what would happen if we paused this process, if we deferred this decision for a later date. Through the mayor.
Yes, through you, Mayor. We have a very specifically laid out agreement with CMHC and the federal government, which has timelines and milestones associated to each initiative that we have within them. While there is a certain amount of flexibility, and when I say that, it is very minor, probably within a month or so, any kind of major pausing has a number of effects. Number one, it would affect us putting our report forward showing positive progress, which means we wouldn't get the additional release of the funds. And depending on how dramatic that pause was within the program, it could maybe even if us getting into serious violation of the agreement, and they would either look at clawing back any funds that were given out or some other modification to the program. So pausing it for any significant amount of time would be extremely detrimental.
One moment, Councillor Stanachuk. Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
And through you, Mayor Masters, I think the one thing I would say as city manager is even, if we say we can delay by a couple weeks and try and squeeze it in, if you want to take this money from the federal government to increase density, today's decision is the easiest one that you are going to make through this entire process. Today is about the beginning of changing some policies so that development can change. So this, if you approve this, then really the intent is that it will encourage different kinds of bills. And frankly, that's where it gets most contentious, and that's what you're seeing with the delegations today. So I would just signal that if you are delaying your decision on this one, it's just going to get harder and harder and harder, and you want to really think about whether or not you have the will and commitment to see this all the way through.
Okay, Mayor Masters, I don't have any more questions, but I did want to, I'm not sure how to do this because I wanted to move option 2, which is to maintain reference to the Wascana Height overlay, and I'm not sure, because there's been these discussions that have happened with the Provincial Capital Commission and administration. What was originally written as option 2 in what went to Planning Commission in our report. So I'm just not sure how to do this, but I want us to continue to not eliminate the Wascana overlay, and that the references to 13 meters would be 20 meters. So I'm not sure if that would be an amendment to what's before us.
Okay, hang tough. Hang on a second. Okay, got it. I think I understand. I was very confused there for a second. Ms. Dawson, you catch what she's picking up in terms
Yes,
of
I do.
the overlay would apply to 20 meters and above as opposed to a complete repeal?
Yes, I understand. I would just comment that it would be a new amending motion. I would suggest that option 2 in the report is an old option, and we've already accomplished many of those things within that option. And so I have provided some wording to the clerk if that's what you wanted to choose, and just depending on how you want to reframe that in your own motion.
Okay, so if the clerk's has that, the main intent is to not eliminate references to the Wascana Height overlay.
The overlay exists, but it's, instead of 13, it's 20, and over 20 meters, there's a discretionary use that goes to the PCC.
for
Understood, which is
consultation.
what's basically been agreed to between the parties, correct?
Yes, so the only thing that I would mention is that there is still a conversation about that mechanical penthouse.
Yes, of course.
And we would say that if we include it within the 20 meters, you're actually not getting 6 stories as of right.
No, it's not included in the 20 minutes. It's the over 20 meters.
So the conversation that we would have is that the 20 meters doesn't include the mechanical penthouse in our recommendation. However, the PCC is recommending that it include the mechanical penthouse. And so however council wants to move that, that's the only thing that is outstanding.
I would like to move the mechanical.
Hang on one second.
Okay.
Go ahead, Deb.
Thank you, through the chair. The other, in addition to the mechanical piece, the PCC has said there are 3 specific areas where they would like to have that overlay applied to, and not the entire overlay. So I just want to be clear that there would be a partial overlay that would see developments over 20 meters in those areas that would be required to go through that extra consultation with the PCC.
Yes.
Even though City Council has final authority over those developments.
Sorry, and is that what you shared? That's what you shared? Okay,
Yes.
well, we're gonna, give us 2 minutes here.
Brace yourself, Amber.
So this would be an amendment to the report that's before us.
One moment, please, hang on. Just 1 minute. All right. All right. I'm going to turn on Ms. Bryden, Ms. Dawson, Counselor Stanachek, and I'm going to turn on the clerks. Mike.
Through the mayor, the amendment that's up there specifically includes the mechanical penthouse in the building height within the overlay. I just want to be clear and draw that attention.
So,
Okay, so you want the mechanical penthouse forms part of the plus 20 meters, not the 20 meters, not the 6 stories, it's the plus.
It's the plus,
Say,
I think.
so change and include to say excluding.
Excluding.
Exclude, you want to change and include
To
the word
excluding the
excluding
mechanical.
the
Yes.
mechanical overlay, okay?
I would like to move it to that it includes.
Okay, well, that's your right.
That's my movement, and I think Councillor
So then it's
Hawkins-
not 20-meter building.
So that it's still, like, yeah, like it could go in the basement, go on the side of the building. Could be built in such a way that it's smaller.
Counselor Stanachek needs a seconder. Counselor Hawkins is seconding. To the amendment, Counselor LeBlanc? To the amendment? Okay. You're looking at your microphone, sorry about that.
Can anyone on administration tell me how common it is to have a mechanical penthouse on top of a building? To the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think it is quite common to have a mechanical penthouse on top of a building. It doesn't usually take the entire top of the building. I know that the representative from the PCC talked about like a 7-meter mechanical penthouse. Typically what we would see would be like a 3.5-meter mechanical penthouse. And it is very typical for that to be excluded from the height limitation. And I would also add that if we're only allowing 20-meter build, the intention is to have a 6-story structure that is 6 stories of living units, and that would no longer be, you could put a mechanical in a main floor or house it somewhere else. That can be seen as cost prohibitive to developers, and not that common. They're typically on the roof, I would say.
Thank you. I'm going to vote against the proposed amendment, basically on that basis. The 20 meters including it seems not to fulfill our purposes, but if this fails and there's a 20 meters including, I may well vote in favor of that subsequent. Thank you.
Does that mean?
No.
So we need to say that.
Through you, Mayor.
Sorry.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I need to clarify
Okay.
that by implementing this recommendation, we would not be meeting our commitment to the federal government under the HALF Initiative program.
Well, all right then. I've got questions. I don't see any other lights on. Yeah. Oh. Okay, no, I still want to ask. Counselor, why don't you just go after me? Did I not hear Ms. Schroeder from PCC say 20 meters is fine, but if the mechanical goes above that, we want to have a look at it, and that's what you have to work out? Did I not hear that? 20 meters was approved with a mechanical on top of it? Meaning that if the mechanical goes on the roof, it has to go to the overlay? As
Yes,
opposed to in the basement, whatever?
Yes, that's how it would work. If it was over with the mechanical, then it would have to go to
It automatically comes back to the PCC anyways.
It would go to the PCC. However, I will say that the way that we have it structured right now, it's 20 meters permitted as of right.
Yes.
And there's really not an option for referral out. You're permitted it as of right. So if the PCC came back with comments that they didn't like it, we're subject to an appeal by that applicant because they're permitted 20 meters as of right.
Of building.
Of building.
Of building.
Yes. So it becomes a bit tricky for us to manage a permitted use building with a referral.
Good. I think I just signal I'll
For-
vote
for-
against, I'll vote against this as well, because I think the intention is for 6 stories. It appeared to me that they were okay with 6 stories of living. They were looking to work on some of the language if it formed a full floor. Go ahead.
I'd also like to add, Ben keeps dinging me, that elevator shafts cannot go in a basement, to be clear.
Oh, that would end up on, above the permitted use.
That would, well, an elevator shaft would be part of that mechanical.
Right.
Yeah.
Which then pushes it past 6 stories as it relates to just the mechanical penthouse
Yeah.
portion.
Like,
Sorry,
this-
and-
all
and-
of this stuff can't go in the basement.
Yeah, understood. What is the actual allowance that we have on building permit heights? Is it plus or minus 10 or 15, like, did I make that up?
Oh, well, Mayor Masters, I think you were referring to the variance piece of
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it's 10%. Through a minor variance application, it's not permitted as of right. You still have to, there's an application and there's a process for a minor
Application for variance,
variance.
got it. Okay, no, I'm good. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Do you have the copy of your agreement with the HAF agreement here?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have a specific copy of the agreement in front of me.
What I'm looking for is some kind of definition section which says what is included in 20 meters.
Through you, Mayor Masters, our commitment was 6 stories as of right. And so 6 stories of dwelling units as of right.
Well, there's a difference between 6 stories and 6 stories of dwelling units. What's the wording?
It's 6 stories as of right. I don't believe it said dwelling units in there. I'm looking to Ms. Pfeiffer because she's looking up the agreement.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't recall those kind of definitions being in the agreements. I would say typically in the conversations with CMHC, it's up to each city to interpret how that is delivered. If in our agreement, we have said that we would allow 6-story multi-unit residential buildings as of right, then I think the interpretation would be that those are, like, that 6th floor is habitable. The federal government, because building codes and things like that are different across the country, they don't specify a metered height. We specify the metered height.
I think this is nonsense. The reality is there's no agreement with respect to this point. Now, has this specific point been raised with whomever you're talking to, the federal government?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have not raised this point. Oh, Ms. Pfeiffer's waving to me.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so in our agreement, we do have a commitment to permit 6-story multi-unit residential buildings as of right. As a matter of course, I don't believe that CMHC is requiring cities to specify what the metered heights are. The intention in our initiative, as written in the legal agreements, is that we would permit 6-story multi-unit buildings as of right. It doesn't specify what the metered heights is. That is what administration identified as 20 meters would support a 6-story multi-unit residential building.
So, Mayor Masters, I'm correct. You could have a 6-story building and meet all of the requirements, a 20-meter building, and meet all the requirements of our agreement with the federal government under this program, and still have the mechanical on top as part of the 20 meters. This is something that the administration is asserting. It's not something that's agreed to. I have some difficulty with that. You know, if we're going to come in here and say, this is what's legally binding on us, then you've got to be able to demonstrate it. And what you've demonstrated this afternoon is not legally binding on us. You can have a building within this narrow zone, with the mechanical on top included in as part of the 20 meters. I want to say one other thing. The PCC is our partner. We've not in the past adopted a policy of moving against the recommendations of PCC. I think this is not the right time to start that. I think we do have some interest in defending the interests of the park. The PCC has been enormously accommodating on this. They've waived off all of the old height limitation rules and accepted the 20-meter rule. But they've said we just have a problem with in some areas with the mechanical. And I think we should accommodate them that. I think it's fair. I don't think we want a mechanical like a mechanical construct blocking in these certain narrow areas, the sight lines to the dome of the legislative building. That's why I'm supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Moll, please go ahead.
I don't have a question, just a comment. I've worked in lots of penthouse mechanical rooms, and they do need to be on the top of the building. That's all.
Just 1 second. Administration, how hard would it be to get a copy of the actual agreement? Is legal here? Hi, how you doing? Just totally, oh, that's because Bill's down there. I get it now. Sorry, I'm looking this way. Do we have a copy of the agreement?
Oh, well, I'm sure we do. I don't have one with me at the moment, but we could definitely get one.
Is it in, it would be an email somewhere, would it not? Go ahead, Ms. Bredden.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, while we're looking for the legal agreement. If I could provide some, or ask the team to provide some clarification on how we determined 20 meters was required for a a 6-story apartment building or building. I think Mr. Mario or Ms. Pfeiffer would speak to that.
Sure. Through the mayor, so the 20 meters is based on kind of a typical floor height for multi-unit buildings. Typically, the residential floors are approximately 3 meters, give or take, and a main floor might be 4 meters tall. So it's understanding if you have five floors of residential above at 3 meters a floor, that's about 15 meters, plus an additional 4 meters for the main floor, takes you to about 19 meters. So it's to provide some flexibility there. And then also looking at recent applications that had come forward to council, including an application that on 15th and Toronto Street that council had approved. Multi-unit building was a 6-story building that was just under 20 meters. I'm looking for the agreement right now. I think what I would maybe suggest is that in the discussions with CMHC, if the intention of council was to permit 6-story residential buildings, that metered height would be exclusive of a mechanical penthouse. If a mechanical penthouse is included, then presumably it's a 5-story residential building with a mechanical penthouse on it.
Thank you, Ms. Pfeiffer. While they're looking, Councillor Sakiniak, go ahead.
Okay. So to clarify, regardless of what the specific wording of the agreement says, there's been conversations with CMHC, and it is administration's opinion that if this passes, we don't meet the requirements of the Housing Accelerator Fund agreement. Is that accurate? Okay, so I see multiple people shaking their heads versus hearing from one counselor that they disagreed with that assessment. I am going to side with those who've had the conversations with CMHC, those who have expertise on this file over an opinion of, respectfully, an opinion of one of... Okay.
Thank you.
So, anyway, so I am just giving my opinion, which I am allowed to do, which is that I disagree with my colleague, and I'm going to take very seriously the opinion of administration that we may, and based on their experience and their conversations, that we would be offsides with the funding agreement.
Thanks.
I think that's an important point. And I do have some additional questions. So, in this amendment, it says substitute 13 meters for 20 meters. Should it be the opposite? The request is that it's 20 meters, not 13 meters. Is that accurate, Councillor Stadnichuk?
Currently, the overlay, the verge is 13 meters.
Right.
So in our bylaws, it refers to the Wascana height overlay as at 13 meters. So it would be substituting that for 20.
So I think it should read substitute 20 for 13, because to me, it reads the opposite.
With the mayor's indulgence, what I would suggest, Councillor, is instead of saying substitute 13 meters for 20 meters, just change the wording to say replace 13 meters with 20 meters.
Yes,
Okay.
that sounds great.
I just wanted to be clear on that, because when I read that, it's the opposite of what you intend. Okay, so, I mean, as I've stated, I don't support this amendment. I don't want to take any, I don't want there to be any possibility that we, on the floor of council, make an amendment that puts our funding at jeopardy. And we've heard clearly from administration that that is their position, that this could jeopardize our funding. That's very important. Thank you.
It would be good to know prior to voting what the agreement says.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I do have a copy of the agreement. I'm not particularly familiar with the agreement, but what I would say is, regardless, if there's uncertainty or ambiguity amongst the city administration and potentially what the contract says in terms of how CMHC interprets it, I don't think we want to debate that interpretation on the floor of council. It would, in fact, be preferable to have that discussion with CMHC to confirm that our interpretation is consistent with theirs.
You've got the agreement, but you're not sure. Council, we've got a supper break at 6 o'clock anyways. Let's break now. Yeah, let's break. Can we just come back on 20 after 6? Is that good? 20 after 6? We'll be back at 20 after 6. Council, can I have you take your seats?
Okay.
I got quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all right. Council, at the conclusion of the Housing Accelerator Fund report, at the conclusion of the half report, we will consider CR 24-31, the 2024-25 rec facility accessibility improvements, and the following reports will be tabled to the April 24th meeting of City Council: CR 24-33, the Code of Ethics Bylaw; 24-32, Vision Zero; 24-30, Traffic Bylaw. The remaining items will be dealt with before adjournment. Can I get a mover for the tabled items? Oh. Councillor Skiniak?
I actually didn't hear you note this one, but I would like to propose, and I don't have the number in front of me, whichever one it was that deals with the
CM 24-8.
that deals with the nomination to the FCM Board of Directors. I would like for, I guess I'm moving that gets added to the private executive agenda, which is for next week, which is the regular process that we follow for nominations to boards and committees. So I would like us to follow that process.
Seconder? Councillor Nelson? The main tabling with that amendment. I'm just going to ask that we vote on it separately. So the following reports to be tabled, April 24th meeting: Code of Ethics, Vision Zero, Traffic Bylaw as Block 1, and the tabling of the FCM Board of Directors to private exec as Point B. You got that? Give the clerk 1 minute. Council, we're voting to consider CR 24-31 rec facility accessibility improvements tonight, and tabling till April 24th, Code of Ethics Bylaw, Vision Zero, and Traffic Bylaw. That's your vote. Please start the vote as soon as I actually get into this.
Mayor Masters, the tabling motion of the three reports has passed in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Moll, Zakidniak, Stadnichuk, Nelson, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Councillor LeBlanc has voted against. Councillor Bresciani is temporarily away from the meeting.
All right, thank you. And now we'll vote on Councillor Zakidniak's motion to move the table CM 24-8 FCM Board of Director to private exec. If it's voted down, it will be dealt with this evening before we leave, clear the agenda. If you vote yes, you're going to put it onto private exec. If you vote no, you just want it dealt with tonight. quick and dirty.
Mayor, motion the referral has passed in a vote of 7-3. Those voting in favor of the referral were Councillor Stevens, Mancinelli, LeBlanc, Mole, Sakidniak, Stanachuk, and Nelson. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Excellent. All right. Legal. We had requested that the Housing Accelerator Fund agreement be reviewed. Have we got a response? City Solicitor, Ms. Anderson?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. In response to the comment that what administration was putting forward was nonsense and that there is no agreement, that is not true. I will remind council that you unanimously agreed to a motion that gave us direction to allow 6 stories of developable space. So the legal agreement commits the city to what was submitted in its application, specifically adjustments to zoning and development standards to permit 6-story development as of a right. Notably, this commitment was amended to reflect the unanimous council motion that stipulated 6-story multi-unit residential development within 200 meters of transit was to be permitted. While no specific height is referenced in the agreement, the city's application, or the council motion, the reality is that in order to achieve 6 stories of residential development, a minimum of 20 meters is required in height, excluding any mechanical penthouse elements.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, and I think what planners would say is that it is not common that we talk about meters when we're talking about how many floors. And we also don't generally have the mechanical penthouse element as a separate conversation.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Stanachuk.
Yeah, I would like to amend that by removing the last part of that after and include the mechanical penthouse.
Okay, excellent.
If seconder's okay with it.
Councillor Hawkins, in light of that?
Before I deal with that, I want to say very clearly that I raised a legal point and that the city manager has not addressed it. Now, I'm not prepared to enter into a debate with the city manager. It'd be inappropriate. I just want to say that I stand by my comment. I noticed that it wasn't the city solicitor that replied to my legal point. I'm in favor of withdrawing the motion, withdrawing the words in the motion as Councillor Stanachuk has indicated. I see no point in continuing this on, and I can support the motion as it now stands.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Nelson, you wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the amendment?
I just have a question about the amendment. In light of what the city manager just bestowed upon us, I noticed we're entering into measurements into this, where it was just advised to us that measurements are never used. So I'm just wondering why we're keeping the language and going on that way.
I think, sorry. The city planner did define how many meters they were assigning per floor. It was 15 for the 5 floors with the main floor. You added an additional 1. That's been asked and answered, and essentially they arrived at 19, left it at 20. And this now has to do just with the overlay because of the existing zoning bylaw. Make
Totally
sense?
understand. Just if we were talking stories all the time and Regina's the only place talking meters, I'm wondering why we're writing our bylaws that way is all I was getting at. But I'm
Excellent.
fine just letting it go.
Got it. Thank you. Councillor Nelson, you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I just have a point of order.
With regard to?
With regard to the way Councillor Hawkins just talked to administration, I think that was very disrespectful, and I'd like an apology.
Thank you. I disagree with you. Councillor Zakidniak.
So just first to note, you can challenge the chair if you wish to, just stating that as a point of clarification. And also, I just want to clarify, like with the amended, with
Oh,
the
I
cha-
apologize.
Well, I have a point of clarification. Like, yes, I've spoken, but I have a point of clarification in relation to the amendment, okay? So, what is now proposed is simply that in these specific areas, Albert, Broad, Hillsdale, 23rd Avenue, that the only change proposed here is that the PCC would now be involved instead of it just being as of right. Is that, and I may need to ask another question, but like
Ms. Brett?
consultation with the PCC.
Through you, Mayor Masters, with this amendment for those particular sections, the holding overlay zone would remain in place. However, development of 6 stories as of right, within 20 meters of height, would be allowed. Anything over 20 meters would go through a discretionary use process, and we would be seeking input from the PCC.
If this amendment doesn't pass, then how would it work? Just to make sure I understand.
Thank you. If this amendment didn't pass, then we would be allowing 6 stories of development as of right. I'll back up. The holding overlay would disappear. We would allow 6 stories as of right, and anything over 20 meters would be treated as a discretionary use as per the zoning bylaw.
So the difference is with the overlay zone, the PCC is automatically involved in consultation. With a discretionary use, it's up to them to sort of reach out to be involved in is that the distinction?
I think the distinction is that we would specifically be reaching out to the PCC for input. In a discretionary use type of an application, we could always seek input from the PCC for those developments regardless. So.
Councillor Stanachuk, did you wish to close off debate?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Councillor Bandura? I've closed debate. Clarification?
It's confusing when I'm looking at all of this. It's making me nervous. It seems like we are debating or fixing things on the fly here. So if I'm looking at this, in addition to replacing 30 meters with 20 meters, are we doing anything with this? Right now, what the Wascana Center is saying, the overlay is at 13, if I'm correct.
And they're also saying they agree with 20 meters.
They agree with 20. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
With respect to Councillor Nelson's challenge to the chair, essentially she is challenging the mayor's ruling that Councillor Hawkins' remarks to the city manager were not in violation of the Code of Ethics or rude, etc. If you support the mayor's ruling that this was not an infringement or bad behavior, then you vote yes to support the mayor's ruling. If you vote no, then you are supporting Councillor Nelson's motion that Councillor Hawkins should apologize.
Clerks call the vote. I could only wish, Councillor Stevens, I could only wish.
Mayor Masters, the ruling, or the challenge to the chair has been lost, and your ruling has been upheld in a vote of 6-4. Those voting to support your ruling were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself. Voting in favor of Councillor Nelson's challenge were Councillors Nelson, Stanichuk, Zakidny, and LeBlanc.
Sorry, Councillor Mole, you wanted?
I just have a point of clarification on the motion that's up here.
Oh, the amendment?
This right here, just a
Oh,
real quick question.
okay.
Super easy, super easy.
Yeah, we're not
So
there.
this
We're not
is-
there yet. We're not there yet. Thank you. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So this excludes the penthouse. Now that I removed the included, this excludes, thank you.
Councillor Stanichuk, I'm going to make quick eye contact with you. You're just going to give me a thumbs up, right? Okay, super, thanks. Clerks, could you please call the vote on the amendment?
Oh, that's dangerous. Councillor Nelson, we're just waiting on your vote. Mayor Masters, the amendment has passed in a vote of 6-4. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Nelson, Stanichuk, Mole, and yourself. Voting against were Councillors Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mancinelli.
Back to the main motion. Where were we? Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stanichuk, floor is still yours.
No, I am good.
Bless you.
I don't think I have anything else, no.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Will this vote have any impact, direct or indirect, on the application at 535 Douglas Avenue?
Ms. Dawson?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. If you recall back to the presentation that I gave about 1 o'clock, in one of the slides, in one of the slides, I did address this question. So we do have an application at 535 Douglas Avenue. That application is for a rezoning of the property as well as a discretionary use. That property is currently in the Wascana overlay, unless we vote to change that. If that Wascana overlay is adjusted, what it will mean is then that application doesn't get referred to PCC for comment, and that's the only change here today.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that, and with that clarification, I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor. On the main, this is on the main motion.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, no more. Okay. Interesting debate. This is, I think, all the years that I've been here, it's quite challenging to figure this out. You're pinned between two things here. So first we want to grow, then we don't want to grow. We decided that we adjusted the neighborhood plan. We've always talked about starting from the neighborhood plan. So we went into Douglas, we went into El Richie, and we've gone through all that. I got it. So this card was kind of dealt to us, and we have a hot potato here. It was dealt to us. We need to do something. People are asking for housing. We need to do something, but yet I think this kind of forces us to make a decision either yes or no. I think I heard a comment saying that someone in a city in Ontario rejected the funds. Okay, that's them. We are here, so we can deal with this. But we need to figure out, we're talking about the transit, Main, Albert Street, main routes, College, all these where we can build up the areas. We have folks that are walking. We don't want them to drive, so walking and transit. That's what we're talking about, building capacity in transit, moving masses to where they need to go and from it. And eventually, sooner or later, we know that in 35 or 40 or 50, we're going to be walking. There'll be no cars, or maybe flying, who knows. So we need to start this already, how we move this. So I do appreciate this, and I'm voting in favor of the main because, yes, there are some stresses within the community and neighborhoods. We don't want anything to come in. Yes, I agree, but we don't want to stop the growth. You're looking at Albert Street, College. You look at the transit, we're moving. So you're moving people, so I'm in favor of that. But I have a motion, amendment, if I may put it up. City Clerk will put it up there. So if everyone can have a quick little peek and look and see, we need a seconder, I guess. So Mayor, the way I understand from the reports and administration is that administration will not be looking at this transitional area neighborhood plan for probably another couple months, I think, or so. So I have a question for the administration on that transition area. Reason I brought this because I think I would like to see. We're talking about a lot of things, and we have money to.
Just 1 second, Councillor Fundora, you do need a seconder.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Councillor Nelson seconding. Please go ahead, John.
Okay, we do have the funds, and I think we need to, administration is going to be looking at the transitional area neighborhood, probably within the next couple months, maybe even later. So if I can ask the question, when was it supposed to come? Mayor?
Yep, through you, Mayor. The next couple of phases of the reports that we were bringing forward to you were to bring forward the review of the neighborhood plans and any changes that were needed to implement the half work.
Okay, so Mayor, to you, the question is to the administration, is this going to interfere with bringing this now or bringing it later? Is that going to change anything, or is it going to interfere with any plans that administration has to fast track this into to make things move, and as we talking about housing and talking about need to affordable houses, need to build, is this going to interfere with putting it on the floor now, or we'll deal with it today?
Through you, Mayor Masters, for context, the Transitional Area Neighborhood Plan deals with lands that are north of College, between Albert and Broad,
right,
and south of downtown.
Correct.
And so that is an area that we know needs work. The neighborhood plan is old and outdated, and actually is quite direct in some of the policies, and it verges into more of zoning bylaw language. I don't see this offside with some of the work that we were planning to do. We just hadn't got to it yet, and so I wouldn't see any major obstacles. But I might just pass this over to Mr. Mario, A, because he hasn't spoke yet, and B, because he has...
He's all happy smiling at you.
And B, this might be more of a question that his area might deal with.
Mr. Mario.
I suppose I can make this worth my while just by saying that there are more specific building form requirements within this area that go beyond height, which are not common for any other zone in the city. So we do see some additional conflict with just allowing as of right anywhere else. There are additional requirements which would kind of shape the building in a way that was determined back when this neighborhood plan was first adopted 30 years ago. So the intent is to increase the height, but there are other additional requirements that we need to revisit before we arrive at a conclusion.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, I seize the floor, and I like, if there's any debate or questions, or we just go.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Councillor Skiniak. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is a question for the mover, so I just want to clarify, Councillor Findura, so you are, can you just, I guess, we'll start with the rationale for this amendment? I'm just sort of confused where this is coming from.
Well, it's, as you heard from the administration, the transitional plan is quite outdated. And instead of waiting for it to keep it moving, or as we're moving with other areas of the city to build and transition and close to like transit, I would like to see this go along with what we do now, and I like to put it on started now instead of waiting for it another 3-4 months to get that started. Well, everything is moving, so I like to see it moving together. That area is important for down south of Victoria, north of College, up to Broad Street, even further. It's important to keep that in unison with what the motion is on the accelerator and all that for the housing.
Okay, so you're looking to allow additional intensification in the
Correct.
transitional area neighborhood.
That is correct.
And if this, without this amendment, what would administration have done? Like, what would be the process without this specific direction today?
Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Mayor Masters, this would speed up our work in the transitional area neighborhood plan review in terms of removing that height. I will say, to clarify some of the questions that Councillor Skiniak has posed, the transitional area neighborhood plan had some height restrictions that were in line with the Wascana Center master plan height restrictions, and so if we remove those limitations of the 13 meters, then there is some remaining policy that now is offside with how our zoning is. And so removing the height barriers within the neighborhood plan would coincide with what we're trying to do with zoning.
I guess I would question, so it says any height barriers. That's more than what we're doing today. Like, we're not saying do whatever you want, developers. So this seems to be beyond the scope of what we're doing otherwise today.
Through you, Mayor Masters, if the mover of the motion would want to clarify that it's to remove height barriers from implementing the half work, that would probably resolve Councillor Zakiniak's concern instead of unlimited height within the transitional area, and I can see that.
Councillor Madura, I think that was directed at you.
I'm looking at Councillor Zayed-Young.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when it says remove any height barriers, I think that would cause a lot of concern for folks in the transitional area neighborhood and actually reflect a lot of the concerns we heard from delegations today, that they're concerned about unfettered development. So I don't know if there's a clarification that, if this is the intent of what you wish to bring forward.
Yeah, that would be the intent. You know, reading the report and looking at I grew up on McIntyre Street. I was right there for so many years. You have you have senior apartments. You have a lot of tall buildings there. So you've got total McIntyre, Smith Street, Lauren.
I think Ms. Dawson wants to help you out here.
Okay.
So this would just be the neighborhood plan. There's still height restrictions within the zoning bylaw that would apply. So it's not like unrestricted in terms of height. And so we would still have those available.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so, sorry, one more time. If this does not pass, what would you do otherwise?
If this does not pass, you would probably see a very similar request coming to you when we have the neighborhood plan review fully completed.
And how does it help you to have this move forward now? Or does it?
Does it help me? It fast tracks that particular decision. There'll be lots before you in terms of neighborhood plan review. And if this is one that we can agree to today, then that's work that's done.
Who is the counselor for the transitional area neighborhood? All right, thanks.
Councillor Stevens, I'm turning your light back on.
Sure. I mean, what Councillor Findora was pointing out, like if you're looking at where taller buildings are located, that's it. So most people live in multi-unit dwellings in that part of the city anyhow. So you're probably aligning with what's been approved for the last 50 years, but we're fast tracking it. And so the concern here is that when you go to the community and you're trying to craft a neighborhood plan, we've already preempted it. That was the concern. But on the other hand, it seems to be pretty aligned with how we've been building in Regina.
Any other questions? Councillor Findora, do you want to close off?
No, we good?
All right, clerk, start the vote on the amendment.
I'm opposed.
Mayor Masters, the amendment has passed in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Moll, LeBlanc, Nelson, Stadnicek, and yourself, Mayor Masters. And Councillors Zakidniak voted no.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Councillor Findura, anything else on the main motion?
No, I'm good.
Bless your heart. Any other member of council? It's been a while, folks. Who moved the motion? Councillor Nelson, did you wish to close off debate on the main motion?
No.
Thank you. Clerks, can you call the vote on the motion as amended? You're in? Okay.
Mayor Masters, the motion as amended has passed in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you very much. We're getting Councillor Bresciani back to the room, but I think, given that we have had delegations waiting here for quite some time, adorable. Okay, Council, we're going to now move to CR 24-31, the 2024-2025 Recreation Facility Accessibility Improvements. I would like to call upon Delegation Blake Turnbull. Here, you get to go first.
Am I going first?
Yeah, you get to go first. So, hi. Okay, we're gonna ask for your name, where you live, and you'll get 5 minutes to chat.
Okay. So you want to tell them your name? Tell them your name.
My name is Blake.
And where do you live?
I live in Regina.
Yeah. And why are you here today?
I'm here It's because we need the elevator.
What do you need the elevator for?
It's because other people like me have wheelchairs, and nobody wants to be left out.
Nobody wants to be left out?
Yeah.
So who could use the elevator?
Me and other people, and my grandma, and my granddad, and all my friends at daycare, and Jessica.
Who's Jessica?
She's my basketball friend
Yeah.
that goes to basketball with me.
Is she on Team Canada?
Yep.
Yeah. Is she a Paralympic racer?
Yep.
That's pretty cool. And how about your basketball team? Do you play basketball?
Yeah.
What kind of basketball do you play?
Wheelchair basketball.
And can they use the water slides without an elevator?
Yep. I mean, no. No.
Do you want to show them all your, how do you get around? What are those things next to you? You've got your,
So I got a walker, sticks, and a wheelchair.
yeah, are any of those things good with stairs?
Nope.
No. But you're pretty good at getting around, right?
Yeah.
You're pretty good at doing things by yourself?
Yep.
Do you like to play with your friends?
Yep.
Yeah? Side by side?
Yep.
Do you like it when you don't get to play with your friends?
No.
No. So it's really important to play with your friends, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what other questions can I ask you? Who else could use the elevator? Anything else you want to say?
Nope. I mean, yep.
I'm going to tell him your joke.
So how does a fire truck do his work? Don't cry, it's just a joke.
Do you have anything else you want to say?
Nope.
About the elevator and that?
Nope.
Do you want to tell them to please keep the elevator?
Please keep the elevator.
Yeah. All right.
I'm done.
We'll ask them for questions now. They might ask you some questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Blake. I think Councillor Nelson would like to ask you a question.
Okay.
Blake, I'd like to thank you very much for being here. You represent a lot of kids in this community. We have a delegate today. Honey, I just want to tell you that she's a mom that's been in a wheelchair and she has to pay people and daycare workers to come and take your child down the water slide. So I think people hearing you and what you have to say is very important. And I just want to thank you very much for spending all day here in this boring adult room to say what you have to say. So thank you, honey.
Okay.
Councillor Ventura?
You're a brave young lady.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm usually nervous when I sit in this chair. So question to, I believe, Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, just for Blake? Okay, I'll leave my questions. Just want to say thank you for coming. Again, you're a brave young lady.
Thanks. Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. Blake. Hi, Blake.
Hi.
Have you been on a water slide before?
Nope.
Yes, you have.
Yep, I mean.
When Mom carried you up several times, picking you up lots of water slides.
What?
Yeah, at the hotel.
Oh.
Yeah.
No further questions. That was a trick question.
Oh, you're good? Okay. Blake, thank you so much for being patient today and hanging out with us. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Sarah, did you want to go next, since you're sitting there?
It would probably make sense.
All right.
So,
I know you've been here before. Sarah, just go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Boom.
you're gonna have to turn her mic off or she's gonna take over on me.
I did.
Okay. Okay, I'm Sarah Turnbull. I live in Regina in University Park. And do you just want me to go? Okay. I might have to move Blake.
Okay, hold on, Blake, you can't talk when I'm talking, okay? Because I'm trying to tell them about the flashlight stuff, okay? Okay.
We're going to start now. Okay. A year ago, we were all here celebrating a really big win. Us all together had voted to remove the barriers that exist that sideline my daughter Blake. City Council had voted to create an accessible elevator to the water slide at the new Wascana pool. This told the people of Regina, our community, that our children can play side by side. It told the people of Regina that as a community, we lead by example and show that everyone is valued. But that was a year ago. Unfortunately, today, there's no celebrating a big win. Today, we are again fighting for barriers to be removed instead of creating a community of inclusion. Actions that have been taken have divided the disability community and the possible defeat of the accessibility of the water slide. I'm here to request to try again, to once again approve the $550,000 in operation costs, to find solutions instead of creating barriers, to work together instead of dividing, to do what's right versus playing politics, to let people in versus closing doors, and appreciating resources and people, seeing them as instead of seeing them as oppositional, including myself. Please see me as a resource. I am not against you. This project is possible. It's very possible, and it's so possible with the funds that were assigned to it. We don't have to quit. We were so close. In December, the price estimate came back to council with an increased cost of almost double for the elevator. I'm very interested in what happened to cause this, what barriers brought this forward. Critical thinking must be applied and should be asked to the cross divisions and options. We need to look for solutions. Blake and I are here today asking you, do you actually believe in inclusion? Does our city believe it? And most importantly, are the people tasked and hired to do the job to get paid, do they believe in the project? After the budget came in, I talked to every elevator supplier listed. I've asked and asked why the cost was doubled. What I found out is that the design objective was never really believed in, and that multiple suppliers informed me that the job was never believed to be happening, and it was political, and they were told just to throw a number at it. The elevator is complex, and knowledge was incomplete, so it was over-designed and priced to be over cost as well. And what was cost estimated and priced was a custom designed commercial elevator similar to a potash mine, not for elevator for accessibility. Not only was I told that an irrelevant elevator was priced, which I know better because of my professional expertise. I am a designer, project manager, and I work for the Saskatchewan Health Authority in capital planning, making recommendations on infrastructure spending. But I also listened as an elevator provider told me it was too dangerous for my child to go down a water slide. This individual tried to tell me what Blake is capable of, and this mindset is part of the problem. I also talked to a supplier that was not included in the costing of the project, one who specializes in LULA designations, which is a special designation in Canada for its exact purpose, accessibility. This project didn't even list LULA as a possibility. So I ask, why are we pricing a commercial elevator for a potash mine over a commercial elevator for accessibility? Why was this specification written this way? Why were we not provided options for cost reductions? When the elevator budget was high, why didn't we look at the ramp option or further price reductions or creative solutions? I'm here today with solutions. I'm here asking you to try again, and I come with knowledge and tools to get this done with the parameters that were passed last year. Let's try again. We need to believe in the project and hire people who believe in it, who will find creative solutions and remove obstacles and apply critical thinking. I spoke to elevator suppliers, architects, designers, engineers, brick Hansen specialists, and found what we can be accomplished if we apply appropriate design criteria, policy decisions of use, and funding opportunities to cover the extra. Oh, sorry. I found a creative solution to make the elevator shaft multi-use and a revenue source. My time is limited, but my proposed solutions are listed in my written submission.
please ask me more during questions. A, design, B, policy, C, revenue, and D, funding. There's an exact funding source for this, the Enabling Accessibility Funds for the Government of Canada, which the city can apply up to $3 million for the purposes of adding a Lula elevator to the existing hub for this purpose. Create inclusion and community, asking the disability community to, we have to do that. We can't ask the disability community to vote and fight for funding scraps. That pits the marginalized communities against each other, and that is not right. We don't ask that of any others.
Thanks, Sarah. You've passed 5 minutes, so if you just wrap it up, that'd be great. Thank you.
I can keep going?
You can wrap it up in about 10 seconds, and then you'll get asked questions.
Okay, funding decisions should be made on a matrix that examines what best meets the values mission statement of the city. It should be ranked on liabilities, life safety, accessibility, and opportunities. The city has had a recanson assessment done of all its facilities. It has a level playing field, make a master plan for accessibility, and the city has invested in these professional services. Why are these assessments and consultants not used in decision making instead of going for?
Thank you. Okay, I'm stopping now.
Yeah.
Okay. You've got some questions coming anyways. Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, through you.
Yeah.
First question, I'm curious, what's Lula? What is that? Is it a certain design? What is that?
So Lula stands for a limited lift for accessibility. It is a type of elevator, and it's a type of elevator is used for this, is a permit for accessibility exactly for this use. If you were to go across the street to St. Paul's Anglican Church, they have a Lulu elevator installed there, and you can go take a look at it. And it's just like a similar in code where you would have an occupancy D or E or whatever. This is the occupancy for accessibility limited use. It is exactly for this purpose.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned in your professional opinion,
Yeah.
you talk about design or policy. So in your opinion, how would you have a solution to reduce or by design or the elevator?
Absolutely. So I did include an attachment in your agenda, and that kind of goes more into the design specifics. But in terms of design, what you do is you have to look at what we actually require. We require a seasonal elevator that's only operational in the summer. We do not have to heat up a vent for all months of the year. It can be decommissioned. The primary issue with the elevator in Saskatchewan is the moisture requirements. And so what you need to do is you need to be able to decommission it in the winter and not heat up the vent all year round. You need to have like a shutter in terms to like keep the rain out, similar to sort of like a parkade or that. And really, the big concern is moisture and humidity, and working with the suppliers. There are solutions for that, which are within the report. And then one of my big things was everything needs to be adaptable and flexible. So what if it wasn't just an elevator? What if it was also a digital billboard that could be used for happy birthday messages or for the visually, like for, that's also in the report. You can take a look for advertising opportunities. There are scoreboard opportunities. It can be multifunctional in use, and it can be a revenue source throughout design. Also using policy. So when they talk to all of the elevator suppliers, which I did, I talked to every single one of them. You can see that half of it was concerned about the policy of the moisture. And so by enacting policy with the moisture, you can enact using a manual wheelchair and towel service in order to go up and down the elevator versus taking your own mobility device, which actually helps with the liability of touching other people's mobility devices. It helps with the size requirement of the elevator, decreasing it in size, and then being able to bring it up, and relieves you of liabilities there. In terms of determining who gets to use the elevator with policy, there's already a program with Easter Seals Canada where you can go show your pass, so you don't even have to do that on your own. All the policies are there to not only make this elevator smaller for use, but also to make it more moisture resistant. So if we could make even the interior of the elevator moisture resistant using sort of hospital grade finishes. So like use a hospital grade acoustical ceiling tile, and then you have the moisture resistant here. Then you can keep the moisture from going into the chains within the elevator, which is part of the bigger concerns too. So there's all policy and design and adaptability. So there's the four things I mentioned. Design it correctly for our environment, do the homework to make that happen, get the actual elevator that we need, which is an accessible elevator, not a potash mine elevator. Get the consultants who actually believe in this to happen, not telling people just price whatever. Then you get the revenue from making it multi-use and making it multifunctional. It can also be a piece of art in the community. Again, that's I made renderings of all the different uses. So you've got emergency here, which is really emergency signaling, birthday parties, events. What else did I say? Getting the funding from the government. That Enabling Accessibility Fund is right there. It's $3 million. It's for a Lulu elevator. It's for municipalities to apply for. You can go take a look at it. It takes you down a chart to go apply for these funds. That's, again, the Enabling Canada Fund. It is also of use for playground applications, if you want to use that for other things. There's different categories in there. And then I know that there's some fundraising talks with other places like Telemiracle, and I think Trina's on top of that as well. I think I'm rambling at this point, so.
No, that's good.
I can talk forever about this. I really went deep into the elevator design.
Truly's passion there. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Mayor, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Findura. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Sarah, thank you very much for being here. What's difficult, and it was difficult for me being a counselor, I don't know this stuff, so I had to learn all of this stuff. And it's really hard to put everything to us in a way that we can understand it. We talked about the Class D estimate, how that comes in plus or minus 20%. I hope councillors got that. We're going to talk more about that with administration. I want to go to just a couple of little feasible things here that was on the quote, which is why we are really strongly can say that this quote was not a very good quote. $94,000 to replace the grass. Sarah, from a design person, how much, and I went there and I took pictures if any of the councillors would like to see them, and the amount of grass, and what they're saying is the vehicles will be coming in to put the elevator on, so then they're just going to dig up the grass. How much do you think that would cost, Sarah? And I have people that say, our delegate will say that he is more than happy to come and plant it and do it himself for free, but what do you think the price would be for that, through the chair?
Well, I'm not a landscape architect, and I don't know landscape budgets off the top of my head. But from the cost estimate I saw, cost estimate D, there are different levels. A cost estimate D, you have to be within 25%, and it's very sort of like vague-ish. So if you were a building, that might be what you would consider a square foot cost. Like you look at this building and say, oh, it would be this much square foot. So that's what a cost D is. And when you're trying to cover your butt as a contractor with something as complex as an elevator in Regina that's outside, you're going to add the extra costs and the extra overheads because you don't want to, especially with inflation. So like you do have to recognize it's a cost D, and that's not real. And you also have to recognize that contractors are going to put the extra overhead in not knowing what they're dealing with. And they don't know what they're dealing with, and that is why you have an elevator, which is, I'm quoting the actual elevator supplier when they say this is what we would put in a potash mine. They were the ones that used the potash mine. But what happened with the specification is it actually excluded the Lulu. So like the actual qualification for accessibility elevator wasn't in the proposal. It's not in the specification as an option, and that is what you actually need even if you go through the Canada grant. So that was excluded because it was over-designed and overpriced, And when through the routes of communication, and I can't go and say it was this person or that person or that person, because there's like 10, 20 people. Like it could have been a consultant, it could have been a designer, it could have been a city administrator, I don't know who. But whoever was communicating to these elevator suppliers told them that this project wasn't happening and just to throw a large number at it to cover their butts. I listened to elevator suppliers tell me political messages on why this elevator couldn't happen. That is how this thing happened. They weren't believing in it. So however the messaging got to them, and there's no way I'm going to sit here and say it was a particular person's fault, because there are so many people in this room who have been so awesome to work with and help us with accessibility that I would never want to say, how did this happen? The point is it did happen and we need to go back and fix it. That pricing isn't accurate and maybe we do need to get the redesign. And when the cost came back, how come we didn't go back to the ramp option? That was here last year. It's like, there's this ramp option. How come we did not go to our consultants and say, look at this fancy exterior cladding you've put on this elevator thing? Why are we dressing this up? Why are we not looking for creative solutions? Why are we not making the most with our budget? And I understand I'm passionate because I have a lot invested in this personally, and you guys have so many things on your plate. It's been hours of other things of people being passionate, so I get that you have all these people with 5 minutes being passionate, and that can be draining. But sometimes you do need like the person who's willing to go the extra mile to find out what's going on. And that is what happened, and so I'm just saying, let's try this again. I'm just saying this price estimate wasn't accurate, and it's because it was complex, and there are so many factors that went into it, and I do think that we could get it for the actual 550 that was put out there. Maybe less with some of these grants.
That's all the questions I have. Thanks,
Yeah,
Sarah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's
Thank you,
okay.
Councillor Nelson. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sarah, for
Yeah.
being here and waiting as well,
Yeah.
to Blake as well. So with the discussions that happened around the accessibility, and this is where I would really appreciate your feedback. The elevator is one piece.
Yep.
Okay, so getting people up. We get to the top.
Yep.
Then how do you see it as these people who may not have the capability to the use of their limbs, or may have some, or their arms, but how do you see that they would be able to, does there have to be a harness? Like, there was a bit of confusion, like the elevator is one thing, perfect, get that elevator up. The next piece is this piece of who facilitates that individual to the slide, right?
Yep.
And then the second is getting them down. Is it a harness? And that was kind of unclear from a risk for sure, but the other piece, so, I think the elevator is one whole thing.
Yep.
And absolutely, if we can get people up, we do it with stairs for a person who can walk up the stairs, right? But the other piece is having this piece of how do we get, and the other thing is that you don't come down in a pool of water, you come down the slide in a tube, it's a tube.
Yep.
That's it, it ends there. So what they explained, they'd have to be lifted about 5 to 6 feet up over the tube to get them out. So my question is, how do you see that working from an accessibility, like?
Well, in the document attached, I wrote a whole bit about policy, but I will go over it a little bit. So, but I think with that, similar to all water slides, if you are a person with any sort of medical condition, you have a sign. The sign says, do not go on the water slide if you're pregnant, if you have back problems, all those kind of things. And you do not have to go to someone to prove that you can or cannot go on that water slide. That medical criteria is yours, your own, and that is at your own risk. And that's the same with all things, is you see these risks and then you determine that. And then in terms of using the water slide, you do have to be comfortable with your personal safety. Anyone going on any sort of ride anywhere in the world has to take into account of their own personal safety and comfort. Like, no one's throwing people down the slides who do not feel comfortable with it. But I think the other part about this is that when we're talking about this, everyone automatically envisions these very stereotypical disabilities with mobility devices and quadriplegia and paraplegic and all that. But there's this whole other part. There are people with cancer fatigue. There are people with MS. There are caregivers. There are so many things. And one of the ones that came up lots when I was talking was actually not mobility, but the runners. Like, so there's like a lot of kids who are runners with perhaps maybe have autism or whatever, and it's hard to wrangle them up, and sensory needs. And that's the thing about it, is we're not here to say who has a disability and what can they do. People can make their own medical decisions. They can read the guidelines, they can get their help. It's a huge range of people. And then we also have this program already in place with Easter Seals, which already gives people a card to say that they have this disability or not. So you already have the pre-criteria within it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you must, I didn't frame the question
Yeah.
properly.
Okay, sorry.
The question was around, how do you see people that need that piece of accessibility equipment to get down the slide? Do you see a harness? In your work with playground equipment, all that, like, that's the point, not who can go on it, it's what a piece of equipment
like
do you
what's
see?
supportive?
Yes, supportive, that could be utilized for individuals because they have to access themselves out of the chair into the, so
Yeah,
from
so
your perspective.
The presentation I think I saw from the city at some point showed some like hand railing and some guards around it and some more visual contrasting strips, and I thought that was really well done. And I do know that before this came up, that the city administration was talking to different disability groups about those sort of things, and I know they've done work, and what I did see I thought was well done, and I imagine there would be more with more continued working with it. Like the work I saw before was hanging in the balance was good work. Like I'm not saying that it was, like what I saw was very thoughtful of many disabilities. It's just the fact that it got canceled.
Yeah, no, just again, because you've given us feedback on playgrounds and all these others, so that was the one piece that I don't think has ever been, I think.
I think that there's also like, things aren't gonna be perfect, they're gonna be better than. Like I believe one of the things that came up with this particular water slide is that there's like a max weight limit of 300 pounds. And that can be also a barrier. So there's gonna be barriers. Like it's a better than. Everything is we're improving, we're aiming to be better, appreciating what we're doing. And the pool is a really great example of that. And the fact that we're even putting this in as value signaling that this is important to our community is really important. But I think, especially where we are in design and infrastructure catching up, and us as a society catching up on what's acceptable, it's always going to be better than. And 10 years from now, we'll probably go back and say, why didn't we do that? Because we're doing the best with what we know.
Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Regina. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I understand right. Is one of your main concerns with the previous cost estimate we've got, which was deferred and then voted against, essentially that the scope of the described work in the request for proposals was sort of overbuilt?
Yeah.
It was bigger than we needed. That's the crux of it.
Yeah, it is complex. It is a complex thing that hasn't really been asked of, but the critical thinking wasn't really done to find the solution. Instead of putting the critical thinking to putting the solution, and maybe it's because people aren't as invested in it as I am, which I get, was more about, oh my gosh, we don't know how to deal with this, so let's put the craziest elevator we could possibly think in. So if you think about it, this elevator they were going to build was going to be a shaft which is completely temperature controlled for all 4 seasons of Saskatchewan, but it's only open for how many seasons? And when you talk to the elevator suppliers and ask more questions, which I did, you start to ask what is actually needed instead of them being like, well, you need the best everything. You need this crazy car because we don't know what you actually need. So you have to like back off and see what the needs actually are and what we actually require for our environment and what is in it. But I think the thing that like blows my mind the most is that it was never a Lula elevator.
Thank you. And then the last point in your materials are, quote, how accessibility spending is ranked should not be left to community voting.
No.
What can you tell me about that?
So this again is new because this fund is new. Thank you for like bringing the accessibility spending to Regina. It's definitely appreciated. But so like I said in my background, I actually work in capital planning for the Saskatchewan Health Authority, and we do stuff like this, rank our facility projects. And I just don't think, if you think about it, if you were to put other projects to community voting, like a Survey Monkey, like you can look at today's audience, for example. How do you think that vote would have turned out if you asked everyone to vote and organize online with a monkey? It's just not, Hassan, you have to take a ranking and you have to compare it to your values as a city. You have to look at it in terms, does it meet code? Does it apply to our mission statement? Does it let people in who otherwise wouldn't be able to let in? There are values as a city that you need to put in the work. And truthfully, you've done it because you've done Rick Hansen assessments for so many of your facilities already. I believe those are ranked by your consultant. You've hired level playing field to do accessibility plan. So you actually have invested money on consultants to do accessibility plan for Regina. So why aren't we using this information to make these choices versus going out and putting an online survey to 200 people? It just, you need to bring it back to your mission statements and your values and put it in metrics in Excel or do whatever, because, and you have to look at your liabilities and risks too. Like, 'cause some of these decisions are gonna put you at risk for human rights complaints and some of these won't. And some of these decisions will allow people to use facilities that they currently can't. And it's extremely unfair to put marginalized communities in a room together and say, where should we spend this money? We should be working together. There is no way, like, yes, Blake has a mobility disability, but like, people in our family have autism and all sorts of things. Like, we shouldn't, and we have different needs, and we shouldn't be like race to the middle and who gets the scraps of funding. Like, there should be parameters in this developed, and I realize that it's not developed yet because it's a new fund, but that is really where this needs to go.
Thank you. And then just finally, technically on the accessibility of the water slide, is it fair to say you want us to do what's needed to make the water slide accessible, whether that's an elevator, ramp, or otherwise? The question is accessibility, not the path to accessibility.
Yes. So back when we had this discussion a year ago, this discussion came to the conclusion that the elevator would be the most accessible option. However, if the elevator was double the cost, you might want to go look back at the ramp, because the ramp would be better than an elevator, than nothing. So a ramp would be better than nothing. An elevator would be better than a ramp. And that was kind of the discussion that was had last year. But if you take the elevator out of the equation, you still can go to the ramp, which is better than nothing.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Shanachuk, please go ahead.
All right. I want to say, like, through the mayor, that this, I mean, it's not that this is, I mean, this is a difficult decision. So considering, like you talked about human rights, possible human rights complaints, if other facilities that are on the list are also not upgraded to meet accessibility needs, is that also a possibility of a human rights complaint?
Absolutely. Pretty much everywhere we go that Blake and I don't have access to, we could issue like 300 human rights complaints a day. We're not going to. But like, that is like the reality. So, which is why I think when you do these metrics and you hire the professionals, you do need to like look at that whole thing. I shouldn't say I don't think, there are people who do issue that many human rights complaints. a day. Most people do not do that. It is a waste of, like, I shouldn't say it's a waste of time and energy, it's just exhausting living our life as it is versus, as I mentioned, I would much rather be seen working with and finding solutions and administration, and for the most part, I feel like the city of Regina has been really open to hearing and working things. Like, I really do feel like that, and sometimes I feel like I'm charging in, being like, oh my gosh, but the reality is that there's been a lot done, and I see it, and I appreciate it, and I never want to discredit what has been done.
Just in terms of your comment about having spoken to a number of elevator suppliers, through the mayor, I come from a family where my brothers all worked in potash mines.
Yeah.
You realize that a potash elevator goes over 3,000 feet underground, carries 40 men and equipment. So I don't quite understand why you say that what was being proposed was a potash elevator.
That came straight from the elevator supplier's mouth, actually. That wasn't my words. And if you look at my report, you can see that I talked to every single elevator supplier that was listed in the construction specification. So the construction specification, which is a certain percentage, was prepared by the consultant who hired an elevator consultant, and it listed every acceptable elevator supplier within that specification. I talked to every single one of those elevator suppliers within that specification, plus an additional 3. And when I talked to them, it was through them where I learned that they were like, you don't know what to do, so we spec the same thing. So when they say spec it, it's custom. So they maybe didn't say 300 feet under the ground, but they spec the same product.
I'm saying 3,300 feet.
Yeah, so whatever it was.
Under layers and layers and layers of rock.
This is what, so they told me. And I think what you're probably thinking of, and I don't want to name the elevator suppliers out front because I don't want to throw anyone under the brush, but I did talk to them all. I think there's the elevator, and there's what the elevator goes in, which is the shaft and the equipment and all of that. So when we're talking about the elevator, they're probably referencing the actual elevator product and not the encasement, which is the shaft and the machinery that goes within it. But that is what they told me. They said they spec the same product as they would have.
So, I mean, my only last question is just that, I mean, you're passionate about this issue. I understand why. We do know that it wasn't designed, that the whole pool wasn't designed in the water slides with this in mind. We have a limited budget. So I guess I'm just saying you can understand that we have to use whatever best information administration gives us. And you can understand that our decisions are going to be anyone could come and say, I've spoken to a number of different people, but we still have to take the best advice that we can get from our administration.
Sure, and I would love to be a more active part. I have tried to be on the accessibility committee. I have been told I am not welcome on the accessibility committee.
Well, okay.
And so anyways, but you do the best with what you can and you try to understand the problem, and I think at minimum you go back and you say, why is it this way? At minimum you say, why is it this way? You don't have to do the footwork I did. I don't expect anyone to do that except for the actual people hired to do the work. But you...
Okay.
I'm going to turn your microphone on. Go ahead, Councillor Bresciani.
Mayor Masters, I have a point of order. I take highly offense to that comment about the Accessibility Advisory Committee. It is done by all of council and the city clerk, and so I take highly offense to that comment.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stanichuk, you done your question?
No, that's it for my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting this evening. I'll ask that you return to the gallery. I would call upon Delegation Crystal Johnston, please. Crystal Johnson, as you approach, I'll have you state your name for the record, where you live, and organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have some questions for you. Go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
Just before we start here, I know last time my daughter was up speaking, you had asked me to recuse myself because there was a conflict. Then afterwards I found out that there wasn't a conflict. So I'd just like to ask the city clerk, can you address this and just give a point of order and make sure that I'm not in conflict being here when she's speaking?
Well, thank you, Councillor Nelson. It's not up for me to determine whether there's a conflict of interest. That is only for you to, Councillor Nelson. But from my perspective, personal opinion, there's no material gain to you individually. This is a large societal issue, so I would not see you in conflict, but that is not a legal opinion. That is just my personal perspective. You're fine.
Excellent, thank you. Please, go ahead.
So I'm Crystal Johnston. I am representing myself and I am from Regina. So water is where I feel the most comfortable. It's where a lot of people with disabilities feel the most comfortable. There are things that we can do in the water that we can't do on land, such as standing or walking. So of course I wanted to be in the water as much as I can. Yes, I was a competitive swimmer, but it was also an activity I loved to do with my friends. One of the biggest challenges I had to face was going up the water slide. If my parents were with me, they would carry me up those stairs 10 times in a row. Of course, my parents wouldn't be able to carry me as I got older because 1, I got bigger, and 2, I wanted to start being independent. As a teenager, I still wanted to go up the water slide with my friends, so I had to come up with a way where I didn't need any help. I would sit down on the floor and slide up each step, and I would do this 10 times in a row because I wanted to keep up with my friends. It was humiliating for me because everyone would just stare at me. I would even come home covered in bruises all over my legs, but it was worth it because I got to have fun with my friends, something every child should be able to do. I have been fighting for my rights since I was 12 years old. I fight not just for myself, but for every person with a disability who might not have a voice. I fight these battles for the child in a wheelchair that wants to join sports with able-bodied children. Accessibility shouldn't be something I have to fight for. But I do this so every person with a disability doesn't have to feel the way I felt when I would get told I can't do something. By saying no, you are saying no to a child that just wants to be normal and do normal things just like all other children. But if you say yes, you are saying yes to accessibility, to equality, to more opportunities, and to a stronger and better community. You have the power to make this happen. Let's make history right here in Regina. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. We have questions from Councillor Nelson. Please go ahead.
I promised you I wouldn't ask you questions, but I have to. We talked a little bit about who could use the water slide, and I'll tell you, my eyes were opened up the first time we went to a para swimming meet in Vancouver. Can you tell council some of the swimmers that you competed against in the Paralympics and the Pan Am Games and so on and so forth, legs, arms, how did they swim, how did they get around, things like that? I'd just like you to give them just a visual of it, since we saw it, but we never seen it until we were there through the chair.
So when I would swim at swimming competitions, the type of people with disabilities that were there, where you would see people that are paralyzed, or there was this one swimmer I saw who had no legs and no arms, and he swam, and he won medals. So anybody can swim, and everybody should be able to enjoy the water.
Now, I've heard a lot, I'm going to call them keyboard warriors, that I fight for this because my daughter's in a wheelchair. I know you told me you're probably never going to go down this water slide because you're 30 years old now. But can you tell people if you would actually go down this water slide, And would you go down this water slide, Crystal, through the chair?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm 30 years old, but I have a little niece that I would love to go down the water slide with. I would love to.
I know we've talked about fundraising. You and I have been really good fundraisers. We've had a lot of help in Crystal's journey through the Olympics and the Paralympics and the Lima, Peru, and all those other places. We've done lots of fundraising to help us get to these places. We've talked about, and we've talked with people. Can you share with council, because I think it would make them feel better to know that, yes, there's people out there that are willing to contribute, and just maybe give people a little bit of an idea of the people that you know that have contributed to you and your success and their willingness to help out with this water slide through the chair.
Basically, I mean, the fundraisers that we have hosted, they've all been sold out. Okay, I have people that have counted on me. They have put in so much money into just to see me go and doing something that I love. And I have no doubt that there would be people willing to contribute to make this happen.
We're gonna put a group on the council floor right now because I know they're gonna love us for it. You used to speak for them all over Canada. Can you just talk a little bit about them and your relationship with the Shriners?
Yeah, so the Shriners, so I have done public speaking for the Shriners since I think I was about 10, 12 years old. And so the Shriners is an organization, mainly the Shriners Hospital is what it's called. So I've been going to that hospital since I was a baby. And basically what it is that you don't pay for anything. The Shriners, they fundraise, they come up with all this money. I am not paying for anything when I'm going to this hospital. I'm not paying for flights. I am not paying for gas to the airport. I am not paying for food, nothing. They pick me up from the airport, they take me to the hospital, the hotel, everything is covered. And that's what the Shriners do for kids like me. And they bring kids, and these hospitals, they're all over the world. And this is what they do. So I am sure that they would back me up. They would love to contribute.
So there was, just to reaffirm that they would, I remember when you were a little girl, there was a bicycle that Crystal needed because it had to be a handheld bicycle, and it was $4,500. We couldn't afford it. Crystal, do you remember who paid for it for you?
The Shriners did.
Thank you. Crystal, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you for being so strong. You've been, this little girl has taken a school board to human rights and won. She has fought 2 years just to play on the school basketball team. We're not going to talk about the University of Regina. She's a swimmer. But these are the things that we fight for, just to be normal. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thanks, Crystal, for waiting most of the day for here when we started, so thank you for that. I just want to ask one question. I also have a daughter with disability. And many times, you have to sit back and watch others be able to participate.
Yep.
So tell me just a little bit about if this goes through and the mechanics and things all get worked out, not just for you, but for other children or people with low mobility, or what do you think though, how would it open up their world?
I think this would open up the world, like, I don't think just people with disabilities are going to be able to use this. I think grandparents are going to be able to go down the water slide with their grandchildren, because all those stairs, it hurts, okay? It does. And it's just going to open up it's going to be more fun. The grandparents are going to be able to participate. I'm going to be able to participate. Anyone with any mobility issues would.
From just, I guess the point is, being able to, instead of watching at the sidelines
Mm-hmm.
with friends and all that other stuff, now to be able to participate from a young individual, young child, or up to a senior, from a social aspect, from other aspects of life, not just the physical.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that, that there's
Yeah.
the social piece as well
Yeah,
in the inclusion?
definitely, yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I don't see any further questions for council for you. Thanks so much for waiting all day and
That's okay.
coming to present. Thank you. Council, before a legislative break, we have one more delegation appearing virtually. I would suggest that we go there. I'm going to call upon delegation Willard Reeves. Sir, I'd ask that you please state your
I'm
name.
here.
Please state your name for the record, what organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time they may have some questions for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, sir. Please go ahead.
Hello? Okay, hi. My name is Willard Reeves. I am the deputy leader of the Manitoba Liberal Party, and I am not representing any company per se. It's just the fact that I am a very passionate advocate for the physically disabled, and I wanted to say a few things on behalf of my, of myself, and of course, what's going on there in Saskatchewan. Okay, here we go. As a passionate advocate for inclusivity and equal access, it is my desire to see an elevator installed at the Wascana Park pool. This essential addition would open up a world of opportunities for individuals facing mobility challenges, including those with disabilities, seniors, and anyone who's struggling with stairs and steep ramps. It is critical that we create a welcoming environment for all members of our community, ensuring that no one is left behind or excluded merely because of physical limitations. By installing the elevator at the Wascana Park pool, you are not only providing a practical access for those who need it today, but also paving the way for a more inclusive future for everyone. Just like how people effortlessly use escalators and elevators in malls and hotels and in some arenas, without a second thought, accessing community facilities like water parks should be equal seamlessly for individuals with mobility issues. It is not a matter of us and them. It's about recognizing that the barriers faced by some today could easily be faced by any of us in the future. By championing the installation of the elevator at the Wascana Park pool, we are sending a powerful message of inclusivity, empathy, and community solidarity. We must come together to ensure that everyone, regardless of their physical abilities, can enjoy the simple pleasures of a day at the water park without any unnecessary obstacles. Together, we can create a more equitable and compassionate society where no one is left behind. In a world where accessibility is not always guaranteed, I found myself in a position where I had become a person that I needed to support because of the fact that an elevator was not working, and they only had 3 flights of stairs. And me and some friends, we decided what we're going to do is go up and carry this person up those stairs and down those stairs whenever she needed. This is one of the reasons why I got involved with this most worthy cause. As I lifted with care and determination, I felt the weight of their struggles and challenges pressing down on me, both physically and definitely emotionally. It was a stark reminder of the daily obstacles that many individuals with disabilities face, obstacles and often invisible to those who do not share these experiences. Caring for persons whose ability to move themselves and severely limited made me acutely aware of the importance of accessibility and inclusivity in our society. No one should have to rely on the goodwill of others to access their own homes or basic amenities. It is a basic human right to be able to move independently and with dignity, regardless of one's physical abilities. My experience carries these individuals up the stairs, ingraining in me a profound sense of empathy and a fierce determination to advocate for a more equitable world. No one should have to depend on the kindness of strangers to access essential spaces. It is my hope that by sharing these experiences, we can raise awareness about the urgent need for universal accessibility and inspire positive change in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reeves. Councillor Nelson has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for sitting online since 1 o'clock today.
Not a problem.
I just want to give a little bit of a history here. Actually, can you tell the councillors, I'd like them to know who you are and who your two sons are and how we met through the chair.
I will. Okay, I am, and let me apologize for all you Rough Rider fans right now because I did run you guys over when I played professional football for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers for 5 years. I am Willard Reeves, of course, and yes, I was number 38 of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers who ran roughshod over the Saskatchewan Rough Riders and anybody else who got in my way. My two boys is Jordan Reeves. He's a young rider, number 90. He used to play for the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. And my oldest son is Ryan Reeves, who plays for the Toronto Maple Leafs, number 75. These are my boys, and I'm very proud of them. And I am equally proud of Mrs. Nelson for championing this cause. I happen to be looking at TikTok, I guess, event that you guys are having there in Regina, and I was so blown away by the fact is that here's a lady who's championed to stand up and fight for something that she believed in. And this is something that I believe in as well because I've been doing this all my life from the age of 11 years old until today at 64 years old. I have not stopped one bit to make sure that people who have disabilities, who have trouble walking and to doing things will have accessibility. And the fact is that making sure that everybody is involved with this. I look at the television, I see the girl in pink there, and it just reminds me of a friend of mine that got me involved with this at the age of 11. He also was disabled, couldn't walk, and he always watched us slaughter around in the swimming pools and doing everything, but he couldn't do it. One day, me and a couple of my friends decided we're going to do something very special, so we got Armando and we took him swimming with us. And let me tell you, it is perhaps one of the most heartwarming things to see someone, to get them involved with their friends, even though they can't move or having trouble walking. They just absolutely love to be included with things. And you will not go wrong, please, ladies and gentlemen. You will not go wrong to see the smile on the person's face if that person can go up in an elevator and slide down a slide with their friends and whatever, just have a good time. This is something that we all really need to bear in mind. I noticed when you guys are asking some questions earlier on that you started to put obstacles in the way of your concerns. The concerns need not be the obstacles to making sure that people are included in everyday lives. We take it for granted because right now we're fine. We're walking around. We're doing all anything that we possibly can. Out of all you, I wonder how many of you have ever actually sat in a wheelchair and tried to imagine exactly how their struggle is. I tried it.
Mr. Reeves,
Mr. Reeves,
I'm
yes.
just going to interrupt you. The question, I think I think you've answered the question that Councillor Nelson asked, and so I'm just going to follow up with Councillor Nelson to see if she had another question, and just depending on how many more, we may take a break and come back in 15 minutes as we're past the legislative time.
Oh, okay.
Sounds good. Okay.
No, and thank you for your passion about this. And where I was kind of going with this is, I know we talked about fundraising and your commitment to help me. We're hoping that we can find the money through grants and through other ways, but is this a commitment that you would help us to fundraise if money is needed for this project through the chair? And considering your sons are pretty big deals and you're kind of a big deal, we might be able to get a few bucks out of you from here and there. Just wondering if that's a commitment that, like I said, we've talked about, and I just want you to tell my fellow councillors through chair.
The first time I talked to you, it is my desire to make sure that whatever fundraising that you guys are doing, I will be a part of it, and I will lead. You know, I will lead by example. I will definitely help fundraise.
I think everybody here has recognized your passion. I think everybody here can see that vision, sitting in a chair for a day or being blind for a day, feel what it's like to be excluded. And I thank you for giving us your opinion and your kindness towards people that are marginalized. There's a question that I wanted to ask you. If you would...
Councillor, I'm just going to interrupt. We're 10 minutes past a legislative break, and so as long as Mr. Reeves can stay on the line, we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Mr. Reeves, did you want to stay on the line and I can ask you some more questions, or have you said enough and that's fine?
No, I will stay on the line. I'll wait.
All right.
Okay.
All right, folks. We'll be back at 8:16.
Okay.
Welcome back, council. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I got it. Councillor Nelson, I believe you had another question for the delegation?
Yeah. Is he on?
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay. I guess, you told us lots about your passion. You said you'll help fundraise. Now you're from Winnipeg, and I remember hearing about, I think Winnipeg, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm not sure if you know, I thought they had an indoor water slide. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Reeves, through the chair?
We do have indoor slides. As a matter of fact, I think we have 2. They're in the hotels though.
Okay.
One's at Canada Inns, and there's another one I think somewhere in St. James.
Okay, yeah, I was just checking, because it's like, it is possible, so, okay, I'd like to thank you very much for everything that you've done. We'll speak later, and I appreciate you being here and showing your compassion and passion for the disabled community. Thank you, that's all I have for questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Council, we have communications on item CR 24-31. The clerk will now read communications CP 24-33 from Kayla Thompson of Regina, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. The presentation as follows. What do you think it feels like to be the kid that is told they can sit on the grass and watch their fellow classmates play in the pool? My son Kyler can tell you. Last year's class was set to go on a field trip to the pool. For most kids, that's a fun afternoon with friends. But when you have a tracheostomy tube and can't go in the pool, it's pretty disappointing to realize that your disability was not a consideration in the planning of the outing. On October 13th, 2012, Kyler swallowed a coin cell battery and suffered damage to his trachea. He was diagnosed with bilateral vocal cord paralysis and now breathes through a tube in his throat. Since his accident, I've spent every day doing my best to ensure that he lives a life with as much normalcy as he can. You can teach your child they can do anything, be strong, and fight for what they love, and then what they want to be a part of has this barricade around it that says, this was not designed for people with disabilities. You have to be normal. But what is normal? Kyler plays video games like his friends. He goes outside at recess like his friends. He goes to school and takes part in many different activities like his friends. But the stigma of having a disability is deemed as not being normal, that you're still different. We're all different and special in our own ways, but that doesn't mean you should be put into a category and separated from everyone else. Make field trips for everyone to enjoy. Ensure consideration for everyone's physical ability, and build that elevator so everyone who wants to enjoy the water slide at the Wascana pool is able to. We need to rethink the way we do things and make accessibility an important part of designing the future. Thank you, Kayla Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Nichol. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications, 24-32, 24-33, and 24-34? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Stanachek. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Council, there are some folks from administration that are hanging out because of 3 other issues outstanding, and the bylaws need to pass tonight, specifically to make sure the mobile vendors can get licenses. And so I'm just going to poll council on CR 24-25, the zoning bylaw amendment for 1602 Winnipeg Street, CR 24-26, the billboard lease at 2605 North Railway out front, and CR 24-27, the 2024 appointment to committees of council, quasi-judicial boards, and the Regina Airport Authority. If no one has any reason to debate any of these, could we move these as one motion and put them on the floor? Thank you. So I'm going to go Councillor LeBlanc and Councillor Bresciani. So they're on the floor. Are there any questions on any of these 3? Seeing none? I'll just ask. Are any opposed to passing? None? Okay. So those 3 are taken care of. And then just to get quick to the bylaws, so that some folks can go about their business. We'll consider the following bylaws. 2024-8, the Regina Transit Fare Amendment Bylaw. 2411, Regina Administration Amendment Bylaw. 2412, the Annual Low Income Municipal Property Tax Deferral Program Bylaw. 24-14, the Regina Traffic Amendment Bylaw. 24-15, the Regina Traffic Amendment Bylaw 2024 number 2. 2024-17, the Conservation of Heritage Properties Tax Exemption for the Omond residents located at 2022-34 Angus Street Bylaw. The 24-18, the Heritage Major Grant Agreement for the Omond residents located at 2022-34 Angus Street Execution Bylaw. And 24-19, the properties exempt from taxation as a result of the 2014 Municipal Boundary Alteration Bylaw. I will ask Deputy Mayor Hawkins to do the first reading of the bylaws. Oh. These are bylaws that have previously been approved. These are the bylaws. It's not 9900. I know exactly what you're talking about. 24-30 is yours. That number's not here. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, could you please do first reading of the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, the bylaws 2024 8, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18, and 19 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Moult.
Mayor Masters, first reading passes in a vote of 11-0.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can I ask that you please do second reading of the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Nelson, the bylaws number 2024 8, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18, and 19 be read a second time.
Thank you. Any member of council have any questions on these bylaws? Councillor Statichuk, please go ahead.
Just to clarify that it is 15 and not 16?
Councillor Hawkins, did you slip up on your numbers? That's correct. There we go. Noted. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, clerks, could you please start the vote? Councillor Moult?
Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, second reading has been passed in a vote of 11-0.
Excellent. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can I ask that you please do consent for third reading at this meeting?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that council hereby consent to bylaws number 2024 6, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, and 19 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote? Councillor Moult?
In favor.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent to proceed to third reading as required by law has been achieved.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, can you please do final readings of these bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws number 8, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, and 19 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, third reading passed in a vote of 11-0.
Thank you very much, folks. Appreciate clearing that through. Now we will consider CR 24-31, the 2024-2025 Recreation Facility Accessibility Improvements. Councillor Stevens, can you please introduce the report?
You bet. So we had a really good discussion and thorough discussion at executive about this item. Questions were asked about costs, potential cost savings, and the feedback we've received from residents who identify as having a disability that prevents them from using the water slide at Wascana Pool. Those findings were made available to council. And just for clarification, essentially what's being proposed today is a recommendation on how we spend existing accessibility dollars, not whether or not we invest in making our facilities more accessible. A list of these priorities are included in the report that will help reduce barriers to city facilities and programs. This aligns with what a majority, I think at 52% of respondents involved in the city survey prioritized, along with improvements to transit and sidewalks, which were identified as important as well. 77% of respondents said they were likely to use facility upgrades proposed in our report, while 41% would likely use pool upgrades. Both are clearly important to the community in some capacity. Might turn it over to administration to see if they have anything else to add.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think we've talked about this a lot, so we'll just open it up to questions.
Thank you. Yep. Yeah. Can I have someone please move the report? Thank you. Councillor Nelson, can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
So I'm getting direction here from Amber. We're not moving this report, we're amending it. And then, yeah. There you go. And then I'm going to ask to make a separate amendment. Did we talk about that now? Okay. So I'll wait for it to come up, but the reasoning behind this is, I was sick, and I mean, I appreciate what Councillor LeBlanc did by bringing it back to say, hey, let's ask the disabled community and give them a choice. We have, I do believe it's $1.2 million, 1.05, somewhere in there. Sorry, I don't have this in front of me. The upgrades to the city facilities are going to come around the $750,000. We're asking that $300,000 be allocated back into the accessible water slide to make the elevator. We talked with administration last week, and we'll probably get some more clarification this week. There was a lot of cost savings that we could have done. There's a lot of possibilities to bring the cost down, and now there's a possible different elevator. There's just different ways to doing it, and like Sarah said, we didn't bring into the fact of maybe we'll just build a ramp, maybe that would be the cheapest way. We're just looking at different alternatives. We need that $300,000 just to tie to it. I've had a lot of people say in these last few months that they'd love to fundraise and help out. This way, we're not pitting the disabled community against each other. We're still upgrading the 5 facilities. We're still putting the basic chunk of money in there, but then we're allocating some to the water slide to keep that alive, and then we'll do our work to help fundraise more. Administration will do their work to see about bringing the cost down. Now that we've learned a few things from when the what is that called? The cost came in, or from the estimate that we got. So that's what I'd like to talk about, and I'm hoping I'm going to get council's approval for this, just for administration to go back, see what we can do, put an RFP out there. We don't send jobs out or things out to the public without an RFP. When you just give it to one person, you don't always get the most competitive price. We're asking for that RFP to go back out and see what the consultants and engineers come back with as to a possible savings to this elevator, instead of the cost being so high.
Councillor LeBlanc, you're good with the main motion as well as the amendment in terms of seconding? Okay, got it. You've satisfied the deputy clerk, so thank you. Councillor Nelson, did you have questions for administration?
I do, thank you. Okay. So from last week, or the other week, sorry, it's been so long, I've been here all day. Do you agree, administration, do you agree that there was some cost savings that maybe we could have found in the first budget that came back, or the first estimate that came back to us through the chair?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start and I'll ask if Mr. Hansen has anything else to add. And so in developing the cost estimates for the elevator and the related accessibility upgrades, that work was undertaken through consultation with the accessibility or the disability community with respect to identifying what the requirements would be. We worked then with outside experts and consultants, and then from that we developed a costing and estimated budget for the project. So with anything like that, there's always opportunities within it at times with respect to what the components are for adjustments to the pricing. So we've talked about one here, I think, before with respect to the outside exterior of that facility. And certainly, depending on what material you use and what kind of aesthetics you want, you can have a lower price around that piece. And so with respect to opportunities to see a lower price, within that estimate we've given, yes, there's a potential for some reductions, but I would say, we're not talking in the magnitude of hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've consulted with outside experts, and I think what we have seen, certainly in recent history here, is when we've developed our budgets, typically we don't see pricing coming in that is, significantly lower, like plus 10% lower than what we've estimated. Typically, it's around what we estimated, and unfortunately, in today's times, it's often higher. So, within the piece, it really is about, when you talk about cost savings, it's about what are your specifications. And if you want to reduce some of the features, yes, that can impact cost, but that's about the requirements that you're asking for and what specific specifications and outcomes that you're trying to achieve. And so if you want to reduce your outcomes and some of your specifications, that's where the opportunity is to reduce the cost. This design was built basically on discussions with the disability community and what they were looking for in this solution, and then as well looking at safety issues and the kind of the maintenance and the durability of that product moving forward. And I don't know if Mr. Hansen does have anything to add, so I'll leave it there.
So Mr. Lacey, and that's what I don't, and I had to learn about this too, the specifications. The specifications for the elevator were much higher than what is required by code. Can you explain how that worked out with this design through the chair?
So maybe I'll touch on a few things, and once again, Mr. Hansen's the expert here, so I'll let him jump in if he wants to add anything. So, for example, with respect to specifications, I'll just give a few. So one is, I know when they were looking at I'll call it the size of the elevator cab, after consideration, they felt that that the cab should be large enough to accommodate a stretcher in case there were issues at the top, that there was an ability to accommodate a stretcher to bring people up or down. That would be an example of a specification that you could change if you wish to. Another example of a specification is that we felt that the elevator should have a backup energy source. So battery power, ability, should the power go out. And once again, that was about if you have someone at the top with a disability, how do you get them down in a power outage? That could be for a significant amount of time. So for example, you could take that out of the specifications, and that would have an impact on the cost of the project. So, as those specifications were developed, as I mentioned again, it was based on an assessment of what we understood the disability community was looking at, and then some of the other safety features and what I would call maintenance features that we thought would be appropriate for this type of project.
So in talking to some other engineers, we talked about the power outage. And it's really hard to explain. The shaft, like we're saying, it was designed with this shaft around it to keep it heated for the whole year. It doesn't need to be, and I got it explained to me in layman's terms as, you don't drive your boat in the wintertime, you winterize it and you put it aside. This elevator, the same functionalities could have been possible for this elevator. You winterize it, you don't have to keep it warm and heated during the winter, as long as you take out all the oils and the whatever, all that stuff that goes in there, and winterize it for the winter, then you don't need all the heating and all that extra things. And then there was also explained to me that you could put a small little heater in the one little area instead of building the whole thing. So things like that I know from talking, and I think we can talk with the engineer about those kind of things. Like, they're not required, it's not up to a code, it doesn't have to happen, you're not keeping the elevator warm all winter,
So,
to the chair.
yeah, so through you, Mayor Masters, I'll let Mr. Hansen answer the technical details there, but I'm assuming that that work was around, once again, the durability of that asset and ensuring that it would last for a substantial amount of time into the future. But Mr. Hansen, maybe you can speak a little bit more specifically about the various options that we explored.
Sure, through you, Mayor Masters. So maybe one point of clarification, the elevator shaft itself wasn't intended to be heated year-round. The elevator specialists had advised us to place the control equipment in a smaller enclosure attached to the elevator shaft, and it's that smaller enclosure that would be heated year-round to protect those sensitive electronic components. So the shaft of the elevator, though, was designed to keep the elements out from a moisture perspective, keep rain out, and dust and debris out. So there were screens added to protect the elevator cab and that shaft from the I guess the environmental conditions. The salt water from the pool and the humid environment also required some upgrades that I guess you would say would be beyond code, but were recommended to us by the elevator specialists to ensure the elevator would remain functional throughout the season, and we'd get the lifespan anticipated out of the equipment.
So there was a whole bunch of other talk around making sure the moisture didn't get into the elevator. There was talk of putting it like a rubber meshing inside of it, like they do a truck cab and stuff like that. So there's alternatives to that to make that not as bad. Was a Lula elevator ever talked about through the chair?
To Mr. Hansen.
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. The Lula option was reviewed when we were looking at options early on, and in our discussions with both the elevator specialists and TSASC, who regulate elevators in the province, the Lula elevator, there are limitations on the height that Lula lifts can be used, and due to the height requirement from grade to the top of the water slides, we have more height than what a Lula can be used in. So we did talk about could there be variances permitted in that situation, and it would have been a significant variance that TSASC wasn't confident in getting passed. So we had ruled that option out early on.
So administration, I spoke to Robin from TSAS the other day, and there's a 5 feet variance between what they'll allow and what they won't allow. So when I talked to him and I suggested that if we put a ramp up to the elevator at 5 feet, he said that would work, and there's other things that we had to talk about because we have to make sure the ramp is at the right elevation. So the elevation, the length of the ramp would have to be 65 feet. So I went to the Wascana pool and I measured it out. It doesn't have to be straight, it went in a circle, and that was possible. So when I talked to Robin, he said, if that's possible, then the Lula is absolutely something that we can use. So through the chair, was that thought of as alternatives?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, I'd add that it's about, I think it's between 7 and 8 feet is the elevation difference that would require a ramp to get up to the base of a Lula lift to get you to the top. So the ramp requirements would be probably closer to 100 feet in length, and the costs of the length of that ramp and implementing that infrastructure along with the Lula And the fact that the ramp isn't as an inclusive solution, those are all things that resulted in us not pursuing that option further. There's also floor area limits on a Lula lift. Something like a stretcher would not fit in a Lula lift, and we heard that that was an important element to include. So there's a number of other drawbacks to the Lula solution that caused us to move away from that solution.
Okay, well, I have an email that he said it was only 5 feet, so maybe we'll talk about that afterwards, because he had said that in the email, that it would have to be 5 feet difference. I just struggle with the fact that this didn't go out to tender. Projects go out to tender, and I understand this didn't because it went back to, we did a change order for this instead of it going out to tender.
So through you, Mayor Masters, the reason it didn't go out to tender is we had an initial approved budget of $550,000, and then as we did more design work, it became apparent to us that the elevator solution would be more than the initial budget that we had approved by council, and as a result, as part of the 2024 budget, we brought forward a request for an additional $450,000 to bring the overall approved budget to $1 million. And so we did not approve to tender because we believe we did not have sufficient budget to award the tender until additional approval was provided for additional funds. That's why we didn't go to tender. We didn't have enough budget.
Okay, I just was understood in our conversations back and forth that you said it was made more sense to just put it out as a change order instead of sending it out as an RFP.
So sorry,
through
you, Mayor Masters. So that discussion initially was at the time PCL was finishing off some work and they had some additional work to do on site. So one of the things that we were considering was to do a change order and basically have PCL be the main contractor to build the shell, do the cement work, etc. And so the change order was more related to how you would go about getting the work done as opposed to going to RFP, but we did not award a change order either because we didn't have budget. So we required budget to be able to proceed with construction of that elevator, whether it would be through a change order of the contractor that was initially awarded the Wascana Pool project or through an RFP. I think we're at the point now that if approval was provided to proceed with the elevator project, it would be through RFP because the main pool project's done.
Right, because now I'm remembering back, didn't they have a bunch of problems that they needed to fix with the cement, so they just kind of threw it all in there?
Right, so
Together?
the contractor
Yeah,
had some additional work to do to finish off
Yeah.
their contract obligations.
So, do you feel that we did the best and found the best price for this elevator, to the chair?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I believe, so there's two pieces that really kind of drive what the price of these type of projects are. It's what your specifications and needs are that you've identified, what you want to build, which in determining that, we consulted with the disability community and the type of features that if we did this project, what they'd want to see. And then secondly, we consulted with experts around the pool conditions, the environment in which that elevator would operate, and what type of things we should consider building into our specifications, as Mr. Hansen's indicated, to ensure that we got the full life out of that build once we built it. So, yes, I feel that there was a lot of good work done around the specifications. And then secondly, the costing of the project. I feel there's been a lot of good work as best as we can at what we do on any project, seeking experts to supplement our own internal resources with respect to costing of the projects. So, until you actually go to tender, you don't know what that actual cost will be, but I would say historical experience with our staff and the estimates that they bring forward, we're typically not seeing large reductions in the actual price that comes in. If anything, we're a little bit over the actual price, particularly in the escalating environment we are with respect to construction costs. So short answer is I feel that we have staff that are professionals. They've done a lot of due diligence around this, as Mr. Hansen's indicated. Even at the very beginning of looking at options, they looked at Lulu options. I appreciate some of the pieces you're hearing is different than what they have done, but we have staff that are professionals, and I believe that they've done their professional best to bring forward cost estimates pursuant to the design specifications that we built for this. I do believe that it's about as good as we're going to get.
Councillor Nelson, I did turn your microphone off. You've got 10 seconds of the 3 minutes on the amendment, but you do get to close with questions as well. You have another 3 minutes to close. You have 10 seconds. You could probably ask one more question right now, and then that will be it, and then you get 3 minutes at the end.
Quick question then, quickly. So with that all entailed, there's also another option to have a chair going up the stairs to get to the water slide. That was another option. That was a much cheaper option. Can we consider that option again through the chair?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to ask Mr. Hansen once again to comment on that. And so this, to some extent, but before he does that, I'm going to get back to, this gets back to like this, like, what are the needs and what are the specifications and what are the outcome you're looking for here? So if it, and I know there was issues with the chairlift, which I'll ask Mr. Hansen to speak to here shortly. But a chairlift, for example, wouldn't necessarily have as wide of an application to the broader disability community perhaps than an elevator. So maybe I'll frame it another way. An elevator probably has a broader application potentially than a chairlift. I'm not an expert in this. I'm just going by reason on that piece, just a reasonability piece. But I do know we looked at a chairlift specifically. Like I said, the team looked at a lot of options. So Mr. Hansen, maybe you could speak to the work that was done around a chairlift and why that was deemed as not being a feasible option.
Sure, through you, Mayor Masters. The chairlift is one solution that we looked at extensively before bringing this forward to council initially. While it is a more economical solution, there were limitations with that, and Mr. Lacey's touched on those with respect to the range of needs that it would meet. I guess one of the challenges with the stair lift is that when it's in use, the entire stair needs to be closed down, and the lift itself moves at a very slow pace, and I believe it was in the 10 to 15 minute range to travel up and then back down the stairs. So it definitely wouldn't be the most dignified option for someone to use. And when we engaged the disability community on that, we did hear that feedback, and I'm not sure if Ms. Shaley or Ms. Sellinger want to add further to that around the engagement piece and what we heard on that option.
We didn't engage prior to the March, through you, Chair, we didn't engage prior to the report that we brought in March. However, we have done engagement with the disability community throughout at several different projects, and things like lifts are deemed as sort of less accessible than some things like an elevator or a zero depth entry. So that helped to inform our option around what sort of would inform and what people would be looking for and what option would be better in terms of those three options.
Yeah, I'll just end it with this one thing, dignity. So my daughter scooting up the stairs on her bum is dignifying. How I'm looking at it is going, we're not going to get the elevator because you're saying the elevator is going to cost $1 million. Is there an alternative? Is there a way that we can get this done? And we have to close down the stairs. Oh, sorry, you able-bodied people don't get to use the elevator for a couple minutes or get to use the water slide. Well, the disabled community's never got to use the water slide.
Okay.
I'll leave it there.
All right, we'll come back to you.
3 minutes.
Okay. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just need to know how all this is going to work. So the logistics of the process of sending this out to contract or to tender. Delegates raised a good point about not forcing people to make a choice between one set of investments and another. But isn't that essentially what we're doing? Because we would actually defer other investments in city facilities that would make them more accessible to clear up that 300,000. That's how I'm reading the option here, but maybe I'm wrong.
So, through you, Mayor Masters, so when the decisions were made with the initial decisions with respect to funding, reallocating some of the accessibility capital program funding to the elevator, the initial approval of that accessibility funding was $500,000 a year for 5 years. And so what council approved as they reallocated some of that money initially to the elevator was to extend that program. So I would say it wasn't to not do those accessibility upgrades, but the timing of when they would occur would be pushed out because the program was extended.
Okay, thank you. All right, so there's a sequencing. We're being asked, or you're being asked to kind of prairie thrift a decrease in the cost. And so you have about $1 million. We're saying we'll commit $300,000 to it. Somewhere along the line, find $700,000 of savings. How does that work when it goes to market? So we're going to say ballparking $300,000, and I have no clue. You know, like fairy godmother could come up with some numbers for me. I have no idea how this process works, which makes me a bit uncomfortable with how this works. So then what? So if it comes in over, so let's say it comes back to $1 million, we then have to find $700,000 to bridge that gap. And let's say none of that money comes or it's delayed. So then what happens? So we've got someone to build it. We still need to fund the gap. How does that then function to make this happen? And what would be the timestamp on that?
So, through you, Mayor Masters. So with respect to the motion before you here, this is how I think we would see it working, is that we would go out with an RFP that would not have specific specifications in it, like what we had initially proposed to do. Okay. And what we would do instead is that RFP would outline the type of outcomes that we were looking for with respect to an accessibility feature to access the high water slide. And so really what it's doing is it's putting out to industry, and that may not be the intent of Councillor Nelson's motion, so she can correct me on that if that's incorrect. But what we would do is we would go out with, the first stage of the RFP would really be like a request for information or a request for ideas. And you would lay out kind of what kind of needs you're trying to get a solution for, to solve. You would leave it up then to the industry to come back with ideas, and it may not be an elevator solution. Maybe they come up with something that we hadn't thought of that's might cheaper, or it could be an elevator solution, but doesn't necessarily have all of the accessibility features that we had built into, our initial proposal. From that, as part of that, there'd be a costing component to it, right? And if it came in higher than 300,000, part of what the RFP would have to do is ask the vendor to indicate to us, like, what would be the cost a year out, what would the cost be 2 years out. And so they would likely build in cost escalation factors, or they'd quote us a price. I would suggest, and Mr. Hans can probably comment on this, that probably it'd be hard to push it out more than a year or two, because it'd be very hard for a contractor to make a commitment beyond that because of the risks associated with pricing, but that's what we'd try to do through that contract, or through awarding of that contract, and it would give, it'd give a 1 or 2 year grace period to try and find alternative sources of funds if it came in higher than the 300,000. Obviously, I think there would be cost escalation because contractors will build in risk if they're quoting something that's a year out or 2 years out.
Right. So through the chair, right, so councillors handed me an RFP from the university about an elevator which hasn't been touched in months. Trust me, I hear the complaints. This is not going to be built this year. I'd be lucky if it was built next year. So we could spend that money now, correct? So instead of this, you could write a check to a contractor to advance all sorts of accessibility initiatives as we've discussed, and that could be done this fiscal year. Would that be correct to say?
So I'd actually ask Mr. Hansen with respect to the other accessibility features that this money could be used for, whether or not we could do it this year.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, the intention was that with the funding that would be allocated for the upgrades at the 5 facilities, that work would be done over this year and next. Some of that can be advanced this year as far as getting the work fully accomplished. Some of the work does require a bit more planning, and it was going to be coordinated with other work that we were doing next year. Sandra Schmerler Leisure Center, for example, we have a lengthy shutdown tentatively planned for next summer, and we would plan the upgrades there in conjunction with that facility shutdown.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got. Thanks.
Councillor, I need a motion to continue. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Nelson. Any opposed? All right, keep going. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just for context, the way I imagine this being structured, so it's a 3-point amendment. I imagine it essentially being slotted in as a new point 3 to the recommendation before us. So it's 1, do the Appendix A, 2, build a new accessible slide inside, 3, this, 4, remove from it. So it's adding, not taking away. Just to echo some of Mr. Hansen's points to Councillor Stevens is my intention in seconding this is that this would not delay anything in 2024 because the Appendix A matters are to be done over 2 years. So I'm assuming around $500,000 a year is that we can essentially earmark this 300 into 2025, and if something good comes back, we might do this in 2025, and if not, we continue with the Appendix A. I might ask Mr. Lacey to comment on that.
So through, and I'll look to my colleagues here to confirm this. So my understanding is with the main recommendations, that the $1 million that has been currently was allocated towards the elevator would go towards these 5 projects. And so if that's the case and that original recommendation passes, then that $1 million is used on those other projects, and then we would need to find a funding source for this $300,000. And so when we initially opposed the additional funding in 2024 to be able to do the elevator, we advanced funds from 2025 into 2024. So I'd mentioned council had put $500,000 aside for 5 years. So in 2023, there was $500,000 in that budget, of which $200,000 was allocated to the elevator. In 2024, there was $825,000 allocated to the accessibility program, of which $800,000 was put towards the elevator, which gets you your $1 million over those 2 years. And then in 2025, there's only $175,000 allocated in the capital budget because we advanced some of that 25 funding into 24 to be able to do the elevator. So over 24-25, we still had 500, $1 million, but we advanced it. So if you spend the entire $1 million on those 5 other projects, there wouldn't be sufficient funding unless the recommendation was us to revisit the 2025 capital accessibility budget. There wouldn't be sufficient funding to do recommendations 1 and 2 and then layer this on top.
Yeah, thank you. I guess just to get to the point, let's say this fails and the motion unamended passes. Are you going to spend the $1 million from Appendix A by December 31st this year?
Right. I think Mr. Hansen said no, there would be some capital carry forward that would carry into 25. Sandra Schmerler as an example, that project work would happen in 25, even though it's coming out of 24 approved budgets.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll put it out there. We can get into it more. My intention with seconding this is not to delay any current work. It's to say, let's put out an RFP and hopefully we get some good responses because we're saying the city's in for some of this. It's not just theoretical. It's not just tell a miracle, ring those bells. It's all fundraising. We're in for some amount. So that's what I'm intending with this, and if we need to change language to take account of that, I'm happy to hear that. The second comment I want to make is, I think administration in the early water slide gathering of proposals did exactly what we directed you to do. I don't think there's anything offside in that. We said, look into an elevator, look at these kind of specs. You did that, the price came back. The price was more than we'd approved. You sought the additional approval. That's all above board. I think that's all legit. What I'm hoping to do with this, as Councillor Nelson noted, is saying, like, what's the cheapest, safe, accessible? I don't think that's what we asked you to ask the market last time. And that's a different request this time. And my hope is the number that comes back is lower than 900,000. If it's not, so be it. But we know what the sort of the thrifty option is. So that's what I'm looking for with respect to 2 sub A, is an updated RFP that meets the regulatory requirements and the pool environment, so narrowed. B is come back in private where we can have a conversation about this, of essentially what's the proposal that's going to get built? Does that fit with the accessibility plan? Is that the kind of thing we want to spend $300,000 on? I don't know, but we can have a more informed discussion than we can today, or we could have in December on that point. And then finally to 3 is saying the city's in for 300. I think it's clear from my vote 2 weeks ago, I'm not willing to allocate 900 to this. That's how I voted, so I'm in for 3. If there is this interest in the community, I hope there is, that Councillor Nelson's more tapped into than I am, for donors or governments to come alongside and partner with us for that, I think that's great. A year ago-ish, we were happy to do this for 500. If we can now get it for 3, that sounds fantastic. That's a good deal. I don't know whether we'll be able to, but I don't think we can know that until the RFP goes out and comes back. So that's in large part what I'm intending with this motion, is don't delay other work, get an RFP. Just finally, I think this motion does, to Councillor Stevens' point, sort of keep all the options alive. We don't have to do the hard stomach turning work of turning the community on itself. We see if there's interest and move, so would seek your support to moving ahead with this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. It's been a very, very interesting debate. There's been a lot of information shared. I just wanted to mention I really appreciated administration's explanation of the information they gathered on this already, all the different modes of the plan they tried to engage in, the fact that they did look at one of the Lula lifts. Trying to process the information I've heard today, one thing that really drilled home on me was the fact that they were talking about a potash elevator at one point, and it turns out that when you go to put an elevator in the middle of a Saskatchewan field and start to get ready for the elements, the rain, and then on top of it have it for a pool use, you have to build an elevator that's strong enough to be in a potash mine. That's what the spec brings it to. And that's how this has all come together by the layout of information for me. And the last piece of this is it's kind of like Groundhog Day, because we started out with a $300,000 elevator. We put a lot of work into figuring if it was a go or not. We looked at a lot of different ways of achieving it, different lifts, different ramps, different stairs, stair lifts. We've had those conversations over the last year and a half, and they have led back right to the same start of the conversation we have right now, with that $300,000 number back on the table again. And I really, really feel that everyone needs access equally, but I'm a bit pragmatic, and I know that, you know, it has to come to a point where there's just not a feasible fit for the middle of a Saskatchewan field for an elevator with the funds that I've been entrusted to shepherd on behalf of the Regina residents. So I can't support this, and it's not because I don't care. It's because there's only so many things I feel can be achieved, and right now there's hard times, and we were just told yesterday that we're coming out of a deficit as well. So we don't have unlimited funds. So I'm satisfied with the job administration did. I find it to be very thorough and fair. There was a lot of engagement done, and I just wanted to say thank you. This has been a really hard file, and you must have really, I know you really worked hard, so very hard to go through. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
Thank you, through Mayor. In previous rendering last year or so, as Councillor LeBlanc mentioned, there was a rendering of a ramp, and I think Councillor Nelson was talking about either or. As we're going through, so this is going to go through for RFP, is that going to be discussed if or either, or are we just going to find out the price on the elevator?
So sorry, to you, Mayor Masters, how the RFP would go out would not dictate a solution.
Okay.
It would dictate what outcomes we're looking for.
Okay.
And then we would leave it to the vendor community to come back with proposed solutions. Might be an elevator, might be a ramp, might be some innovative solution nobody's thought about.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fundura. I have a couple questions. Thank you for the explanation, Councillor LeBlanc. I understand that really one was just to put some meat on the bone, so to speak. Got it. My problem is, where's the, if you approve $300,000 to fund accessibility upgrades for the high water slides at Wascana Pool using 24-25, which is it? Because you're going to spend where does the 300 come out of to make 1,700,000?
So that would be an addition that I would look direction for from the committee here. Is now we're talking about spending 1.3 million, and we only have approved budget of $1 million, and so I would suggest then that if that was desired to commit another 300,000 to this in addition to the $1 million that's already been approved, that you would need to. I'm going to look at Mr. Hansen here, but you'd probably need to approve or direct us to include an additional 300,000 probably in the 2025 budget to be able to do this then.
Okay, because I was
And would it be a direct, not a, like we've often
It's a
talked about,
directive.
consider it'd be a directive that you must include this because we have made the commitment through the RFP to spend up to $300,000, and that project would likely proceed in 2025 then. Mr. Hansen, is that, I just want to confirm with Mr. Hansen that that would work?
Through Mayor Masters, that's correct, unless my colleagues here have any further to add.
Through you, Mayor Masters, it's actually a question for Mr. Hansen. I believe we have $175,000 in carry forward that could be allocated to this, which is outlined in the report. So Mr. Hansen, can you confirm that?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
Okay, so we have $1 million 2024, 2025, plus 175,000 to get where I'm confused?
I'm sorry. So, I'm consulting with my colleagues here in the middle of the discussion. So, Mr. Hansen, you're confirming that we have right now we have $175,000 capital carried forward that will not be required to do those 5 projects in 1 and 2.
That's correct.
And so it's basically uncommitted money.
That's correct.
And then we do have an additional 175,000 in 2025, and so that between those two, you'd get your 300,000. The only point I would make here, it gets back to that same issue. Those monies were initially intended for these other types of accessibility projects to address the Rick Hansen audit, for example. So you kind of get back to the same conversation as you're using 300,000 of the accessibility dollars to do the elevator here. That we can do that, not a problem. I just want council to be aware of that. And another solution to that is just to make the program an extra year longer by adding 300,000 on to the end of it. So you're still getting your 500,000 over 5 years, 2.5 million. You're still getting that. So long explanation, sorry, Mayor Masters, is yes, it sounds like we can achieve it within existing budgets by using capital carry forward out of current approved budgets, and then we'd use the 175,000, which we have allocated in 2025.
And all 5 projects as a,
And all 5 projects
would be done by the
yeah.
December 31st, 2025.
Right.
Got it.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hanson?
Oh, all right, you go, Mr. Hanson.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Sorry, one more point of clarification. So we have 175,000 available in carry forward that's uncommitted. With what's proposed in the 5-year capital, there's 825 identified in 2024 and 175 identified in 25. That gets us the $1 million. So we would still be short 125 unless we deferred $125,000 worth of work to a future year.
So to confirm, Mr. Hanson, to confirm, we have $1 million worth of work that was recommended by executive committee, correct? Everybody got that? Okay, super. We have a bit of carry forward that could be allocated where this 300 sits, could say 175 as an example, and we'd be, otherwise, if it sits at 300, we have to take 125 away from 2024, 2025.
Yes, that's correct.
Which then means what's on Appendix A can't be approved without money. Okay. Oh, let me go. Councillor Bresciani, were you involved in some of the accessibility, because I know you're on the Accessibility Advisory Committee, correct? Were you involved in some of the focus group discussion and some discussions on the committee?
Yes, I was.
And I appreciate, the synopsis, we heard it, at executive committee as well. Do you have a general sense for some of this, like in terms of just in theory, what you just heard, that we're kind of short 125, like the 5 facilities versus the water side? Do you have a sense for kind of what, I know it's been data collected, I appreciate that. I'm just looking for a bit more rounding out in terms of some of the conversation.
So, through you, Mayor Masters, it was very clear at the accessibility, and I think staff also were there, that the 5 facilities are the priority. That's the priority because, and again, it will meet and benefit more people across the city. And I hate to say this, but it's to get the best bang for your buck. If you only have so many dollars, you want to spread it out as much as you can. And so that was probably one of the biggest pieces. So I think, and I guess the other piece of it as well was the season piece was very short. So for all of this, and there was the large amount that came, was the 500 at first, and then it was the $1 million. But it was for the 10 or the 12 weeks of the year, the short season. If people can have access to other facilities year-round, I mean, if we were flush with cash, absolutely. So that was probably the biggest take there. But there also was the fact that they felt that it was unfair to kind of be pitted against one another to say, okay, I have to choose. And that's kind of where I went back to the thing that's unfortunate that this big piece of infrastructure, which is going to be brand new, would actually come out of the accessibility. Do you know what I'm saying? I really think it's more of a capital ask than it is a accessibility because it's brand new. I mean, it's newly built facility, so that's why.
Thanks very much. Just from this is located on our land that's located in PCC as well. There's no requirement for any approval as it relates to design or anything else like that or installation from the Provincial Capital Commission.
I'll ask Mr. Hanson to comment on that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, the project still needs to go through the PCC approval process. It's considered an amendment to the existing facility, and we've already initiated that process. So the project would be reviewed by their architectural advisory committee and their engineering committee. So they will be looking at things like fit within the park and be looking for stamp drawings for professionals licensed to practice in Saskatchewan, for example. So.
Okay. Mr. Lacy, this one's for you. Okay, a little bit of time left. If you look at point number 2, leave number 3 out of it, because I think 3 is contingent upon 2A and B, just for the record. And I get it, it's just in sequence, you've got an F then. So just in number 2A and B, if we voted on 1, 2, and 3 separately and set 1 aside, because it seems it's $175,000 or $125,000 unfunded right now, if it was just issue an updated request, essentially for information or interest in terms of, hey, we have a problem, can you help us solve it? It's kind of as opposed to as opposed to here, we design something and tell us what it costs. Can you do that without a budget?
So, through your masters, I'm going to make a comment and I'll have the city solicitor, I guess, confirm it or provide additional commentary. So I think, yes, you can, but I think in fairness to the industry and the procurement process, we'd want to be clear that there's not currently at this time, a budget attached to that piece. So it's really, the first stage really is a expression of interest, a call basically, we call it a request for information, and then future decisions would be made from there. So I think, yes, we certainly can with that type of parameter, and given the industry that heads up, is something that we could do. Any further comment, Ms. Willoughby?
Thank you. Nothing specific other than to reiterate that the city would not be in a position to award a binding contract without the budget approval being in place.
Okay. So we don't have money in budget for 300,000. We can do number 2A and B, and just basically do some information gathering at relatively little cost.
To you, Mayor Masters, the cost to us would be basically just putting the RFP document together and then doing the evaluation around the piece. So it would just be internal resources.
Okay. And then 3 is really kind of contingent upon 1, which we don't have enough money for.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
through you, Mayor Masters, we'd probably say through the RFP in that initial stage, the request for information, that approval of the second stage, which is actually award and the actual construction part of the RFP, we'd say would be subject to council basically funding approval.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Yeah. And then we would bring that obviously back as point number 3. This is what we've heard. This is the best, highest ranked proposal. This is what the budget is to it. Now, what does council want to do with it? Do we want to commit funding to it or not?
There's a piece of me, I'm okay with 2A and B. I think 1 and 3 are, just because we're restricted on budget, and 3 names that same budget. But I'm okay with the process, okay. All right, thanks. Oh, I turned off the wrong mic. Councilor Regina, please go ahead.
Dan, were you just going to say something? Oh, yes.
Did you want to respond to that?
I was just going to ask, I suppose, a clarifying question to administration based off
Please go
yours,
ahead.
if I can. Which is, if 1 was amended to say, approve in principle up to 300, with the hope that when it goes to RFP, people know we may be willing to throw some money in. It's not just, it's out, we approve it in principle. If it comes back and looks good and we want to go, then we talk about what, if anything, to prioritize it over.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll maybe ask Ms. Willow to comment on it specifically. I mean, I'm a little cautious about approval in principle and what does that mean and what is council committing to, and you might get into some legal and procurement issues around that piece. Ms. Willoughby?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, I'm not sure in principle changes much. And if anything, it will potentially just create more concern in the process. The RFP process that goes out will have to describe the process that's going to be followed, and if there's a subsequent budget approval that has to come forward, that will be clear to bidders through the RFP document that gets issued. So I'm not sure it really changes much, frankly.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Regina, please go ahead.
Okay. So, I do want to ask, first of all, when we look at this options, and I am struggling, I do not want, the 5 facilities have to be a go. I will not support it if it's going to take away from those. That was from the accessibility, that was from the community, we have to make sure that's a go. What I struggle with is, now if we're short, are we short 125,000? Is that what we're short for the 300? Is that what we're short? Okay. So would it be a possibility of the 175 that comes from accessibility and then the rest of the funds there, and we could seek 125 from the capital reserve or capital budget to find that? Is that a possibility to bring it up to 300?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there's other sources of funding if you don't want to add it to a future budget. You can certainly take it out of a reserve. We had good conversations with the Finance and Audit Committee last night about the state of our reserves are not healthy, and so I don't know if that would be a source that I'd recommend, but it's certainly an option. You could look at the existing capital plan, and you could reallocate funding out of the existing capital plan. There's been a number of discussions already for the Globe, the most recent one, about what are certain funding sources, and we talked about the capital plan there, and the piece, unfortunately, we always come back to is the facility asset management funding, and that is one that, once again, we underfund there already and we wouldn't recommend it, but that's always a choice of council. So yes, there's other sources of funding, but council would have to make a decision then, whether they wanted to pull money out of a reserve or whether they wanted to reallocate funding in the existing capital budget, or like I say, direct that money out of be put in a future budget.
So I guess the other question I have is, one of the things, and I don't know how this would work, but if this goes through and we say, okay, 175 or 300,000, whatever, if it is that we find, if the money is not raised from the community to meet whatever it is, if it's going to be still 800, 900,000, or whatever it is, that's going to be the cost of this elevator, that's where we kind of get into a bit of a pickle, because it kind of happened with us this time where we approved the 500, and then once it was up to $1 million, then we decided, well, now that's a different ball game. And so I guess I'm just wondering, what would be the plan if the money was not raised? Then do we see it, I guess that would be, do we see it dying then, or do we see, I guess, because my worry is all of a sudden we get the disability community, accessibility community super excited again that we're going to do the 300, we're going to raise the funds, and then all of a sudden we then don't get the funds. So I just want to make sure that whatever it is, we're not going to be having the delegations come and say, well, you promised us this because you were going to put in the 300 and whatever. So can someone respond to that?
Thank you. I'd been assuming if the shortfall isn't made up, the project would just die. I think, and I'd be open to an amendment that says if the shortfall isn't made up by X date in 2025, the project just goes away, to set a deadline on it, and to have it really clear today in writing to the fair point you raised, which is you promised it today and then you pull it back a year ago, is to have it really clear. These are the conditions on which we're voting, and we're only in for 300 or maybe some lesser amount. So I'd been assuming it would just go away, but it's maybe worth setting a deadline for when it would go away by, so everyone knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, because when this comes back, I think we don't know what, some of us may not be here, and just to set up the next council not to fail either, or to be in that situation. But I'll leave that up to the movers at the end. And then I guess the only other question I would ask is that, would it be a possibility that 175,000 could be the number, and then the rest is raised, and then we would look at that? Is that an option? Okay. So I will leave, you want me to, I can move that then, I'll move it to 175 then. Sure.
Or do you want to ask the movers if they'll?
Yeah, how about you guys? Is it okay? I'll just ask you if you guys want to, it's okay. With you
Go ahead.
guys?
I would consent to moving it to 175.
Okay, so, yeah, so I'm okay with doing that. I'm okay with setting a date, Councilor Brasciani, but I also want to put in the motion to direct administration, there's some funding through the federal government, and I know we didn't touch on it, and I looked into it, and I don't
Okay,
want to put that in the
Kim.
motion, but it's like, that's another option.
Yeah, just in terms of, it's her time, so you're okay with it moving 300 to 175?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
I thought
Okay.
you were.
No.
Okay, and the last thing, I just wanted to make sure that the accessibility committee is still engaged in this. And the other option is, and I just want to make this clear, whatever goes out to tender, I do believe it has to be around safety, especially with the water slide and an elevator. We're talking height. I don't like the word, let's find our cheapest deal we can get, because I'll tell you right now, I'm not asking for a limousine or a Cadillac, but I'm not asking for a Chevette or a whatever. I'm asking for something that's going to be safe, and that it's going to be for the long run, not for just going to get us to, and I do want to say this, city staff did an amazing job for this pool. Highly, 90% accessible. You've done an excellent job, and I think if this was to work, and Councillor Nelson is passionate about getting the funding and all that, and working together for that, all to it, let's do it. And, but I just want to make sure that the city also is not set up to fail if things just, fall apart somewhere. So just want to make that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bracciani. I don't see anyone else wishing to speak. Oh, yeah, I think I got your mic on. Oh, Councilor Skiniak does.
Okay. So we have the change to 175, which is the capital carry forward. And so just wondering if is that clear enough in the motion that that's what the 175 funding source is?
Yes.
Okay. And I think that's been the only change to the motion, because there was some discussion about whether it would be an RFP or whether it would be some other format that you, like a request for, not information, but like something different than an RFP?
I think the wording here is enough that it gives us enough discretion to build a tender document that meets the intent, I think, of the discussion we've heard here tonight.
Okay, so administration's good with this. Now, to the movers of the motion, there was discussion around setting a deadline in the motion. Is that something that you're planning to address, like in the closing, or? Okay. There was a request for setting a deadline for funding. Is that something that you want to address, like in the closing or right now? In the closing.
I understand, we're not going to read this for 20 years, I get that.
Okay, sorry, so you're saying you'll do that when you're,
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I think we'll look at administration for that, because I think they're not going to do our appeal. and say it's, like, what do they feel is the right amount of time to say, okay, we can have a year to do this, or 2 years, or a half a year kind of thing.
Okay, so you will.
I'll ask them.
You'll address that in the closing. Okay, okay, that's all I got.
Okay, Councillor Nelson, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes. So can we address that? Oh,
Apologies,
sorry.
Councillor Nelson. Councillor Hawkins.
To the amendment, I want to make one simple point, and that is every dollar we spend here is a dollar that comes out of residents, property taxpayers' pockets. We've talked about fundraising. There's nothing very concrete on the table that says we can raise funds in the amount that is required to make this thing happen realistically. We have no fundraising plan in front of us like we would have for a normal project. We've already had, again, as a result of the administration's good work, a serious exploration of all of the options with respect to an outdoor slide at Wascana Pool. All of those explorations have said that this is going to be very costly. I think that the public wants us to do everything that we reasonably can to help the community that has physical and mental challenges. I think we did that by conducting the survey and the questionnaire through the disability committee, and they said, excuse me, spend your limited funds on upgrading our various facilities. I think in light of that, we stopped the merry-go-round. We've been around this now a couple of times seriously. If a group wants to get together, produce a concrete plan, produce a proper financing plan, they can do that and they can bring it back to council. But to task the administration with this effort, taking into account the administration's time and expense for doing this, because it's not free in terms of our staff time, and recognizing the serious financial problem that the city has, as was outlined at the Finance and Audit Committee yesterday and reported on by the press, I think it's irresponsible. I don't think this is what the public wants. I don't think this is an orderly way of going about this. So for all of those reasons, I'm concerned. I'm also concerned that we've talked ourselves into it tonight. My hunch is that if we talk for another hour, we'd figure out a way to say it was for free. It's not for free. I think there'd be some public in the end. If there was even a credible project, which is doubtful, there might be some public financing support for it, but nothing like what is required. And I think that the taxpayer would be on their hook. So I'm opposed to it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Nelson, you can close off debate, 3 minutes.
Have to breathe. I feel that was very rude, and I'm allowed to say rude.
Mayor, on a
We-
procedural point,
we-
called disrespectful, and now I've been called rude. Is it ever going
I
to stop?
think your actions were rude, and your comments were rude. The public has said,
Could I please have a ruling on that?
Councillor Nelson, expressing an opinion is not rude in and of itself. It's not derogatory in and of itself. So if you can move past that.
I just had to say that.
Go ahead, Councillor Zakiniak.
When we have a point of order or a point of procedure or a point of clarification, the proper procedure is to state that you have this point and wait to be acknowledged with your mic turned on before you speak. Councillor Hawkins, you regularly do not wait to be acknowledged before you speak, and I have a concern with that. That is my point of order.
Hang on, one moment. Councillor Zakiniak, I'm going to tell you that I can roll back tape from this chambers that it's happened on the regular with not just 1, 2, or 3, but more than that in terms of speaking before acknowledged. So if Councillor Hawkins says point of order or pushes a button and waits to be acknowledged, that's fine. If he continues to get my attention, as some of you all do, that's fine too, at the end of the day. Councillor Nelson, would you like to challenge my ruling? Councillor Nelson, 3 minutes on the clock, please. I think you still had some questions for.
Yeah. So, we have 175,000. I will disagree because, and honestly, nobody knows the conversations I've had with the people that I've had it with, so no one can say that I don't have $500,000 sitting by people that want to give me money. So that's not very nice. But if we put the 175,000, we still get all the other facilities upgraded, right? I just want to make that sure because I'm not pitting projects against each other. I will not do that. And that's clear that we have 175,000.
The you, Mayor Master, is correct.
Thank you. So then we'll put it out to public. I just want to understand this. If they don't want to bid on it, they say, you know what, too bad, $175,000 is not enough for me to put in an RFP or to put in a proposal for this, that's up to them to decide, right? Through you?
Yes,
Mayor
through you, Mayor Masters, it'd be up to the vendors out there to determine whether they wanted to submit a bid or not. I would just make one comment, like the June 30th deadline's doable, but I would note that the last executive committee meeting in June is June 19th. And actually, you may want us to come back on the July 10th executive committee meeting date, because it gives those firms an extra 3 weeks to be innovative, especially where this has gone. And so I just ask the mover here that it might be better to ask us to come back at the July 10th executive committee meeting. For that reason, is to give vendors time to think about whether they want to submit, and if they do, be innovative in what that submission is. And I think an extra 2 or 3 weeks would increase the chances that we might get some vendors submitting something.
Okay, thank you for that, because that's what I'm looking for, is you guys' advice. So if we put a date, can we look at like a year from now? Like, because obviously it's not going to get done this year.
So,
would that be?
Yeah, with respect to that date at the end of point number 3, we would suggest that it be no later than the end of July 2025,
okay.
Which is a year out. I think if we go beyond that, contractors will build too much risk price into what they would be quoting.
Right, because the longer it goes out, the higher the risk of everything going up and so on and so forth. So absolutely, I'll take your advice. Are you okay with that, Councillor LeBlanc? Okay. Councillor Stanichak, did that answer the questions that you wanted me to answer? Or Sakiniak? See, I know. Okay, I'm good. Councillor oh, sorry. Is it, oh, did they?
There's a date change at the request.
I think that's what you had requested? To be July 10th?
Yeah, July 10th, 2024 for point 2B.
Yeah.
And then July 31st, 2025 for point 3, correct.
Ms. Anderson, I think, had a comment to make. Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I also just want to make sure that there's enough clarity, a little bit to Councillor Hawkins' point, that administration is not going out and doing a whole bunch of fundraising. I know that there was some conversation around grants. I am absolutely not the granting expert, but I know the last time we looked at it, the one that we were eligible for, there had been some changes where it was for populations of, I think, under 30,000. So I would say as administration, we always are looking at grants, but I think it's good that there's utter clarity that administration is not going out and doing any like proactive donor canvassing or anything like that. So that would be the only other thing that I would say, is that the responsibility for that kind of fundraising lays external to administration.
Thank you for that, Ms. Anderson, and I would never, ever, ever request administration to do that job. And I do want to address the safety issue. Absolutely. There's a code, Councillor Brigiani. It can't go below that code. We're not going to have, there's a code, TSAS regulates it, that has to be safety, it has to be done. There's nothing that's going to get thrown together. I said when I first became elected, I said I will not be a part of doing something crappy, and I won't be a part of this being crappy. It's either going to be good or it's not going to happen, and I can promise you that right now. So, okay. I ask for your support on this. I'm myself and many people are planning on doing a lot of the work. We're not going to build a crappy elevator if it gets done. If it doesn't get done, like I say to my children, and like I've said to myself, I tried 110% for this project. If it doesn't happen, I'm okay. I can rest easy. I'm okay because I did everything we could. And I would ask that the councillors that have helped me and backed me on this, we are doing everything we can. If this doesn't happen, it's okay. But
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, it's not incorporated into part number 3 just yet in terms of other sources of funding. Basically, not the responsibility of administration is what you were trying to get to.
Exactly.
Okay, so then to the mover and the seconder.
why would you need to put that in there?
This is what, she writes it out and put it in brackets, essentially, this is what you're trying to get to?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, again, just utter clarity that administration is not expected to raise funds, because once upon a time there was a past motion in which raising funds was actually part of what we were expected to do. So I want utter clarity. Yeah, and I can't remember if it was worded as grant funding or just as funding. So as always, we're more than happy to see what government grant funding is, but just utter clarity that we'll look at that and not start a private donation fund.
No, you can't do that. You're no good at it.
Mover and a seconder.
We're good, or I'm good.
All right. Thanks very much. Clerks, can you call the vote on the amendment?
I can't see something. Mayor Masters, the amendment has passed in a vote of 6 to 5. Those voting in favor of the amendment are Councillors Nelson, Bresciani, Findura, LeBlanc, Sakidniak, and Moll. And voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Stevens, Mancinelli, Stadnichuk, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Excellent, thank you very much. Yeah, we're back to the main motion. Hang on one second. Councillor Nelson, I think on the main motion, you get to close off debate. Are you okay?
Sure.
Okay. So council will vote on 1, 2, 3, and 4 separately. She just needs a minute to set it up. Council, the first one, we're going to approve the application. Oh, no, I'm on the wrong one. Hang on a second. I can bring it up. I don't know where it is. I have no idea where it is. All right, there we go. All right, on number 1, approve accessibility upgrades to the 5 city recreation facilities, 2024-2025 adapted rec plan funding is outlined in Appendix A. Clerk, start the vote. Just on number 1, they're all being voted separately.
Mayor Masters, the vote on part 1 of the recommendation has been carried in a vote of 10-0, with all members present voting in favor and Councillor Moll being absent from the vote.
Excellent. On point number 2, please. Clerks, call the vote.
Just to come back. Mayor Masters, separate vote on part 2 of the motion has passed again in a vote of 10-0, with all members present voting in favor and Councillor Moll being absent from this vote.
Excellent. Point number 3, please.
If I may, Mayor Masters, that is just a standard thing where we are removing the past directive that I think came perhaps from the budget debate to come back here with this report. It's just a procedural matter to clear it off our record. And then we'll have to do number 4. Mayor, a separate vote on part 3 of the motion has passed in a vote of 10-0, with members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Are we done? What do we got to do? All right, number 4, coming up.
Yeah, it's just...
All right, clerks, call the vote.
There are 2 reasons. First of all, this is an amendment. So the reason it's been asked to be voted separately is that if the 3 earlier parts that you voted on tonight had been defeated, this would have no leg to stand on because it wouldn't be attached to any motion anymore. So that's all. This is a confirmation, and it's only because it was attached to 3 other things that are a part of.
Just one moment, please.
Councillor Moll in favor.
I just texted you, buddy, to sign back in, man. There you go.
He's listening.
It's all recorded.
Mayor Masters, a vote on separate item number 4 has been passed in a vote of 6-5. Those voting in favor of it were Councillors Nelson, Bresciani, Findura, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mole. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I seconded by, I'm just going to stare at Councillor LeBlanc until he gives me a second. Thank you. Any opposed? Ha! Thank you.